Chapter 146. Cohen exhaled. He did not understand anything from just now until now. The police officer almost began to doubt himself. He made up his mind that no matter what the adulterous couple said, he would force them to stop this guessing game that always frustrated him and made him feel isolated, even though this situation often happened when he was in the Tower of Eradication. So, Cohen said angrily, "Do you want to tell us the truth? Disaster sword. Secret Intelligence Department? And the reason why you're here?" Raphael looked at him, his gaze subtle. "Hey." Cohen subconsciously patted his saber. "I don't mind joining forces with Miranda to deal with you." Raphael looked at Cohen's expression and suddenly smiled. "You know, Cohen," the young man in white resumed his usual optimistic tone, "I've always envied you. A simple world, simple thoughts, simple happiness. As beautiful as a night novel." Cohen was stunned. Simple, a night novel. Cohen immediately furrowed his brows. This guy really knows how to pick the right time to scold me. Miranda snickered. Raphael looked at Miranda's smile and his eyes moved. Then, he smiled as well. A sense of familiarity surged in Cohen's heart. It seemed that when the three of them were still in the tower, they were like this too. "Remember, keep a low profile and hide." Raphael slowly turned around and whispered to them, "Find a good place to hide. Don't look for people like you anymore." In the next moment, Raphael's figure disappeared from the alley. "Hey!" Cohen's expression changed. He was about to chase after him, but Miranda grabbed his arm. "Cohen." Miranda lowered her head and said faintly, "Don't chase after him." Cohen looked at Miranda in disbelief. "You let him go just like that?" The police officer raised his hand in the air indignantly. "It's the first time we've met in 3 years. Aren't you going to ask anything? Including about the disaster sword?" Miranda did not raise her head, nor did she look in the direction where Raphael disappeared. She said absent-mindedly, "There's no need to ask. After all, he still carries a mission from the Secret Intelligence Department." And Harun's daughter's voice became softer and softer, "I didn't let him go." Cohen looked at the swordswoman in confusion. Miranda sighed. "I can't beat him anymore." Cohen was stunned. He stared blankly at the swordswoman who had her head lowered. He stared at the first seat of the Tower of Eradication's 8 seeds. Something was not right. Suddenly, Cohen noticed that Miranda's beautiful black hair should have been tied up in a ponytail. Unknowingly, they had already dispersed. Cohen suddenly thought of something and was shocked. He looked down and found Miranda's hair tie in the moonlight. The hair rope was broken. The cut was smooth, as if it had been cut by a sword. Cohen's expression changed. This was the first time Raphael and Miranda exchanged blows. Cohen looked at Miranda in disbelief. Raphael, held back just now. A battle between swordsmen was always unpredictable. It might be easy to kill a swordsman. But to show mercy to a swordsman, it meant that the swordsman must have superior swordsmanship and control over the situation. The key was. Cohen clearly remembered that although he ranked second in the overall assessment, Raphael was definitely one of the bottom 3 among the 8 seeds when it came to one-on-one duels. But now, Miranda said nothing. Cohen panted with difficulty. He looked at the hair rope on the ground and realized that his old friend had indeed become a stranger. Miranda, Cohen, whose thoughts were in a mess, said with difficulty, "The story you told me at the end, about the knight and the princess, what does it mean?" Miranda was silent for a few seconds. Cohen." Miranda laughed bitterly. "As the son of the Sword of the Twin Towers Caribbean family, your knowledge of history is terrible." Cohen's face turned red. "All right. I can only accept it. But I'm really not familiar with the history of the era of kings." That's what historians are supposed to do, isn't it? That knight's name is Camelot Carluse, Miranda explained in a low voice. She looked at the ground and shook her head. And that princess, the daughter of his enemy, later became his wife. What a vulgar plot. Cohen frowned. Wait. Camelot, doesn't this name sound a little familiar? Miranda ignored him and continued with her story. After that, the knight fought for 20 years, quelled the terrible chaos of war, brought peace and stability, and built his ideal kingdom. Cohen's frown deepened. Quelled the terrible chaos of war, built his ideal kingdom, because his achievements were so great that they were unprecedented. Even the patriarch of the Bright God Church could not find a suitable coronation ceremony for him. Miranda chuckled and said faintly, so, the knight's wife personally weaved a ring of jasmine flowers and crowned him. His subordinates and people gave him an unprecedented title. Miranda finished her story calmly. Supreme Emperor. At that moment, Cohen's mouth opened as wide as it could possibly get. This is the story of the first emperor in history, Great Emperor Camelot, who conquered everywhere and built the ancient empire. Cohen's eyes were in a daze, and he kept scratching his head. All right. It seems like my knowledge of history is really poor. So, Raphael means? Cohen asked hesitantly. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Miranda turned her head and suddenly stretched out her hands and put them on Cohen's broad shoulders. She hugged the police officer. Then, she buried her face in his chest. Then, she pressed her entire body weight against Cohen. Cohen instantly froze. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed. Cohen stared at Miranda in his arms in a daze. The next moment, when he came to his senses, he was immediately scared out of his wits. What? What's going on? Miranda, the fiendish Miranda, was actually in his arms. That's not right. That's not how the script is written. There's a Far Eastern proverb, a friend's wife is not allowed. If she comes to her senses, if Raphael finds out, I'm not, at this moment. I'm sorry. The swordswoman's voice was trembling and sobbing as it came from Cohen's arms. Cohen was instantly shocked. Sobbing. From now on, I'll treat you as a wall. Miranda's voice was a little muffled and distorted. I need to lean on you for a while. She looked like she was about to cry. Cohen lowered his head in disbelief and looked at Miranda. The swordswoman, who had always been strong and independent, was in this state. It was even more shocking to Cohen than if she threw herself into his arms and confessed her love to him. Cohen also noticed that Miranda's hands on his shoulders were trembling slightly as she leaned her face against his chest. Well, Miranda. Cohen, who was at a loss, could only awkwardly pat Miranda's back. It's okay. You're the first seed of the Tower of Eradication, the future Duchess of the Northern Territory, Lady Miranda Arund. No matter what happens, you can, wait. Cohen was stunned. He remembered Miranda's sharp observation skills. Could it be, Miranda? Cohen was stunned. Did you discover something in the battle just now? That is why, your conversation with Raphael started to become strange after the battle. Miranda shuddered again in his arms. Cohen confirmed his suspicions. It's Raphael, isn't it? You hit his sword, and then discovered something. Recalling Raphael's appearance, Cohen gritted his teeth and asked, Raphael, what happened to him? Miranda shivered again. Cohen looked at Miranda and felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. I can't tell you, but, it's terrible. As Miranda spoke in a hoarse voice, the swordswoman's head in Cohen's arms trembled slightly again. Raphael. Something terrible happened. Terrible. Very terrible. Heroic Spirit Palace, Hall of Heroes. Tell me. In the firelight, the long-haired Archduke Colgan Rockney frowned and looked at Thales, who had a strange expression on his face. With his usual serious tone, he said, "If the Waltons really form an alliance with Lampard, what are your plans?" Thales opened his mouth slightly and said awkwardly, "Well, actually," at this moment, a second set of footsteps came from outside the stone hole. The two people in the hall turned their gazes at the same time. As the shadow moved into the hall, a third person appeared in front of Thales and Archduke Rockney. Thales stared at the newcomer in a daze. Porphyus Trentide, the Archduke of Southern Extet and the Archduke of Reformation Tower, raised his head and looked at Archduke Rockney, then at Thales. "Oh my, oh my." Trentide met Rockney's gaze with a strange expression. "Your Highness, you didn't tell me that you invited someone else, and it's the glorious and proud Rockney, right? You're also interested in this kind of conspiracy." Archduke Rockney frowned deeply as he pondered about something. Thales smiled awkwardly. "Please forgive me, these two people?" Asterisk thud. Thud. Thud, asterisk another set of footsteps came from outside the hole. Rockney and Trentide glanced at each other and looked at the newcomer. Following the old footsteps, the bold Archduke let go of Defense City in the north walked slowly into the meeting hall with a cautious expression. Thales exhaled deeply. 3 people. 3 archdukes. The elderly Archduke Letko could not help but be slightly startled when he saw the 3 people in the hall. "It seems like it's quite lively here. It seems like someone is playing us like monkeys." Trentide stared at Thales with a complicated expression. "This little prince of Constellation promised me that we would meet alone, brat," Archduke Rockney said slowly with a fierce expression. "You." Thales' face twitched as he squeezed out a smile. "It's not what you think, I knew there was a problem." An obviously displeased voice traveled into the ears of the 4 people in the hall. Thales, Rockney, Trentide, and Letko turned their heads in unison. The bearded Archduke of Prestige Orchid, Rabian Alcius, strode heavily into the meeting hall with a gloomy expression. Thales heaved a deep sigh. 4 archdukes. Thales opened his eyes and said helplessly, "It seems like all of you esteemed sirs, all of you are secretly overthrowing the Walton royal family, very interested." The 4 archdukes looked at each other. Very soon, they understood something. "I got it." Archduke Alcius glared at the stiffened Thales with a furious expression. "Brat, don't tell me that you said the same thing to every single one of them." Thales' face was filled with rage. "I really admire you." The long-haired Archduke Rockney sighed and shook his head. "You managed to attract all of us here with just a few words." Thales took a deep breath and endured the Archduke's hostile gazes. "Why don't we wait a little longer? Wait until all 5 of us are here." Trentide said sarcastically. "Maybe that brat Pawfred is on his way here." Just as Thales was about to give in to the Archduke's questioning, more and more footsteps were heard. The 4 archdukes frowned at the same time and looked around. Many people dressed in the uniforms of guards and servants filed into the meeting hall. Many of the braziers were lit. The stone hall was instantly as bright as day. A familiar, weathered voice rang. "I'm really touched." The old voice caused the 4 archdukes' expressions to change at the same time. The fierce and decisive Rabian Alcius. The cunning and cunning Porphyus Trentide. The unsmiling Colgan Rockney. And the seemingly honest Rogers Letko. "With just a little provocation, all 4 archdukes are suspecting and plotting against your king. I'm not dead yet, and you're already so anxious to target the throne of Extet." Flanked by 2 rows of white blade guards and Nicholas, Nuvan Walton VII stepped into his meeting hall with a dignified expression. The common elected king of Extet came to the high seat at the long table below the Soul Slayer pike. He raised his head and cast his gaze at the 4 archdukes. At that moment, Thales suddenly realized that the old king was actually very tall. Marquis Shiles and Putre also came to Thales's side from the crowd. The former wore his usual smile and nodded at him, while the latter pursed his lips and observed everything in the hall. The four archdukes looked at each other with different expressions, then at King Nuvan. "Damn you, brat." Archduke Alcius spat and glared at Thales fiercely. "Conspiring with the king, to fool us. What do we do now?" "Your Majesty." Rockne nonchalantly sat down on the long table. "Are you going to punish us just because the four of us gathered in the meeting hall? Or?" Trentide glanced at Thales maliciously, sending a chill down the latter's spine. "The brat over there wants to accuse us of plotting against the throne. Our attendants and guards are all up there, Your Majesty." Archduke Letko exhaled with a complicated expression. "If they want to get rid of us, this is an unprecedented opportunity." *T, Thales sighed. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have attracted a lot of hatred. Thales could only smile sheepishly and spread his hands. "Actually, these are all King Nuvan's." At this moment, King Nuvan interrupted him. "Porpheus is right." King Nuvan slowly exhaled. His aged but dignified voice echoed in the stone hall. "There is only one thing we need to do." Under King Nuvan's sharp gaze, the four archdukes were simultaneously stunned. The old king spoke slowly in his old but powerful voice. Chapter 147. This was the first time Thales saw King Nuvan with a dark golden crown on his head. Dressed in a golden-red outfit that was both solemn and imposing, he walked down the stairs with his ministers surrounding him. He walked towards the long table in the middle of the meeting hall and sat on the common-elected king's seat of honor. In Thales' eyes, the nearly 70-year-old old man was no longer as gloomy and obscure as he was when he first met him. Instead, it was replaced by an unprecedented majesty and boldness, like a silent and terrifying lion in a pride of lions. Nuvan Walton VII stood tall and upright. He held on to the arm of the chair, his eyes shining brightly as he looked into the hall. Under the king's undisguised scrutiny and disdain, the four archdukes turned their heads or averted their gazes in an unnatural manner. Administrator Merck stood behind the king with a solemn expression. Dozens of elite white blade guards guarded every corner of the meeting hall, vigilantly pressing down on the hilts of their white swords. There were even more unfamiliar faces that Thales had never seen before. They were dressed in the attire of nobles and had different expressions on their faces as they stood on both sides of the king, exchanging glances openly. This was also the first time Thales saw King Nuvan's close vassals, the court of Dragon Cloud City. Compared to the orderly and disciplined Constellation Palace, the Extension monarch and vassals exuded a fierce, boorish, dignified, and wild aura from deep within their bones in terms of their standing, posture, movements, and expressions. They appeared casual and crude, making anyone who saw this scene for the first time feel uneasy. It was as if they were standing among a group of dangerous carnivores that were ready to bite them at any time. Thales could not help but glance at Putre, who nodded slightly at him. "Wait." In the meeting hall, the long-haired Archduke Rockne asked the question in his thunderous voice, "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" No one answered him. "Hey, Your Majesty!" "Your Majesty," Archduke Trentide said with a pale face as he glanced at the few close vassals standing beside King Nuvan. Some of them had grizzled hair, while others had gleaming eyes. "I don't know what you're trying to do, but from Chief Administrator Sorb to Count Seiler who is in charge of foreign affairs, and now, you're bringing half of the Imperial Conference to us. Are you going to discuss with us why the wine at the banquet earlier was so sour?" he asked in a sarcastic and accusatory tone. Beside him, Archduke Alcius also looked at the king rudely. Thales watched the scene worriedly. How is this going to end? It seems that His Majesty's long tolerance has spoiled all of you. Listen up, Your Excellencies, Archdukes of Extet. One of King Nuvan's vassals, who was more than 50 years old, replied rudely to the Archduke of Reformation Tower. The king you swore to be loyal to, the lord whom the Northlanders swore to follow with their lives, is ordering you, wait. The old official's face was cold as he reprimanded him without giving him any face. Archduke Trentide and Archduke Alcius's faces immediately turned cold, while Archduke Letko looked pensive. Only Archduke Rockney's expression did not change as he sat on the left side of the long table, just like the first time he met Thales. A few seconds later, Grand Duke Letko of Defense City let out a long sigh and slowly sat down. You should at least tell us what this lousy trap is for, Your Majesty. Archduke Alcius also sat down in his seat and immediately said coldly, colluding with Constellation's brat to toy with the archdukes under him, I feel that my dignity has been greatly insulted. At this moment, a series of knocking sounds came from the hall. Asterisk knock, 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 asterisk. The four archdukes turned their heads in unison and looked at the main seat at the end of the long table. There, Nuvan VII, who had a stern expression on his face, was slowly knocking on the table with his right hand. Asterisk knock, 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 asterisk. Thales narrowed his eyes. He noticed that King Nuvan wore a peculiarly shaped ring on his right little finger. The center of the silver-white metal ring was inlaid with a black gemstone. The king was using that gemstone, seemingly absent-mindedly knocking on the table. Dignity does not give you the right to question the king, Rabian, King Nuvan said slowly. His gaze was fixed on the table, as if he was particularly interested in the part of the table he was knocking on. There is only one thing you need to do, boys. Just like what you did more than 10 years ago. Obey me. King Nuvan slowly raised his head. There was a stern glint in his eyes that left no room for argument. He looked at the archdukes. Just like a long time ago, when your father obeyed my father, and later on, he obeyed me, at least at that time, we lived in harmony. Do you understand? The archdukes held their breaths in unison. A few seconds later, Archduke Letko sighed and was the first to speak. According to what that child said, you use lies to test our loyalty. And we are far away from our own guards and attendants. This really makes me worry about my own safety. King Nuvan suddenly raised his voice, causing Letko to be speechless. If I really want to take your lives regardless of the consequences, old Baldy, do you think that you can walk out of Heroic Spirit Palace alive, or even Dragon Cloud City, with just those useless soldiers by your side and that supreme-class axeman behind you? Do you think you can walk out of Heroic Spirit Palace alive? This is not your defense city. The archdukes frowned at the same time. At least tell us, what are you waiting for? Rockne pushed aside his long hair and snorted coldly. Your Excellencies, His Majesty the King has already shown great kindness. Please do not be impatient. However, if you have some understanding of each other's identities and duties. On King Nuvan's left, another minister with a pondering expression replied with a smile and a profound meaning, find your own positions and sit tight. No one said anything else. The hall fell into a moment of silence. There was also an unknown wait. A few minutes passed. In the end, Thales, who could not sit still any longer, rolled his eyes in embarrassment and glanced around. He attracted the attention of the bearded archduke. After this matter is over, brat. Alcius cast his gaze on Thales with a fierce expression. In an instant, the other archdukes also looked at him. I will dig out your heart as the price for challenging our dignity. Rockne, Letko, and Trentide also cast him different gazes. There was vigilance, contemplation, and suspicion. Thales closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh. Damn it. I thought this would be easy. Find out the mastermind. King Nuvan will wave his hand and fire 10,000 arrows at once. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a tooth for a tooth, a tooth for a tooth, and a tooth for a tooth. But for now, at least based on Alcius' performance, the side effects and sequelae are huge. Save your energy, Your Excellency, Thales heard himself say listlessly, don't always talk about things you can't do, he did not want to argue anymore. Alcius clenched his teeth. But just as he was about to speak, a newcomer joined the meeting hall. Following the sound of messy footsteps, a brown-haired young man wearing a heavy robe embroidered with a blood-red horseshoe walked into the crowded meeting hall. The Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, the young Concret Pomfret, stood in front of the crowd, accompanied by his entourage. Thales took a deep breath and let out a heavy sigh. Finally, very good. Seeing Pomfret's arrival, Archduke Trentida's eyes brightened. He looked around at the people in the hall and smiled brightly. Only Archduke Rockney furrowed his brows tightly, while Archduke Letko revealed a surprised expression. Now that we're all here, the 5 archdukes invited by your majesty are gathered here under the watchful eyes of the White Blade Guards. The Archduke of Reformation Tower raised his eyebrows. Here comes the question. What exactly do you want to do? Are you going to use the laughable crime of conspiring to get rid of us all, or? Trentida's voice came to an abrupt halt. The rest of the words were choked in his throat. Like a crossbow arrow that snapped its bowstring when the trigger was pulled. The Archduke of Reformation Tower stared blankly at Pomfret and his entourage, who were walking towards them. They did not look well, their figures were in a sorry state, and their hands were empty. A warrior beside Archduke Pomfret even held his shoulder with a pale face. Blood seeped out from between his fingers. Around them was a circle of white blade guards with unsheathed sabers. Their blades gleamed coldly as they stared at them. The Star Killer, Nicholas, was the last to walk in with a chilling aura around him. He bowed to the king. Trentida came to a realization. Pomfret and his entourage were escorted in by the White Blade Guards after they were disarmed. Archduke Pomfret himself stood expressionlessly. His body was still cold, and snow dripped from his brown hair. Is that enough? The young Archduke's gaze was sullen. He raised his head and looked around at the people in the hall. A noble Archduke should not be treated like a criminal in the king's palace and castle. What are you trying to do by forcing me to come to the meeting hall by force? This is a challenge to our ancient Northland tradition, and a disregard for Rikaru's joint ruling pledge. King Nuvan narrowed his eyes. The 4 archdukes had different expressions. Thales raised his eyebrows at an angle that no one could see. Tonight is finally coming to an end. Is this what you wanted us to wait for, Your Majesty? You used all kinds of means to gather the 5 of us here. Archduke Letko looked at the disheveled Archduke Pomfret and said flatly in a helpless tone, "Now, can you tell us the ins and outs of all this?" Alcius said angrily, "Don't tell me that we really have to wait for Lampard to come with us, just like that brat said." Trentida chuckled in a low voice. Under everyone's gaze, the old king of Ekstedt paused for 3 seconds before he slowly opened his mouth. Very well. King Nuvan clasped his hands. His expression was solemn, and his gaze was sharp. But what he said next made almost everyone reveal a surprised expression. "Little Thales, my clever guest." King Nuvan slowly turned to the side and looked at the Prince of Constellation beside him. Thales, who was ready to watch a good show, was completely stunned. "What? Little Thales? Do I know you that well? Come, tell my loyal archdukes why they are here." As King Nuvan's voice fell, his eyes flashed. "Tell them the so-called truth." Everyone's gazes were filled with hesitation, surprise, gloominess, and other different emotions. In that instant, they all turned to the second Prince of Constellation. Thales froze on the spot for a moment. Damn it! He reacted quickly and put on an ugly smile. He raised his hands and spread them out horizontally. "I don't want to get involved in Ekstedt's internal strife, Your Honorable Majesty," Thales said with a smile. "You can settle the internal affairs on your own." This is, but he could not finish his sentence. "You are already involved, Thales." Nuvan's deep and aged voice was accompanied by the king's profound gaze. He interrupted him. You have been involved for a long time, unable to extricate yourself, future king of Constellation. And you promised to complete this task for me. It is your promise, isn't it? Thales gritted his teeth. The Archduke's gazes on him slowly turned from doubtful to solemn. Thales gulped and furrowed his brows. Nuven, this damned old man. Is he trying to show the Archdukes that the heir of Constellation is on his side? Thales' frown deepened. King Nuven's gaze became sharper. Go on. What are you waiting for, little prince? Alcius continued to glare at him fiercely. After you tricked us all with your ridiculous words. To be honest, I thought Lampard would come with us. Thales ignored him. Finally, after Putre reminded him in a low voice, he exhaled in resignation. All right. Thales took a step forward as he met the gazes of almost everyone in the hall. My apologies, Your Excellencies. Thales braced himself and said under the hostile gazes of the 5 archdukes, most of what I said to you tonight was a lie. Only one thing is true. Prince Maria was assassinated in Constellation. Thales sighed. One of the masterminds behind the scenes is among you. The moment he finished speaking, the 5 archdukes frowned simultaneously. The close vassals beside the king began to whisper to each other. The second prince ignored the noise that began to increase in the hall. And King Nuven asked me to find the mastermind who conspired with Lampard to murder Prince Maria, Thales said expressionlessly. Hey, I knew it. The bold Archduke Letko sighed. He didn't invite us here just to deal with the Prince of Constellation. Archduke Trentida turned his head and shook his head disapprovingly. The mastermind who conspired with Lampard. Ah, I get it. But this is not an easy task. Thales turned to the 5 archdukes and nodded. Almost all of you are suspects. The 5 archdukes turned their heads away unnaturally to avoid Thales and King Nuven's gaze. The facts have proven that all of you are indeed restless. Thales chuckled and continued, to be honest, I really didn't expect that my words would attract all 4 of you here. I thought it would be 1 or 2 at most. My loyal archdukes, the co-rulers of Ekstedt, King Nuven said slowly, it seems that all of you have great ambitions. The hall was instantly filled with whispers again. Alcius and Letko's expressions became extremely awkward. Rockney still had a cold expression, Trentida clicked his tongue and giggled, and the young Poffert's expression was still gloomy. King Nuven quietly watched everything in the hall with his hands clasped together. So, it's almost impossible to find the mastermind from you lot by following the rules. Thales sighed. I can only find another way out. I give up on starting from the suspects and start from the truth of the matter, from how the murderer would react after knowing the truth. Thales nodded at Putre and smiled. Since we can't retreat, why not go forward with all our might? I see, Archduke Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers said sternly. Everything you said was false. There was no secret meeting between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region, nor was there any collaboration between the Waltons and Lampard, was there? Thales shook his head. Of course not, I made it all up. His Majesty will not form an alliance with an enemy who killed his blood kin. At the long table, King Nuven's gaze flickered strangely. I understand, Archduke Letko said with a lisp. The key lies in Lampard, right? Because the so-called mastermind who murdered Maria is secretly collaborating with Lampard. Humph, Alcius snorted coldly. What a lousy scheme. To convince us and the mastermind at the same time that Lampard and His Majesty are collaborating. To make him think that Lampard will betray the identity of the mastermind to His Majesty. The trap is so straightforward. Archduke Trentida leaned back and giggled. Will anyone really fall for it? Thales stared at the 3 of them. His gaze moved back and forth for a few seconds. Until the second prince chuckled. No. Thales' expression became solemn and he shook his head firmly. It's not that simple. Don't forget what I told you. Perhaps the innocent archdukes will believe me when I said things like, Lampard is not the murderer, but the kingdom's secret intelligence department has designated him as the murderer, Thales continued with a serious expression. But only he, only the mastermind, will definitely not believe this. As Lampard's accomplice, only he knows that Lampard is indeed one of the murderers. Lampard cannot be cleared of the suspicion of murdering the prince, so it is impossible for Lampard to collaborate with His Majesty. Hence, it is impossible for him to betray His Majesty. Only Black Hand himself knows. Thales turned around and looked around to observe the effect of his words. The so-called alliance between the Waltons and Lampard that I mentioned was simply an exaggeration to scare people. It is impossible for Lampard to seek an alliance with His Majesty. Then what exactly did you mean by what you said last night? The bold Archduke Letko's eyes shone brightly. You said a lot about His Majesty abandoning hatred and choosing benefits. But if you cannot convince the murderer that Lampard and His Majesty are collaborating, I did not intend to let him believe this. I only wanted to tell him, Thales said flatly, His Majesty suspects that Lampard is not the murderer and is still trying to contact him. At the head of the long table, King Nuvan revealed a faint sneer. Moreover, from the moment Nicholas went to fetch me, it is very likely that both parties have been contacting each other for a long time. Archduke Alcius said impatiently, You just said that Lampard is the murderer. He does not dare and will not collaborate with His Majesty. You cannot dig out the name of the mastermind from Lampard. I am not finished. King Nuvan's investigation also discovered a key point. Thales interrupted him coldly, causing Alcius to be stunned. The mastermind also did something else. He also participated in the murder of me and the Prince of Constellation. The whispers in the meeting hall instantly stopped. During the game between him and Lampard at Broken Dragon Fortress, he bribed a group called Disaster Sword and used Lampard's Mystic Gun unit to assassinate me. He tried to frame Lampard with this. Thales sucked in a deep breath and enunciated each word clearly. This is what I want him to know. I want the mastermind to know that King Nuvan already knows that the mastermind who murdered Prince Mariah is also the person who framed Lampard. Behind Thales, Putre sighed. Beside him, Marquis Shiles had a smile on his face. So, at the end of the day, I only wanted to tell you two things after talking so much nonsense to all of you tonight. Thales shrugged. 1. His Majesty is contacting Lampard. 2. His Majesty knows that the mastermind who murdered Prince Mariah is also plotting against Lampard. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Thales nodded slowly. In that case, whether His Majesty can reach an agreement with Lampard is no longer important. The important thing is, when His Majesty contacts Lampard, in order to confirm the truth behind Mariah's murder, will he inform Lampard of this matter? The archdukes were instantly shocked. They had already figured out the cause and effect of the matter. And this is possible. After all, according to what I said, King Nuvan has already contacted Black Sand region through Nicholas a few days ago. The mastermind not only murdered His Majesty's son, but also betrayed Lampard. In the face of such a possibility, he will definitely feel uneasy. Will His Majesty, in order to gain Lampard's trust, tell him that the person who framed Lampard is also the person who murdered Mariah? And Lampard happens to be the person who knows the truth behind Prince Mariah's murder and the identity of the mastermind. So, the key does not lie with His Majesty, but with Lampard himself. Thales looked at everyone's reaction and sighed deeply. If the answer is no, then he is lucky. But will this luck last forever? Will the next communication between the two parties bring up this matter? If the answer is yes, then Archduke Chapman Lampard will know that his longtime collaborator planted a mole in Black Sand region's army and framed him in Broken Dragon Fortress. This is a betrayal. At that time, if I were Lampard, the first thing I would do would be to immediately inform His Majesty of the identity of the culprit. Thales' eyes shone with an affirmative light as he said resolutely, Thale's eyes shone with certainty as he said resolutely, with the help of the Dragon Spear family, this collaborator who dared to betray, and frame him will pay the heaviest price in Dragon Cloud City. Hearing this, King Nuvan suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly in his seat. His laughter grew louder. However, the others in the meeting hall did not say a word. They just quietly watched the king laugh. Then, King Nuvan stopped laughing and looked at one of the 5 archdukes. Continue. King Nuvan's gaze was extremely sharp. He looked at the silent archduke and his aged voice was filled with murderous intent. We are all looking forward to him. Thales turned his head and nodded at the old king. He exhaled through his nose and raised his head. Once this happens, the identity of the mastermind and the things he has done will be exposed in front of Lampard and His Majesty. Once he thinks that his identity and crimes could be leaked by Archduke Lampard to King Nuvan through correspondence at any time, once he thinks that the chances of him being exposed increase with every minute he stays in Dragon Cloud City, once he thinks that King Nuvan has nowhere to vent his anger for revenge, Thales walked to the center of the hall and let out a long sigh. He looked at the Archduke who was different from the others and said slowly, "How can you sit still, eat well, and sleep soundly? How can you possibly sit still, eat well, and sleep soundly? How can you not rush back to your own territory as soon as possible and defend yourself behind the high walls?" The 5 archdukes had different expressions. However, 4 of them knew what was going on and cast their gazes at the archduke who had been different since he arrived. "Is that so?" Thales said slowly. Thales spoke slowly. He turned his gaze and looked at that person. The person who was gentle, fair, and warm-hearted when they first met in the meeting hall. But tonight, he did not say a word and responded with silence. The youngest archduke whose clothes were embroidered with bloody horseshoes. His Majesty, Lampard, and I have a common enemy, the mastermind who murdered Prince Mariah, my enemy who tried to assassinate me, Lampard's collaborator and traitor. Thales flashed a friendly smile. Can you tell me why, at 4:00 in the morning, when the sky is not bright, when the banquet is in full swing, when the palace and the city gate are open for the first time, when I bring up such shocking news and suggestion and expect you to come and meet me? You couldn't even make it in time to bid farewell. You were about to leave Heroic Spirit Palace in a hurry, get on a carriage, drive to the city gates, and leave Dragon Cloud City without a care for anything else. Thales shook his head and recited his name with mixed feelings. The Honorable Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, Concrepofrit. At this point, the hall was already silent. Then, the prominent brown-haired young man, who was covered in cold air and snow, slowly raised his head and looked at the Prince of Constellation. Chapter 148. In the meeting hall of Heroic Spirit Palace, from the archdukes to the king's close vassals, even the White Blade Guards and ordinary Heroic Spirit Palace guards, all stared at Archduke Pofrit. Among them, King Nuvan's gaze was the most terrifying. It was like the legendary evil dragon that would choose its prey. The followers behind Archduke Pofrit were all pale. Many of them raised their heads, as if meeting him for the first time. Their gazes were filled with shock and bewilderment as they stared at their suzerain in disbelief. Watching all this, Thales sighed softly. Sometimes, it's not a good thing to leave in such a hurry. In the face of all this, the young Archduke Pofrit only pursed his lips and said nothing. Not only that. The commander of the White Blade Guards behind him, the Star Killer Nicholas, stared coldly at the Archduke. His gaze was full of disdain. When the men we placed at the city gate stopped them, these people from Beacon Illumination City had no intention of responding at all. Instead, they drew their swords. Nicholas' voice grew softer and more unsettling. Until I personally killed that supreme-class fellow among them. The followers of Beacon Illumination City looked at each other with unpleasant expressions. They gritted their teeth and lowered their heads. Concre. You. Archduke Alcius stared at Archduke Palfred in a daze. I thought that Beacon Illumination City was the closest and had always been Dragon Cloud City's most trusted helper. Obviously, the truth is different from what we thought. Beside him, Trentide exhaled in resignation. Guess how tonight's going to end? The king's voice rang out just in time. End? Nuvan VII let out a terrifying sneer. His gaze was fixed on the silent Palfred. Believe me, everyone, tonight's ending will be terrible, no one answered. Archduke Palfred still lowered his head and did not say a word. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a cold expression, Archduke Rockney slammed his palm on the table. The sound reverberated in the hall. We are Northlanders. Rockney raised his head and looked at every archduke. His voice was filled with disappointment and resentment. Not those Southern Empire people who eat conspiracies and assassinations. Thales pursed his lips and whispered, "Thank you for the compliment. Speaking of which, you really surprised me." Archduke Trentida's eyes shone with cunning and rumination. Our little guest from Constellation. Are you really only 7 years old? A little venomous snake. Alcius stared coldly at Thales and said, "It has a special sensitivity towards conspiracies." Thales took a deep breath. Conspiracy? No. He thought to himself. From the assassination of the Ekstedt diplomat group, to the war between Constellation and the Dragon, to the fight for Broken Dragon Fortress, to the mystic guns that were shot at him, to Lampard, to Palfred. Everything was connected. That fluctuation surged into his brain in a timely manner, allowing Thales to think faster and clearer. Just like in the past, different elements and events were clearly separated before his eyes. This is not a simple plot, Thales heard himself say. A lot of things happened at the end of this year. The second Prince of Constellation closed his eyes and sorted out the things in his mind. For Ekstedt, nothing is more important than Prince Mariah's assassination in Constellation. However, this is not an isolated incident. It is a terrifying chain of conspiracies that spans the two most powerful countries in the Western Peninsula. Scenes from the past reappeared before his eyes. The Duke of the Northern Territory's ferocious expression. King Kessel's roar, losing his composure. The various gazes of the Dukes of Constellation. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's emotionless gaze. Nuvan VII's despair. And now, the Ekstettians in Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales opened his eyes gently. His gaze was solemn. This plan cleverly utilized the long-standing conflict and hatred between the two countries, which was amplified by the Fortress Treaty and accumulated for more than 10 years. The executors of the plan turned it into a sharp blade that pierced into each other's countries, attempting to reshape each other's power structure amidst the turmoil and reshape the Western Peninsula situation. Everyone in the Hall of Heroes fixed their gazes on the Prince of Constellation. Even their breathing slowed. Only the vice diplomat of Constellation behind Thales, Lord Pudray Nemain, frowned slightly, as if worried about something. First, they killed Prince Mariah in Constellation, then instigated a war between Constellation and Ekstedt. The Jade Star royal family suffered great losses in the internal conflict with the domestic nobles. King Kessel abdicated in defeat and condemnation. The Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory, Valorant, took over the authority and crown of the Supreme King of Constellation with the support of the people and the glory of fighting against Ekstedt. Thales lowered his head and spoke plainly, as if he was narrating something that had nothing to do with him. Just like the two wings of a butterfly, this is only the wing in Constellation. As for the one in Ekstedt. Archduke Palfred clenched his fists without realizing it. Thales' voice continued to travel faintly. Prince Mariah's death deprived the Walton family of the hope of choosing a king. King Nuvan's anger turned into nourishment for war. Archduke Lampard brazenly dispatched his troops in the name of avenging the king. In the chaos, with the cooperation of the spies, he conquered the northern territory of Constellation, obtaining unprecedented prestige and benefits. In the end, the Archduke of Black Sand region returned with the glory of the battlefield, and with overwhelming prestige, he successfully chose a king. After the plan was completed, Constellation and the dragon would replace each other in the midst of their mutual hatred, and be reborn from the ashes. Thales paused for a moment and gently concluded. An ingenious, grand, risky, ambitious, creative, and daring terrifying plan. The 5 archdukes had different expressions. Rockney's expression was solemn, Ulcius pondered in shock, Trentida glanced sideways at the other people in the hall, and the bald old Letko blinked, his emotions indecipherable. Archduke Pomfret's breathing gradually became heavier. Young people, you think too much and have great ambitions. Archduke Letko's murky eyes moved slightly as he asked Pomfret, however, you made an unnecessary move to assassinate the Prince of Constellation, and expose yourself instead? Pomfret did not answer him. He only stared at the ground in a daze, as though everything around him did not exist. I think it was not an unnecessary move, he had no choice but to do so. Thales raised his eyebrows. I just figured this out. The scene of me being assassinated in front of the fortress was to completely destroy Lampard. Archduke Letko turned to him. According to the original plan, Lampard would ascend the throne and become King Chapman. I don't know how many generations this name is. Thales turned to Pomfret. And you, Archduke Pomfret, are his most secret collaborator in Extet. Finally, Pomfret raised his head, but he did not look at anyone. But the problem is, this plan failed at the first stage. Thales sighed. Prince Maria was assassinated, but Constellation's spy failed. My appearance prevented the Duke of the Northern Territory from starting a war as planned. He furrowed his brows as he thought of all the things in Renaissance Palace, and Sonia and Iraka in the fortress. Lampard also failed to gather the forces of the 3 southern archdukes to invade Constellation, and he also failed to take down Broken Dragon Fortress. The war between Constellation and the dragon could not happen at all. Archduke Lampard could not bring the glory of conquering Constellation's northern territory to take the crown that he aspired to get. Archduke Pomfret exhaled softly, and a low panting sound could be heard. What's worse is that, with Valerun's failure in Constellation, Chapman Lampard's conspiracy was exposed. Thales laughed bitterly. The enraged King Nuvan will seek revenge and make Lampard and Black Sand region pay the price. Ah! Behind the long table, King Nuvan caressed the black ring on his finger and added in a seemingly nonchalant manner, isn't that so? The archdukes exchanged glances. So, Thales nodded, Lampard is doomed. King Nuvan and Dragon Cloud City will not let him go. Under the Archduke's gazes, he nodded at the expressionless Pomfret. Under such circumstances, if Lampard is really forced into a desperate situation, how can Lampard's collaborator remain unscathed? Based on Lampard's personality, he will definitely drag his collaborator to hell. Thales shook his head. For his own survival, Archduke Pomfret must act first. He must completely eliminate his former collaborator and future threats. The long-haired Archduke Rockney snorted coldly. Once the Prince of Constellation dies in Black Sand region, and Lampard is stained with the Prince of Constellation's blood. Thales walked back to Putre's side and sneered. For the sake of the throne of Constellation, even before King Nuvan takes action, the Dukes of Constellation will swarm over and tear Lampard and Black Sand region into pieces. I think the other archdukes will be happy to see that happen. Only then will you be completely safe. The Prince of Constellation's voice faded away. In the hall, many people sighed with different intentions. Some were contemplative, some were regretful, some were sad, some were indignant, and some were angry. In the next second, the young Archduke, Pomfret, finally turned his head slowly. With a cold gaze that was no longer gentle and friendly, he glared at Thales. Then, he looked at Nuvan VII again, who was sitting at the other end of the long table. Asterisk clap, 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 asterisk. A slow and rhythmic applause rang from the other end of the long table. King Nuvan clapped expressionlessly. But no one responded to him. This deserves applause. The old king applauded while speaking with an unsettling rhythm and tone. For our guest from Constellation, Thales rolled his eyes helplessly. He could feel that the gazes on him in the hall were filled with contemplation and fear. And for you, the Walton family's longtime ally, the leader of the Pofford family, and my most trusted Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, Concre Pofford. The common elected king and the Archduke of Beacon Illumination City's gazes finally met in the air. On one side was complicated and angry, while on the other side was numb and indifferent. Say something, Concre. King Nuvan's voice became muffled and oppressive. It reverberated in the brightly lit meeting hall, making everyone feel strangely suffocated. Before you can say anything else. At least, try to choose your own way of death. Archduke Pofford suddenly curled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a sinister and terrifying smile. Way of death? He muttered. Behind Pofford, a disarmed follower whispered worriedly, Sir, perhaps we should. The next moment, Pofford turned his face and said coldly to his subordinate with a furious expression, Shut up. Shut up. The follower's words came to a halt. He sighed and stopped talking. Pofford turned his head. His facial muscles twitched as he gritted his teeth. His expression kept changing between indignation and anger. Humph, the young Archduke sneered. What do you want me to say? The young Archduke's laughter grew longer. Thales furrowed his brows. King Nuvan's expression did not change. Ha ha ha. Pofford shook his head mockingly. What else can I say? The next moment, he turned around abruptly. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he scanned the entire hall. I don't know what you are talking about. Pofford's cold words caused everyone's expression to change. I received an invitation from His Majesty to come to Dragon Cloud City to discuss the relationship between the two countries. Pofford looked around with a sneer and extended his hand towards Thales. Then, the common elected king whom I respect the most and cannot resist joined forces with a prince from an enemy country who has a blood feud with him to accuse me of being the murderer of Prince Mariah. And the reason? Pofford turned around abruptly. His expression was ferocious, which startled Thales. Just because I wanted to leave the banquet early. Because I wanted to rush back to my territory earlier. Because my people had an unnecessary conflict with the White Blade Guards at night. And I sacrificed a supreme-class bodyguard. Pofford panted and hammered his chest. This is shameless slander. F***CKU, Pofford. A vassal beside the king spat in disdain. A coward's self-defense. Ayaya. Archduke Trentide narrowed his eyes and chuckled. This really isn't the young Concre I know. What a pleasant surprise. We all heard that child's words and saw your reaction. Even now, are you still going to quibble? Alcius furrowed his brows. Don't forget, you are a Northlander. Quibble. Pofford retorted loudly. He widened his eyes as if he had gone mad. From the beginning until now, this damn brat has been spouting nonsense alone. Pofford pointed at Thales and roared loudly. And you fools have been fooled by him alone, by a prince of Constellation, a remnant of the Empire. Thales shrugged helplessly and exchanged a glance with Putre behind him. Beside them, Marquis Shiles whispered with a face full of smiles, Wow, to be able to see this scene in the Axted Palace, it's really worth the trip back. Pofford turned around and glared at King Nuvan angrily. I murdered Prince Mariah. I cooperated with Lampart. I orchestrated the assassination of this brat. The Archduke roared angrily with a twisted expression. Is there any evidence? Everyone knows that Mariah and I are of similar age, and we are close friends. What reason do I have to murder him? The young Archduke's words made the others frown and whisper to each other. As you said, Archduke Alsius, the Pomfret family is the most powerful ally of the Walton family. King Nuvan watched Archduke Pomfret's actions without saying a word, but his gaze grew colder. And you, the great and fatuous King Nuvan VII, are you going to execute me here? Pomfret yelled at everyone. With this ridiculous and absurd accusation. Just because I want to return to my territory earlier. Just because of this damn brat's nonsense. Archduke Pomfret panted heavily and raised his right index finger. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If I die here, Pomfret will not forget, Beacon Illumination City will not forget, Northland will not forget." Amidst everyone's frowns, Pomfret roared madly. "Everyone will know that the king without heirs, the Walton family, who has reached a dead end, has gone mad. He believes in treacherous officials and enemies, persecutes loyal ministers and friends, accuses me without reason, evidence, and justifiably, and publicly massacred archdukes in Dragon Cloud City. Everyone will know that this is a violation of Rikuru's joint ruling pledge." The other archdukes looked at his performance in silence, their eyes filled with sorrow. Pomfret adjusted his breathing, and there was a hint of threat in his words. "After I die, my younger brother will inherit the Archduke's position, and the Pomfret family will treat Dragon Cloud City," but at this moment, King Nuvan's applause rang out again. He interrupted Pomfret, causing him to be slightly startled. "Not a bad attempt." There was a deep chill in King Nuvan's old and deep voice. "To think that I always thought you were a polite sissy. I've underestimated you. It seems like you're still a good actor. You should go to Dragon Kiss Academy or Dark Knight Temple, not here." "Bah, this is your deliberate plan to kill me and weaken the archdukes," Archduke Pomfret fiercely retorted to his king. "Other than guesses and slander, do you have any evidence?" King Nuvan sneered. "Of course, maybe you've long lost your mind. You don't care about evidence or who the murderer is. You only want to weaken us archdukes." Pomfret raised his hands and bared his chest. He gritted his teeth and stared at the king. "Then what are you waiting for? Come, kill me. Let the Extensions see what kind of king they have. When we reach Hell's River, I will tell Mariah." Pomfret gritted his teeth and enunciated each word. "After his death, his father went mad. The Walton family died in this generation. Asterisk thud. Asterisk upon hearing his deceased son's name, King Nuvan slammed his fist on the table. Pomfret ignored him. Pomfret turned around and swept his gaze across all the archdukes. His eyes were burning with fury. "And all of you, who sat and watched this trial without any evidence, who sat and watched all of this, will be next." Archduke Rockney shook his head in disdain. His gaze was filled with disgust. Lady-headed Trent Ida gave him a friendly smile, showing 8 teeth. Alsius stared back at the young Archduke without saying a word. Archduke Letko did not even raise his head. He seemed to be particularly interested in the long table in front of him. The close vassals and advisors around the king revealed contemplative expressions. They were not the only ones who realized the problem. Watching from the side, Thales also frowned slightly. Although Pomfret seemed to be quibbling as a final struggle, he was not unreasonable. An archduke came to Dragon Cloud City, but was executed by the king. What would the people think? How would Beacon Illumination City react? Would the archdukes really be indifferent? Besides, although everyone knew it was him, it was Pomfret. But there was no evidence. Unless Lampard came forward and admitted to the crime while identifying Pomfret. Thales' worried gaze kept shifting between the tense Pomfret and the stern old king. What should I do? Will the king really throw caution to the wind and execute? While everyone was deep in thought, King Nuvan finally spoke. Evidence. The old king threw his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Pomfret was slightly startled. The archdukes also looked at him in confusion. Since when do I need evidence? Nuvan the Seventh's tone slowly rose. I only need a reason. I only need the truth. Pofert exhaled through his nose and sneered. Humph, a typical tyrant. Riker would also be ashamed of you. He narrowed his eyes. The evil habits of the Empire reappear in you. Perhaps this is, Riker. King Nuvan did not let him continue. When Riker Axted was on his deathbed, the old king clenched his right fist and snorted. His nephew and heir, the later Nuvan Walton I, made a vow to the human hero as his heir in front of his bed, witnessed by the Queen of the Sky. The last sentence in his vow later became the Walton family, the Dragon Spear family's language. Yes. Under everyone's gaze, Nuvan VII lowered his voice and said solemnly, as the son of Northland, the son of Northland, the way of Northland. Archduke Pofert was slightly startled and puzzled. Since we are Northlanders. King Nuvan clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were burning with anger, but he suppressed his emotions and continued to speak solemnly. We should follow the way of Northland. Everyone's expression changed at the same time. Thales thought of a possibility. His face turned pale. King Nuvan clapped his hands. The sound of 2 footsteps slowly came from outside the hole. Everyone's gaze was attracted by the 2 newcomers. Thales saw the newcomers clearly. He frowned and looked at Putre. Putre narrowed his eyes and shook his head at him. Pofert stared blankly at the newcomers. Come and meet our dear Chief of Intelligence. King Nuvan raised his hand and introduced the newcomers. Madame Kalshan. Under Thales' solemn gaze, an old woman whom he had met before smiled gently and bowed slightly to the archdukes. The arrival of the Red Witch, the master of the secret room, made the archdukes frown. What does this mean? Ignoring everyone's expressions, the king pointed at a woman dressed in a silver-white robe whose face was covered by a veil. He continued in a cold voice, and the head ritual master of Bright Moon Temple, Joel Holm. Thales was stunned. He saw the mark on her body, a pair of moons embedded together. They were a curved crescent moon and a full, waxing moon. The head ritual master of Bright Moon Temple? High Priestess Holm did not say anything, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. But the archdukes and the king did not show any signs of anger, as if this was how it should be. This made Thales think of Sunset Temple and Constellation and High Priestess Lycia. Gods! What kind of role did they play in this world? What does this mean? Pofert's expression was dark as he stared at the king. What does this mean? The old King Nuvan sneered and slammed his palm on the long table. Her Excellency High Priestess Holm is naturally here to bear witness. It's nighttime now, the bright moon goddess is the best witness. Pofert seemed to have guessed something. The young archduke felt his throat go dry. He said hoarsely, Bear. Bear witness to what? Bear witness to what? The old king flashed an angry smile and turned to the Prince of Constellation. Little Thales, watch carefully. Thales was shocked, and he snapped out of his thoughts. King Nuvan said flatly, the ancient ritual of Northland cannot be proposed casually. The ancient rituals of the northern lands are not something that can be casually proposed. It requires a sufficient number of witnesses, a sufficient sacred ritual, and an arbitrator of sufficient status to witness it together. Only then can it be effective. The ancient ritual of Northland. Thales stared blankly at the old King Nuvan VII. For a moment, he was extremely shocked. No way. Could it be? The archdukes and the vassals were equally shocked. Many of them even had panic in their eyes. Your Majesty. A noble who seemed to be an administrative officer next to the king asked with a frown. But Nuvan VII did not give them any chance to ask. The next moment, King Nuvan shook his right palm and slammed it on the chair. Asterisk bang. Everyone was startled. The old king of Ekstedt, who was almost 70 years old, stood up abruptly. His face was filled with hatred and murderous intent. With an aged voice that sounded like muffled thunder, he spat out the following words. I, Nuven Riker Cadion Walton, the seventh Nuven in the genealogy of the common elected kings. The king of dragon knights come hero Rikaru, the successor of the hero Chara. The common ruler of the Northlanders in the Western Peninsula, the defender of the glacier defense line. The defender of the humans in the north, the conqueror of White Mountain. The arbitrator of the Golden Passage, the conqueror of Broken Dragon Fortress. The 35th common elected king of Ekstedt and Quaker Glacier, the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. Under the witness of the spokesperson of the Bright Moon Goddess, at the Imperial Conference, the Archduke of Prestige Orchid, the Archduke of Reformation Tower, the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers, the Archduke of Defense City, and the only heir to the royal family of Constellation, Thales stared blankly at the king's actions, not knowing what to do. Equally shocked were the archdukes, including Pofred himself. The king continued to speak. His words were laced with chilling resentment and pain. For my son, the last heir of the Walton family in Dragon Cloud City, Mariah Bertram Nuven Walton, and for the despicable assassination he suffered. Under the glorious tradition of Northland, in the name of blood vengeance, to you, Concre Pofred of Beacon Illumination City, to issue a sacred duel challenge. The old king's words were resolute. He looked at the stunned young archduke and spat out his last words. The duel is issued in the name of the king. Chapter 149. The king's voice faded away. The meeting hall was silent. For a moment, only the crackling of the braziers and the people's uneven breathing could be heard. At that moment, almost everyone was shocked by the king's decision. The silence lasted for a whole 5 seconds. Then, a young male voice spoke weakly. What's going on? Everyone's gaze swept towards the dumbfounded Prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar. King Nuven's meaningful gaze was also included. Behind him, Putray coughed. The dumbfounded Thales only reacted then. He curled his lips awkwardly and flashed an apologetic smile. But at that moment, no one cared about the foreign prince's loss of composure. Your Majesty. The tall Archduke Rockney stood up abruptly. With a stern expression, he said what most people were thinking, you must reconsider your decision. This does not only concern your family's revenge, but also the future of all of Ekstedt. The members of the Imperial Conference beside the king looked panicked. The expression of the administrator behind him, Lord Merk, changed several times. He tried to whisper something into King Nuven's ear, but the latter just waved his hand casually. The words of the close vassal and Merk were stuck in their throats. This is my decision, the king said softly to his close vassal. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt that King Nuven's aged figure overlapped with the robust figure in Renaissance Palace. Thales noticed that among the people present, only 2 people's expressions did not change. The leader of the White Blade Guards, the Star Killer, remained expressionless, while the master of the secret room, the Red Witch, Kalshan, still had a kind and amiable smile on her face. As for the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple, Jewel Holm, Thales could not see her face behind the veil. How old is King Nuven this year? Thales turned around and asked Putray in a low voice. 69, if I remember correctly. The one who replied was Marquis Shiles Bamra, who was next to Putray. This guest from Camus Union also furrowed his brows deeply and looked worried. And Archduke Pofret has just turned 33 this year. He is in the prime of his life. Damn it, we have just signed the contract for the mines. The situation has developed beyond our imagination. Be vigilant, Your Highness. The thin vice diplomat's expression kept changing. If King Nuven insists on a duel, Thales nodded with an unpleasant expression. He knew what Putray meant. If King Nuvan died here, Jade Star and the Walton family's tacit agreement of peace would lose its most important fulcrum. And in Dragon Cloud City, in Ekstedt, he, the Prince of Constellation, would become isolated and helpless. And the Archduke's attitude towards him, not to mention that Archduke Pofrit, who seems to be filled with hatred towards me. Thales gritted his teeth. The next moment, King Nuvan walked out of his seat and slowly walked forward. He smiled at the Archdukes. "What's wrong, noble and proud Rockney?" King Nuvan's old but powerful voice echoed throughout the hall. "Are you worried that my old bones cannot defeat the young?" The long-haired Archduke Rockney did not say a word, but his slightly swaying head had already explained everything. "I can't say that his words are unreasonable, Your Majesty." Archduke Trent Ida rubbed his right hand with a dark expression. He glanced at Archduke Pofrit, who was still in shock. "It's one thing to snatch a woman from a young man, but to fight to the death in a duel. You know your age, don't you, Your Majesty?" Archduke Alcius' words were even more direct. "Even if you directly order for him to be detained, it would be 100 times better than what you're doing now. Do you know the consequences of doing this? This is the consequence." Nuvan suddenly raised his voice and bellowed angrily under the gazes of the entire hall. "This is the unavoidable consequence when the Walton family is invaded." Everyone in the hall was instantly shocked. "Not good." Thales watched their interaction worriedly. Has Nuvan VII been dominated by hatred and impulsiveness? The old king's furious gaze swept across the three archdukes. "You know, if you provoke the Dragon Spear family, you have to pay the price. You are willing to bet everything for revenge. This is how the Walton family is." The three archdukes were momentarily speechless. Their expressions changed. Under the king's threatening gaze, they turned their heads away and did not speak. They were like lionesses in a pride of lions who lowered their heads to show their submission to the leader. "That's not right." Thales came to a realization. He thought to himself, "This is not as simple as an irrational revenge. This is a warning. From the king, from Dragon Cloud City, from the Walton family." "Ha!" Archduke Letko, who was sitting further away, laughed awkwardly. "Our king likes to joke, doesn't he?" King Nuvan turned his head and glanced at him. Archduke Letko's smile froze on his face. "Joke?" King Nuvan snorted softly and slowly walked up to Pofrit. His eyes seemed to burn with endless flames. "You tell me, Concret Pofrit. Do I look like I'm joking?" Everyone looked at Archduke Pofrit, who was being challenged. You're crazy. A duel?" The young Archduke's face was filled with disbelief. His lips trembled as he sized up King Nuvan's frail body. He murmured, "For the sake of, even your own family's life," but King Nuvan quickly interrupted him. "Then why are you so surprised?" The old king said coldly, "This is also your best chance. Kill me, and you won't have to face all of this. All of your crimes will be erased." Pofrit was shocked. He raised his head and looked straight at King Nuvan. "Of course." Nuvan sneered. His eyes were full of hatred. "You can also admit defeat at the beginning of the duel and then admit your crimes." Without waiting for Pofrit's response, the king turned around and looked at the remaining four archdukes. "And isn't this also the result that you've been hoping for the most?" King Nuvan was like an angry dragon. He said loudly, "If I die here," the expressions of the archdukes froze. "Then you can save those overt and covert tricks, right?" King Nuvan looked around and laughed. "And it'll be time for Ekstedt to hold another king selection congress. It might be a little rushed," the old king narrowed his eyes slightly. "But isn't the chance for you to ascend to the common elected throne and command the entire kingdom right in front of you?" The archdukes did not speak. Almost everyone was motionless. Only their breathing grew heavier. "Of course, you're the king." Archduke Rockney sighed. It's your choice. King Nuvan responded with a vigorous laugh. He then turned around and looked at the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple. High Priestess Holm. Under the veil, the High Priestess nodded slightly. She raised her arms in a dignified manner. Her left hand supported her right elbow, while her right palm faced up, as if she was holding a plate. High Priestess Holm closed her eyes and lowered her head. Everyone shut their mouths and watched the High Priestess movement solemnly. At this moment, a strange ringing sound rang in Thales' ears. Thales was shocked. He had experienced this feeling before. It was in the Hall of Stars, in front of Lycia, the High Priestess of Sunset Temple, before the bloodline ceremony. But this time, it felt much better. At least, he did not have a violent reaction like the last time. Could it be that prayers and rituals related to gods will affect me? But just as he maintained his composure and secretly rejoiced in the faint ringing sound in his ears, "I'm watching you." Thales raised his head abruptly. But he only saw an empty ceiling. What? He turned his head in surprise and looked around. Everyone was solemnly waiting for the High Priestess ceremony to end. Behind him, Putre and Shiles also had solemn expressions. No one spoke. Then just now, Thales scratched his head in confusion and looked around. Unable to find anything, he could only exhale helplessly. All right, tinnitus is an illness. It has to be treated, I warned you. Thales shuddered. He subconsciously turned his head again and looked around nervously. Again. Who? Who is it? That's right. He was sure that someone was talking to him, like whispering in his ear. Thales could not remember the characteristics of the voice, but the words were extremely clear. Could it be? Thales thought nervously, is it Yodel? The masked protector who's invisible? No, impossible. That voice is completely different from Yodel's hoarse voice. Thales panicked a little. After making sure that no one spoke, he stared in disbelief at the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple, whose eyes were closed. It can't be. Thales' actions attracted the attention of others. Shiles cast him a curious glance, while Putre frowned and stared at him, as if reprimanding him for losing his composure. Thales, who snapped out of his daze, was shocked. He quickly turned around and stood properly in a dignified manner. Finally, the strange tinnitus disappeared. But the doubts and panic in Thales' heart only continued to rise. The bright moon has responded. High Priestess Holm opened her eyes. There was no fluctuation in her clear eyes. The gods did not object. In the hall, many people sighed. The archdukes remained silent. In that case, the duel is inevitable, the High Priestess said flatly in a deep voice, and I will bear witness on behalf of the gods. No one had any objections. The old king revealed a satisfied expression and his gaze returned to his opponent. In the silence, Archduke Paufret gradually calmed his emotions and eased his rapid breathing. Then, he stared at King Nuvan with a strange look in his eyes. Ha, very good. The young Archduke revealed a strange smile. You said it yourself, didn't you? The duel is issued in the name of the king, I cannot and have no right to refuse. Paufret raised his head and revealed a sinister gaze. Then what are we waiting for? King Nuvan also revealed a smile. His eyes shone brightly. But Thales' mind was in a mess. I'm watching you. I warned you. What does this mean? Thales forcibly suppressed his thoughts and stopped thinking about the abnormality he just heard. He shook his head, as if he could shake these words out of his head. He had enough troubles. He had to deal with them one by one. Thales raised his head and watched in a daze as the white blade guards personally moved the heavy long table in the center of the hall. The crowd retreated and spread out, leaving enough space for the duel. As the crowd retreated to a brazier, Thales realized that there were 5 to 6 steps along the wall of the oval Hall of Heroes, and there was an empty space in the center. Just like the Colosseum in my previous life, Thales suddenly thought of something. Could it be that this meeting hall in Heroic Spirit Palace was originally prepared for a duel? I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate. Putre exhaled through his nose and said with no discernible emotion, "You get to witness a rare duel on your first visit to Axtet." Thales flashed a rather unpleasant smile. Does the king have to personally fight? According to the rules, duels during the age of the Empire can be fought by proxy, Putre said in a low voice. But this is Northland, the Northland after the collapse of the Empire. A duel must be fought personally, even as a king. Beside them, Marquis Shiles sighed. Even though I've heard of the duel customs in Northland, it's also my first time witnessing one. God, a 70-year-old king against a 30-year-old archduke. No matter what the outcome is, when I go back, this is enough to be a topic of conversation for a whole year. Duels don't happen often. Isn't the King's Selection Congress supposed to end with a duel? Isn't every archduke who aspires to become king prepared for a duel? Thales continued to ask. The duel in the King's Selection Congress is only limited to when the number of votes is the same and it's hard to decide. That hasn't happened for a long time. Putre shook his head. I heard that in the King's Selection Congress more than 30 years ago, Nuvan VII obtained the support of 6 archdukes. I heard that Archduke Lampard of Black Sand region once defeated his elder brother in a duel and seized the right to inherit the throne. Thales asked with a grim expression as he watched the 2 men take off their robes and Lord Merc solemnly decorate the place. Putre nodded. That duel made him famous. From then on, Chapman Lampard's name spread throughout the kingdom, and even Constellation heard about it. Putre's expression was solemn. There are very few suzerains in Axtet who are so bloody, violent, and terrifying, but who can make his followers' blood boil? Lampard was then entrusted with an important mission and sent to Constellation. At the same time, it also made the other suzerains wary of him. After all, he's a terrifying person who can even kill his own brother. Marquis Shiles pursed his lips. This is the conclusion I obtained after visiting all the cities in Northland. But this duel is too hasty. Are all Northlanders crazy? Thales gritted his teeth. Didn't he think about the consequences of losing? At this moment, a cold voice traveled into the hall. In Northland, duels are sacred rituals. The Star Killer, Nicholas, appeared beside them at some point in time. He stared intently at the 2 men facing each other in the hall. It can prove whether you are a selfish villain who only dares to hide among the army and guards, or a valiant hero who is willing to gamble with his life for the goal in his heart. Thales exhaled and shrugged. In the center of the hall, King Nuvan was only left with a convenient, tight-sleeved battle robe embroidered with the emblem of the Cloud Dragon spear. Opposite him, Pofret was the same. The emblem of the blood shoe could be seen on his left shoulder. I was the one who suggested the duel. King Nuvan fixed his gaze on Pofret. As for the weapon, it's up to you to choose. Pofret took a deep breath and paused for a few seconds. Great axe. The young Archduke raised his head and looked at King Nuvan with a calm gaze. The double-sided great axe. Just like this. King Nuvan's pupils contracted slightly. The people in the hall burst into a cacophony of hisses. Ha! Archduke Trentido laughed at Archduke Alcius. What a cunning boy! Archduke Rockney snorted in disdain. Coward! Great axe. Is it what I think it is? Thales was struck by a thought. He turned around and asked. Double-sided great axes require a lot of stamina and strength. The destructive power of its slashes is astonishing. It was once very popular during the war against the orcs, Nicholas said calmly. But nowadays, this kind of cumbersome weapon is rarely seen on the battlefield. Even the axemen in Northland are more inclined towards the lightweight single-edged battle axes. A wise choice. Putre narrowed his eyes and shook his head. He's taking advantage of King Nuvan's age. Soon, the weapons were brought up. Thales stared in disbelief at the two large weapons carried up by the guards. The thick and heavy two-handed handles were almost half a person's length, and the two half-moon-shaped blades of the axe were as big as a man's chest. They reflected a ferocious metallic luster, and there were sharp spikes extending from the top of the axe's head. It was a clear indication of its power and fearsomeness. Thales gulped. The weight of this great axe is probably twice as heavy as my body. He remembered that on the battlefield at Broken Dragon Fortress, one of the opponents Araka faced used a great axe like this. However, in the end, the kingdom's wrath snatched away his weapon and even slashed his opponent's face with the great axe. Palfret shifted his gaze and glanced at King Nuvan opposite him. He chuckled. He grabbed the great axe handed to him by the guard with one arm and tested its weight. Immediately, the young Archduke's arm muscles trembled and he raised the great axe. Palfret smiled in satisfaction. He turned around and swung the great axe back and forth. The sound of the axe blade slicing through the air could be heard clearly. It seemed to be quite easy. Thales stared at his relaxed posture and was speechless. This thing is terrible. Palfret rested the great axe on his shoulder. He raised his head and stared sharply at King Nuvan, who was also standing in front of the weapon. Be careful not to sprain your waist, your majesty. King Nuvan ignored him. The old king only extended one hand and pressed it gently on the axe's handle. He pinched a few spots, then took a deep breath and grabbed the handle with both hands. Thales furrowed his brows. His thoughts were similar to Palfret's. After all, King Nuvan is already 7. Before he could finish his train of thought, he saw the old king clench his teeth and raise his giant axe steadily. King Nuvan even gently tossed the axe. The blade flipped in the air and returned to his hand along with the handle. Thales stared at the old but vigorous King Nuvan. His jaw dropped in shock. Like Palfret, King Nuvan placed the great axe on his shoulder. It seemed to be the standard posture of holding an axe. He let out a long sigh. His gaze seemed to be brewing a storm. Don't worry about it. When I was fighting with the orcs on the battlefield, your father was still suckling in your grandmother's arms. King Nuvan lifted the great axe onto his shoulder like Palfret. King Nuvan flashed a sinister smile. Brat. Palfret's expression darkened. It seems that our king is still as graceful as ever. The bold Archduke Letko sighed. If it were me, that axe would have. Don't celebrate too early. Archduke Trentida shook his head with a strange expression. In case something happens to our beloved king, isn't that what you want? Archduke Rockney unceremoniously mocked them. That damned king selection. Trentida turned his head away, inviting a rebuff. Archduke Alcius combed his beard and furrowed his brows tightly. He recalled the Black Sand Region succession duel 12 years ago. While Thales was still worrying about what if King Nuvan lost, High Priestess Holmes slowly walked to the center of the arena and attracted the attention of the entire hall. Everyone's mood became tense at this moment. High Priestess Holmes stood between the two men. Behind her veil, she glanced at the two dueling men with her clear eyes. She raised her right hand and extended it towards King Nuvan. The priestess's cold voice rang out slowly. In the name of blood vengeance, this man challenges me to a duel. King Nuvan stared coldly at his opponent. The high priestess raised her left hand again and extended it towards young Palfret. For honor and glory, this man will accept the duel. Palfret exhaled with a solemn expression. In the name of the holy bright moon goddess, I will bear witness. The high priestess began to retreat slowly. Her posture was light, and every step she took was accompanied by a sentence. The weapons dance in the moonlight. Blood reflects the glory of the gods. Courage burns a great life. Death is but a long-awaited homecoming. King Nuvan and Archduke Pofrit's expressions turned solemn at the same time. Both of them removed the great axes from their shoulders and held them in their hands. King Nuvan lowered his body and widened the distance between his hands. His left hand pushed further and further, even grabbing the joint between the handle and the blade of the axe. Archduke Pofrit pulled the axe diagonally to his side. The blade of the axe brushed past his face and stopped in mid-air, assuming the most suitable posture for wielding it. Both of them stared at each other with solemn expressions. Thales narrowed his eyes. From their gazes, he read all the negative emotions humans could have. The High Priestess slowly retreated to the edge of the arena. She took a deep breath and raised her arms towards the sky, as if making a final prayer. Everyone held their breaths at that moment. In the next second, the High Priestess retracted her arms and gently placed her palms on her shoulders. She lowered her head and uttered her final words. Chapter 150. In the next second, without any delay, Archduke Pofrit's figure moved. He attacked head-on, roaring as he swung his great axe at King Nuvan. Bang. The two great axes clashed against each other without any fancy moves. The dull sound of metal clashing tortured everyone's ears. Thales stared in shock at the two men in the field. Pofrit clenched his teeth. The blade of his great axe was stuck at the tip of King Nuvan's great axe. It was slanted downwards between the tip and the axe's sharp edge. Impulsive rookie. King Nuvan calmly turned his body sideways. His left hand grabbed the joint between the axe handle and the blade, and his right hand grabbed the far end of the axe handle. Like holding a spear, he used the axe to block Pofrit's slash. The old king blocked his opponent's axe. His tone was cold. On the battlefield, with your weapon stuck, you would have been beheaded by now. As the two wrestled, King Nuvan used all his strength to push away his opponent's great axe. You know this is not a good idea, old man. Pofrit solemnly took a step back. He withdrew his great axe and moved to look for an opportunity to strike again. This is not a battlefield, this is a duel. The young archduke circled around the old king. His expression was indifferent. There are no white blade guards by your side, to protect your noble head. Like an experienced warrior, King Nuvan followed Pofrit's movements and turned, the tip of his axe always pointed at his enemy. Only you and me. As he spoke, Pofrit's second strike came. This time, Pofrit's great axe drew an arc and slashed horizontally from the side, smashing towards King Nuvan's waist. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang again. King Nuvan turned his axe handle at the right time. Holding the axe in his left hand, he once again blocked Pofrit's horizontal slash. Yes, only you and me. King Nuvan clenched his teeth and deflected the enemy's axe. He panted slightly. This is much more exciting than the battlefield. Thales asked in a low voice, puzzled, are they all so familiar with swinging their axes? His Majesty is not a child who has never touched a weapon before. The Star Killer's expression was solemn. While explaining, he did not forget to jab at Thales. As the king of Escapades, he once stood at the far north 38th century ground and personally fought against the invasion of the orcs from the north of the glacier. The skull of Syra Dark Thunder, the human slaughterer, is still hanging high up at the first lookout point, intimidating the glacier beastmen. He also led his troops out of the Golden Passage and broke through the elves' defensive line in the White Mountain. Wherever his troops went, Camus Union, the White Elves, and the Alliance of Freedom were subdued. A brilliant light shone in the Star Killer's eyes. He was also the first northern sovereign in 300 years to conquer Broken Dragon Fortress and cross the border between Escapades and Constellation. When it comes to battle experience, he won't lose to any of the battle-hardened warriors in the White Blade Guards. Putre raised his eyebrows, and Thales stuck out his tongue. In the arena, Pofrit swung his great axe again and collided with King Nuvan's weapon in the air. Bang! The axes collided and sparks flew everywhere. King Nuvan did not seem to be able to do as he wished. He gritted his teeth and braced himself against the great axe. His arms trembled slightly. Are you tired? Pofrit seized the opportunity when King Nuvan took a breather. He roared and shook his arms. Old man. King Nuvan was forced to take a step back. While he was still adjusting his body, Pofrit swung his axe again and chased after him. Clang! King Nuvan once again parried the enemy's fierce attack. From the beginning until now, he had been passively defending. But this time, the enemy's attack did not end so easily. A surge of power surged into Pofrit's arms. His eyes were burning like a warrior who had gone berserk. He roared and swung his axe again, striking the king's left leg. In Thales' wave vision, Pofrit was filled with bright light. It was concentrated in his arms and flashed continuously. The power of eradication. Seeing that his king was in danger, Nicholas remained calm. He briefly explained, Beacon Illumination City's unique combo axe technique has given birth to at least 3 types of power of eradication. The old king roared and used all his strength to pull back his great axe. He struck Pofrit's great axe away, and the 2 axe blades clashed in the air, creating sparks. Clang! The king blocked Pofrit's axe. But unlike before, the old king did not manage to lock Pofrit's axe in this strike. Pofrit had no intention of stopping either. His axe spun in the air. Under its master's crazed expression, it brought with it a strong gust of wind as it chased after the king's head. Panting, King Nuvan struggled to adjust his posture. He lifted the heavy axe handle to his side and forcibly parried Pofrit's attack. Bang! A loud noise was heard. Thales subconsciously covered his ears with his hands. But Pofrit, who was supported by the power of eradication, did not get his axe stuck like the previous few times. He reacted quickly and reversed the axe. It slipped away from Nuvan's block in an instant. The next moment, the young archduke pursed his lips and pushed with both hands, thrusting the sharp tip of the axe forward. It was a sudden stab at the opponent. In the face of the enemy's sudden attack, King Nuvan, who was powerless, had no time to retract his heavy axe. He could only watch the tip of the axe stab towards his face. Until the tip of the axe pierced straight into his left cheek. Ah! King Nuvan roared indignantly. At that moment, Thales felt his heart skip a beat. In the nick of time, King Nuvan suddenly turned his head sideways. Rip! The tip of the axe grazed the king's face, drawing blood. It also caused a wave of exclamations in the hall. With a terrifying scar that stretched from his cheekbone to the side of his left ear, King Nuvan narrowly avoided the fatal tip of the axe. Blood dripped onto the ground. The king then gritted his teeth, mustered all his strength, and swung his axe horizontally, forcing Pofrit to retreat. This was also Nuvan's first counterattack. Pofrit nimbly retreated 3 steps, dodging the wind from the king's axe. At the same time, he left his opponent's attack range. Like many people in the hall, Thales heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest to soothe his nerves. Perhaps all of you have forgotten something. Thales turned around and said worriedly, that old man. King Nuvan is already 70 years old. As the king of Extet, a duel is a test he must undergo. Nicholas' gaze did not waver, but his lips parted slightly. It has nothing to do with age. Every man in Northland has to undergo harsh combat training during their military service. Every suzerain of Extet has to do the same, and even awaken their power of eradication, Putre explained to Thales, who had a strange expression on his face. This is how the country is, and the customs of the people dictate it. My God. Thales rolled his eyes and shrugged helplessly. I'm so lucky to be born in Constellation and not Extet. Hearing this, the Star Killer smiled indifferently. It's still the same old saying, welcome to Northland. Thales shook his head and turned his gaze back to the arena. Putre's expression changed as he looked at Thales' back. Being born in Constellation is a kind of luck. Putre sighed silently. It's too early to say that, young prince. Ha ha ha. The young archduke looked at the blood-covered, panting king with satisfaction. He gritted his teeth and laughed nastily. How many rounds has it been? Old man. You're already at your limit. Nonsense, brat. King Nuvan propped his axe on the ground and used his left hand to wipe away the blood on his face. Without showing any sign of weakness, he retorted, I've just warmed up. You're 70 years old. Paufred weakened the king's imposing manner with his words and prepared for the next wave of attack. Not only have your muscles withered, but your power of eradication has also deteriorated, right? Hee hee. King Nuvan inhaled and smacked his lips ferociously. Brat, how many battles have you fought? How dare you say this in front of me? Paufred began to laugh strangely. Yes, I still remember 12 years ago, when my grandfather was still alive, you gathered the armies of the 7 archdukes. With unprecedented pride, you went south to Constellation. As he spoke, Paufred swung his axe without warning. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the blade of the axe ruthlessly struck the great axe that King Nuvan had raised. This time, the young archduke roared and pressed his entire body forward, wrestling with King Nuvan head-on. King Nuvan was pushed back 2 steps before he could stabilize himself. His face was contorted as he struggled to resist the young and aggressive archduke. His arms could not stop trembling. You were strong, fierce, and in the prime of your life. Gritting his teeth, Paufred pushed the axe in his hand forward and easily suppressed the aging king. You were strong, fierce, and in the prime of your life. You weren't like this sickly and broken man now. In the next second, the old king finally lost his strength. He was pushed away and fell to the ground. His weapon fell to the ground. Asterisk clang. Asterisk many people held their breaths. Paufred mercilessly smashed his axe down. The old king rolled away in a disheveled manner and the axe smashed hard on his left side. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the force was so great that the stone floor caved in. The hall burst into an uproar. Damn it. Thales turned around in frustration. This is what I'm worried about. Keep watching. Nicholas said coldly, although his furrowed brows had already betrayed his emotions. On the battlefield, until the last moment, panting, King Nuvan quickly picked up the giant axe that had fallen to the ground with a reaction speed that was beyond his age. The young Paufred withdrew the giant axe that had been plunged into the ground. He seemed to have used too much strength in the attack just now. He was also slightly panting. At that time, my grandfather was wearing a military uniform and armor, panting as he stood beside you. He was like a toothless tiger, old and ugly. Paufred's expression was calm as he carefully observed King Nuvan's movements. Your grandfather and father were much better than you. King Nuvan spat on the ground and slowly stood up. But you just can't nurture them, can you? Paufred's gaze shifted. The moment King Nuvan stood up, he swung his axe with all his might. Taking advantage of the other party's unsteady footing, he smashed Nuvan until he knelt on one knee. Can't nurture them. Paufred sneered and waved his giant axe. Once again, he pushed Nuvan back. The latter half knelt on the ground, panting continuously. To you, Beacon Illumination City is a tamed, well-fed hound, isn't it? A hound that is at your beck and call. Paufred laughed and once again knocked down the old king, who was trying to get up. Every time King Nuvan tried to stand up again, he was interrupted by Palfret's attacks. The common elected king of Ekstedt could not even get up to face the enemy. In front of Constellation's broken dragon fortress, my grandfather's army could not stop that damned sword of reversing light. Beacon Illumination City's defense line collapsed. I still remember you softly saying to my grandfather, "You're old." Is Beacon Illumination City also old? Palfret's tone was cold as he recovered from the huge exhaustion caused by swinging his axe. The next day, my grandfather obediently returned to Beacon Illumination City to retire, and my father became the next Archduke of Beacon Illumination City. What? Kneeling on the ground, King Nuvan, who was at an absolute disadvantage, laughed nonchalantly. Don't tell me that you're going to betray Dragon Cloud City because of this. As he spoke, the old king swung his axe and struck Palfret's leg close to the ground. The three archdukes of the south are arrogant and unruly. Palfret took a step back in a relaxed manner to avoid the strike. He looked at King Nuvan, who was kneeling on the ground. Their supplies are lagging, and their progress is slow. Hence, the war with Constellation is all on Beacon Illumination City's shoulders. The supplies, military expenses, reinforcements, suicide squad, and even the nearby prostitutes in the camp. Don't you think something's wrong? Palfret said through gritted teeth. That's the responsibility you've been assigned. King Nuvan's gaze was frightening. His voice was laced with anger. It's also the king's order. Palfret mercilessly swung his axe again, causing King Nuvan to roll away. This time, Nuvan, who had expended a lot of energy, could not completely parry his opponent's attack. The axe grazed the old king's left arm, causing blood to spurt out. This is bad. Thales thought to himself. This is bad. To hell with your order. How many soldiers and men have we sacrificed in order to take down that damned broken dragon fortress? More than half of them are from Beacon Illumination City. The young Archduke shouted angrily. I watched the dead and injured soldiers return to their tents with numb expressions, lamenting about when they would be able to go home. The next day, they were sent as the first wave to attack the fortress. Like targets, they depleted the fortress's crossbows, arrows, kerosene bombs, huge logs, rolling stones, mystic guns, and soldiers. Palfret pounded his chest. His gaze was fierce. They were sent to their deaths. On the other side, the elite soldiers of Dragon Cloud City were laughing and singing, enjoying the best wine, food, and women. And the privilege to attack the fortress at the most critical and relaxing moment. After father took office while trembling with fear, what else could he do in front of you? He could only be crazier, more magnanimous, and send all of our soldiers to their deaths at the fortress regardless of the cost. In exchange for your trust. King Nuvan grabbed the handle of his axe and parried another attack from his opponent. Then, he lay on the ground and panted. Palfret began to pace around King Nuvan. He switched the position of his left and right hands at the right time to reduce the consumption of holding the great axe with both hands. You actually sat in the tent, under the protection of the White Blade Guards, and righteously questioned grandfather and father why Beacon Illumination City couldn't stop Horus Jadestar. Couldn't stop that damned butcher of Constellation. Couldn't stop the most elite and craziest royal guards he brought from Constellation. Horus Jadestar. He recalled what Tolja of Black Sand region told him about the final story of the Sword of Reversing Light. He turned his head and looked at Putre and Nicholas. The former did not say a word, while the latter pursed his lips, looking unhappy. You talk a lot of nonsense. King Nuvan wiped the blood off his left arm on his clothes so that it would not affect his grip. He raised his head, his gaze fierce. On the battlefield, those who talk the most die the fastest. Palfret answered him with a merciless slash. Asterisk bang. Asterisk King Nuvan trembled as he parried the trajectory of the axe. He was already at an absolute disadvantage. Go to hell, Nuvan Walton. Poffret spat, his face full of resentment. Conqueror of Broken Dragon Fortress, do you think you're worthy? King Nuvan got up on one knee, holding the great axe in his hand. He looked at Poffret ferociously, as if he was preparing for the most crucial counterattack. Once again, Poffret did not stop. His axe struck the handle of Nuvan's great axe. Asterisk clang. Asterisk King Nuvan struggled to resist his opponent's great strength. The two terrifying weapons were locked in a stalemate in the air. You told everyone to pack up and go home just because of the fortress treaty. At least you pretended to comfort and explain to the other archdukes. And to us, to Beacon Illumination City. No land, no spoils of war, no rewards, no consolation. You told us to leave with a wave of your hand. Poffret gritted his teeth, looking crazy. I personally sent your grandfather and your family to the position of Archduke of Beacon Illumination City. I trusted him. King Nuvan clenched his teeth, his expression furious. I ignored them because they were my most capable assistants. Bullsh asterisk T trust, they're not even worth a penny. Poffret roared. Countless corpses of Beacon Illumination City's soldiers are buried in the fortress, in Constellation. If you have the guts, go and tell them. Assistants. Why don't I see you sending people from Dragon Cloud City to their deaths? However, in the next moment, the eyes of the seemingly disadvantaged old king flashed, and the muscles on his arms suddenly bulged. In the unique vision provided by the fluctuation, the old king's arms suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Chapter 151. Poffret's expression froze and his pupils constricted. King Nuvan, who had activated his power of eradication, raised his arms and forcefully pushed his great axe to the side. Poffret held onto his great axe with all his might and stared in disbelief at the old king who had suddenly attacked. Within a second, King Nuvan's movements became swift and powerful. He decisively let go of the great axe in his hand and pounced on Poffret like an eagle. The old king ruthlessly struck Poffret's chest with his right elbow. Thud. Caught off guard, Poffret grunted in pain and took a step back. Clang. Two great axes fell to the ground. In the hall, the spectators' moods were instantly stirred. Thales could not take his eyes off the king. He almost forgot to breathe. The king's counterattack had arrived. Without the great axes restraining him, King Nuvan's movements became as fast as lightning. He did not stop after the elbow strike. Instead, he steadily hugged his right arm and did not stop his feet. With a terrifying momentum, his right shoulder crashed into Poffret's chest. Poffret instantly lost his balance. The young archduke felt a tightness in his chest. He gritted his teeth in pain and kept retreating. Beautiful. Marquis Shiles clicked his tongue in admiration. The tables are always turned in an instant. With a ferocious expression, King Nuvan stepped forward. You talk too much, whoosh. King Nuvan clenched his right fist and swung it violently in the air, causing the wind to howl. Never a good ending. Amid the king's low growl, the heavy punch hit Poffret's abdomen. The muffled sound of fists hitting flesh reverberated in everyone's ears. Many archdukes frowned. These blows are really unlike a 70-year-old man. Trent Ida watched the king's counterattack in disbelief. Don't underestimate him. Archduke Alcius's expression was solemn. He is the sentinel of the glacier defense line. He has fought countless life and death battles with the terrifying orcs. With a pained expression, Poffret instantly crouched down. His entire body suddenly shrank into a ball, as if he could not withstand the strength of the punch. King Nuvan immediately raised his left fist. His expression was calm but full of anger. Beacon Illumination City. Unfair. King Nuvan was like a lion that had successfully hunted its prey. He stared coldly at the young opponent before him. You caused the death of Mariah. The next moment, the king punched again with his left fist. With the terrifying force of the power of eradication, he hit Pomfret's heart on the left side of his chest. Bang! A terrible dull sound came. Pomfret's body shook violently under the punch. Like a leaf floating powerlessly in the water. As he watched his opponent tremble, King Nuvan spat viciously. Coward! It was only then that Thales relaxed. Phew! You scared me to death, at this moment. Wait! Nicholas said warily. Something's wrong. King Nuvan's expression changed drastically as he punched. The next second, Pomfret roared and raised his head, straightened his chest, and stretched out his curled body. His gaze was fierce. Only then did everyone see the battle situation clearly. The punch that King Nuvan used to land on the Archduke's chest was being held tightly by Pomfret's hand. There was no solid hit at all. Thales immediately felt a chill in his heart. In the next moment, Pomfret grabbed King Nuvan's fist with his left hand and abruptly pulled it backward, pulling King Nuvan towards him at lightning speed. Then, he raised his right elbow and aimed it at King Nuvan's face. Thud! Pomfret's elbow landed heavily on the old king's skull. A terrible dull sound echoed in the hall. However, this time, the two parties engaged in a hand-to-hand fight had switched to offense and defense. King Nuvan seemed to be dizzy from the ferocious elbow strike. As he swayed, he fell backwards. Thud! King Nuvan fell hard on the ground. His head landed solidly on the stone bricks. Some of the spectators could not help but cry out in surprise. Thales stared blankly at the reversal of the battle. I've been waiting for this strike for a long time, Your Majesty. Pomfret laughed and rubbed his chest, which had just suffered a heavy blow. His tone turned cold. To think that I said so much nonsense to lure you into taking the bait. King Nuvan shook his head strenuously, as if he had lost his sense of direction and vision. You're used to fiercely counterattacking when the enemy has the upper hand, playing to your strengths and avoiding your weaknesses, and subduing the enemy with one strike, right? The young Archduke angrily raised his leg and kicked King Nuvan's chest. Amidst the gasps in the hall, he kicked him back to the ground. Your Majesty! King Nuvan trembled. He dragged his aged body and tried to stand up again. However, the blow just now seemed to be too heavy, or perhaps he had used up too much energy. The old king actually could not struggle to get up. My grandfather always told me stories about you, from your fighting habits to your footsteps. Archduke Pomfret panted and flashed a ferocious smile. My grandfather. Do you still remember him? Panting in pain, King Nuvan flipped over and tried to grab his fallen great axe. But Pomfret was faster than the king. He abruptly stepped on the two great axes on the ground. The Archduke then kicked King Nuvan back to the ground. Many people in the hall were so shocked that their mouths were agape. Although they had expected it, when it really came to this, when I was young, my grandfather always said that there was a generous and just king in Eckstedt. He said that you clinked glasses with him and Archduke Stustel in the camp of the sentry. Pomfret picked up a great axe from under his feet. His gaze was bleak. But what did I see? They were the Archdukes of Beacon Illumination City for 2 generations. They were subservient, fearful, and lived worse than dogs in front of you. Grandfather died of depression on the way back to his hometown. Father trembled in fear and wore a distressed expression all day long. He was afraid that he would disobey you and lose Dragon Cloud City support. Even on the way back, he had to prepare camp prostitutes for you. Pomfret looked at the king and growled indignantly, they all lived in your shadow. They suffered humiliation, fear, and pain. The young Archduke swung his axe at him. King Nuvan panted. He had no choice but to abandon his weapon and roll away from Pomfret's attack range. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the axe hit the ground with a loud bang. Stone chips flew everywhere. Pomfret exhaled and panted for 2 seconds. Then, he picked up his great axe and walked towards the defenseless King Nuvan, who was panting on the ground. Many people in the Hall of Heroes clenched their fists. It's over. Marquis Shiles slapped his face in pain. The crystal drop mine contract with Dragon Cloud City. Rain narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Thales did not speak. His heart was heavy. Now, he truly began to think about what would happen after Nuvan's death. Shiles only had to worry about his contract. What he had to worry about was his own life. Pomfret walked towards the king step by step with the footsteps of death. Hey! Archduke Letko, who was watching the battle, sighed. Is this the end? Archduke Rockney pursed his lips tightly. Alceus had a complicated expression on his face. Trentida rolled his eyes, deep in thought. No one answered him. At this moment, to everyone's surprise, King Nuvan suddenly laughed strangely. Ha ha ha, I've figured it out. Panting, King Nuvan threw his head back and laughed. Your father's death was because of you, wasn't it? Pomfret's gaze suddenly froze. The sudden death of the former Archduke of Beacon Illumination City. In an instant, the young Archduke's expression became incomparably ferocious, as if his deepest past had been touched. The secret room has been suspicious for a long time. Your father's death was too strange. He suddenly fell ill in the prime of his life. The defenseless old king gritted his teeth and stood up with all his might. He glared at Pomfret. It was you, Concret Pomfret. King Nuvan's words cut Pomfret's heart like a knife. It also made the other people in the hall tremble with fear. It was his favorite son and heir. Nuvan's expression was solemn. His gaze was complicated. You killed your own father, didn't you? Pomfret's axe-wielding hand began to tremble. His face was contorted and his teeth chattered. No, Pomfret's face was pale. His lips trembled and he subconsciously raised his great axe. No, the young Archduke took a deep breath. I didn't. He raised his head abruptly and glared at King Nuvan with eyes full of hatred. I didn't kill him. With a furious roar, the young Archduke swung his axe and struck the king. Asterisk bang. Asterisk King Nuvan dodged the fatal blow in a flustered manner. As he retreated, he fell to the ground again. Pomfret's power of eradication once again increased his arm strength and speed. The Archduke roared and instantly pulled back his axe. In a frenzy, he raised the great axe with both hands and stabbed the tip of the axe at King Nuvan, who was lying on the ground. Under everyone's nervous and fearful gazes, King Nuvan roared and reached out with both hands to grab the handle of the axe that was stabbing towards him. The old king dangerously blocked the blade and the tip of the axe in front of his chest. Another gasp could be heard in the hall. Thales was dumbfounded as he stared at the king who was forced into a corner. My father was accidentally injured. It was bad, very serious. Pomfret murmured with a sorrowful expression. I did nothing. I just let him sleep in peace. He didn't live a happy life anyway. From then on, there was no more anxiety, no more fear, no more anxiety. At the same time, the Archduke who was wrestling with King Nuvan did not stop. He pushed the blade of the axe towards the king with all his might. He roared madly, no more nightmares from Dragon Cloud City. King Nuvan gripped the handle of his opponent's axe tightly and moaned in pain. But his face was flushed and his arms trembled more and more violently. After roaring, Pomfret came back to his senses. His gaze gradually focused, becoming firm and numb. From that moment on, I will bear the humiliation and pain of Beacon Illumination City. I will end it. Watching the tip of the axe getting closer and closer to his chest, King Nuvan's old face contorted in pain and suffocation. Ha, even if you kill me, you are still a coward. The powerless old king refused to show weakness. He gritted his teeth and said, Haha, even if you kill me, you are still a coward. Pomfret shuddered. He raised his head sluggishly and looked at King Nuven. He slowly narrowed his eyes. Yes. Pomfret continued to exert more force, causing the old king to moan again. This is all our fault. We are too weak. The muscles on Pomfret's arms swelled to the limit. His eyes burned with indignation. Look at the 3 archdukes in the south. None of them are obedient. Trentide of Reformation Tower always obeys your orders and cuts corners. Alceus of Prestige Orchid Region has a special identity given to him by Rykru. He ignores you. Lampart of Black Sand Region is a thorn in your side. The spectators tensed up, especially the 2 archdukes whose names were called. Their expressions froze. But they have gained respect. Pomfret gritted his teeth and spat out words at the exhausted king. You treat them as worthy opponents, while we, Pomfret of Beacon Illumination City, a dog that crawls under the dragon's shadow, wags its tail and begs for pity, are the weakest targets to be bullied. You do whatever you want to us just because you support grandfather and Pomfret to become an archduke. Because we, the 2 generations of archdukes, are cowards. King Nuven gradually could not withstand the young man's tremendous strength. The struggle between life and death had reached its final juncture. The tip of the axe began to move towards the king's chest. Just because of this, King Nuven's words became incoherent. You, turned to Lampart. The old king's eyes were bloodshot. Of course, that's not the only reason. Pomfret's expression became cold again. But why should I tell you? Nuven howled in indignation. When you arrive at Hell's River, please send my grandfather and father my regards, the young archduke said coldly. My beloved late king, your majesty. King Nuven let out the most sorrowful and indignant roar in pain. Pomfret's pupils shrank. His power surged and he thrust the axe in his hand. Rip. The ferocious spike at the top of the axe sank straight into the old king's chest. King Nuven stared at Archduke Pomfret in front of him. It was as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Blood stained the king's robe. Thales gently lowered his head and shut his eyes tightly. Chapter 152. King Nuven lay quietly on the ground. His hand was still tightly wrapped around the handle of the great axe, as if it was his lover. The 2 sharp spikes in the middle of the axe blade sunk deep into his chest. Everyone in the Hall of Heroes watched the scene unfold before their eyes. Shock, doubt, sorrow, and grief. Countless emotions intertwined. The victor of the duel, Archduke Pomfret, was sweating profusely. His hand on the handle of the axe slowly slid down. As his body relaxed, he knelt beside King Nuven and panted violently. Pomfret's eyes were lifeless and his chest was heaving, as if he had just experienced a nightmare. Archduke Alceus, who was watching the duel, widened his eyes. He looked at the motionless king, and his complicated emotions instantly turned into indescribable sorrow. Archduke Rockney's expression was sorrowful. Archduke Letko's brow seemed to be laden with a heavy burden. Trentidas shook his head, as if expressing his disdain for the duel. Thales lowered his head and stared at the ground in a daze. He did not know what kind of expressions Nicholas and Putre had on their faces behind him. Damn it! How could this be? He slowly clenched his fists. King Nuven died here. Who will control Dragon Cloud City? Who will control Dragon Cloud City? Who will control Dragon Cloud City? His thoughts became a jumbled mess. Freed from the duel, Archduke Pomfret half-knelt in front of the king's body in a daze. Nuven. The born king. Nuven Walton. The monarch who ruled Ekstedt for nearly 30 years. Already dead. The young archduke suddenly let out a low laugh. Ha ha ha, he raised his head, and his laughter grew louder and stranger, as if he was a morbid lunatic. Ha ha ha, then, the young archduke laughed maniacally and suddenly turned to look at the witness of the duel, High Priestess Holm, who represented the bright moon goddess. Ha 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 ha, his body trembled as he laughed. The female priestess stared straight back at Palfret. Behind her veil, her beautiful eyes were calm and unruffled. Under her gaze, Palfret felt an invisible pressure quietly bearing down on him. His smile gradually faded. The priestess remained calm and did not show any expression. Palfret stopped laughing. His face slowly darkened as he furrowed his brows in confusion. Thales was in a daze, desperately thinking about his future. At this moment, "I see." Nicholas, the Star Killer, suddenly said softly from behind Thales. In the next moment, two loud sounds of collision resounded. Bang! Tong! Clang! What followed was the clang of metal falling to the ground. Thales shuddered and snapped out of his thoughts. At the same time, many people in the Hall of Heroes exclaimed in disbelief. Thales raised his head swiftly. Then his eyes widened and he frowned. He saw the most unbelievable scene. It couldn't be. The shocked Thales even forgot to breathe at that moment. King Nuvan, who was supposed to be lying dead on the ground, had somehow struggled to his feet. Instead, he pinned Palfret face down onto the ground. The great axe which had pierced through the king's chest lay at their feet, still trembling. Like the others, Thales stared fixedly at the scene before him in bewilderment and confusion. The old king of Ekstedt had a fierce and aggressive expression on his face. His left arm was in the shape of a ring, tightly gripping Palfret's right forearm from behind. His right hand was firmly pressed against Palfret's upper right arm, and his left knee was pressed against Palfret's back. King Nuvan had locked Palfret's right arm and pinned him to the ground. Thales widened his eyes in disbelief and shook his head subconsciously. How could it be? That injury? Thales was not the only one who thought so. Everyone in the hall, from the archdukes to the vassals, from the servants to the guards, were shocked to see this unbelievable and incomprehensible turn of events. No, you clearly. Amidst the intense pain, panic, and fear, Grand Duke Palfret, whose right arm was locked and whose head and face were pressed to the ground, desperately exerted his strength in an attempt to break free. At the same time, he shouted with a face full of fear, "No, impossible." He could not believe that the king, who had been pierced through the chest by his axe, could stand up in an instant, as if he was unharmed. The old king's right chest and the front and back of his robes were soaked in blood. It looked extremely terrifying. But at this moment, it was as if the injury did not exist. It did not affect the king's movements at all. It was as if King Nuvan had just been pricked by a needle. Thales turned his head abruptly and anxiously asked the only supreme class elite here, how could, silence. Nicholas interrupted him in a hurried tone. The Star Killer stared at the scene, unwilling to let go of any detail. Finish looking at it. It's not over yet. Putre, on the other hand, was astonished, as if he could not accept this fact. Impossible. Nuvan VII's face was flushed after being resurrected from the dead. The king pressed down with his right hand and retracted his left. His muscles trembled as he slowly exerted force and tightened. Using Palfret's elbow as a fulcrum, he began to pry Palfret's locked forearm in reverse. The old king gritted his teeth and his face was ferocious. On the battlefield, you'd better believe in impossible. As King Nuvan exerted force, Palfret's locked right arm began to slowly deform. His forearm moved in the opposite direction of his elbow joint in a frightening manner. The distinct sound of muscles snapping rang out in the field. Ah! Palfret's face contorted in pain as he let out a heart-wrenching howl. The Archduke's left arm desperately reached behind him towards the crazed King Nuvan, but it could only scrape the air in vain. He kept scratching in the air. He could not break free from such a fatal lock at all. I killed you, I clearly killed you. Pomfret's neck was pressed against the floor, and he could not stop twisting in inhuman pain. He screamed in pain, "You're dead." Is that so? King Nuvan, who was firmly suppressing his opponent, revealed a ferocious expression mixed with hatred and madness. His words were as piercingly cold as the wind. Perhaps, I'm not completely dead enough. As he spoke, Nuvan VII continued to exert force with his hands methodically. The frightening cracking sound from Pomfret's forearm continued to ring out. It sent a chill down Thal's spine. The young Archduke struggled frantically. He could not reach his enemy's left hand, so he desperately slapped the ground. But under King Nuvan's experienced and ruthless strangulation, all of Pomfret's struggle seemed to be in vain. He could not exert the strength in his young body at all. He could only frantically twist the other parts of his body that could still move. He was like a fish waiting to be slaughtered on the chopping board. The next second, slap. A crisp sound rang out from Pomfret's arm. Pomfret's head, which was pressed against the ground, could not be raised any higher. His face was contorted, and tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. His mouth was widened to its limit in pain, and he let out an unprecedented, frenzied howl. Ah! No! 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 Oh! His right forearm, starting from the elbow joint, had been forcefully bent in the opposite direction. Under the intense pain, Pomfret trembled as he resisted King Nuvan's strength. He even lifted his chest an inch off the ground. But Pomfret's nightmare was not over yet. King Nuvan suddenly raised his right hand, which was pressing against Pomfret's upper right arm. He abruptly clenched his right fist and hammered the back of Pomfret's head. Thud! Pomfret's head was smashed to the ground again by the punch. His forehead hit the floor with a dull thud. But King Nuvan did not stop. He let go of Pomfret's crippled right arm and extended his right hand to grab Pomfret's left arm. Then, using the same posture, he switched his left and right arms. His right hand clasped Pomfret's forearm while his left pressed against Pomfret's upper arm. King Nuvan took a deep breath and continued to exert force. Pomfret recovered from the brief dizziness. Panic struck him in an instant. Feeling the intense pain and numbness in his right arm, as well as the sensation of his only intact left arm being tightly locked, the young Archduke realized something. He turned his head in despair. Why? Tears of pain rolled down Pomfret's face as he asked his opponent indignantly, why? King Nuvan stared into Pomfret's eyes and sneered in satisfaction. On the battlefield, a wound that penetrates the chest is fatal. Most of the injured can only leave their lives to luck. The king stared at his enemy like a hawk, as if he was staring at a rabbit. This is especially true for a wound that penetrates the chest. King Nuvan continued to exert force on Pomfret's arm. He did not stop talking and exuded a chilling aura. Your lungs will become like broken bellows. Breathing will become harder than lifting your hand. Every time you take a deep breath, you can even hear the hissing sound of air entering and leaving your lungs from the wound. You will start coughing, and the coughing will become more intense and painful. Breathing will become softer, more painful, and more difficult. Blood will also slowly soak into your lungs. Then, as you breathe and cough, it will continuously flow out of your throat, mouth, and nose. In the intense pain and tightness in your chest, you will feel an incomparably heavy chest. Then, slowly, your strength and consciousness will leave you. If your ribs are broken, then congratulations. The fine bone fragments will become the most terrifying torturer. They will penetrate deep into your muscles, rub against your tissues, puncture your blood vessels, and torture your spirit and body in pain and sourness until you surrender to death and reach out to the ferryman of Hell's river. Even if the wound is blocked in time and the external bleeding is stopped, it will be of no use. You will first cough more and more blood, then less and less until you die. If you are lucky, it will be over in a few minutes. If you are unlucky, you will even wail until midnight. Accompanied by a terrifying fever and cold sweat, you will die in pain in your hallucinations. I have seen too many tragedies like this on the battlefield. Palfred widened his eyes. Cold sweat continuously seeped out of his forehead along with the pain. The king smiled and changed the topic of the conversation. But King Nuvan moved his head closer to Palfred's ear and said ferociously, "You know, a person's chest has a range. Not the entire chest is where the rib cage is located. If the pierced part does not hurt your chest, and avoids the fatal artery, such as the muscle between your right shoulder and right chest, and penetrates forward and backward, and perfectly grazes your rib cage and bones, then use the power of eradication to expand the wound muscles and stop the bleeding. How is this possible?" Palfred gritted his teeth. The veins on his face bulged as he stared at King Nuvan behind him in despair. "I told you, brat." The power of eradication surged into King Nuvan's arms. He laughed contentedly. On the battlefield, you better believe in the impossible. Finally, a bone-chilling sound, accompanied by Palfred's screams, rang in everyone's ears. Crack! Palfred writhed madly on the ground, screaming out the pain and despair he felt at the moment. His only arm was also bent by King Nuvan. The young Archduke had lost both his hands. A few seconds later, Palfred's struggles and screams began to subside. His body twitched continuously and he let out miserable moans. The Archduke stared at the scene before them in disbelief. What does this mean? Archduke Trentida tried his best to regulate his breathing. The one who answered him was Archduke Rockney, who had not spoken for a long time. The latter said coldly, "It means the end." Thales watched in a daze as the king completed his counterattack in an instant. It was quick, violent, and effective. It was a counterattack that ended things once and for all. He did not even have time to see how the king's reversal began. His Majesty was lying on the ground and was pierced by the axe. Nicholas sighed behind him. Whether it was us or Palfred, we only knew that His Majesty's chest was pierced, but we could not clearly see the penetrating position on his back. There was no way to tell if it was a fatal wound. And that was exactly what the king calculated. Thales stared at King Nuvan's chest, especially at the area on the right that was soaked in blood. King Nuvan panted. He flung away his enemy's useless arm and stood up. At that moment, Thales felt that this valiant figure was incomparably tall. King Nuvan looked around at the people in the hall. He was greeted by different gazes and breaths, ranging from excitement, surprise, and doubt. Wine! King Nuvan suddenly roared loudly, "Strong rye wine." Thales was momentarily stunned. The strongest kind. The servants and guards in charge hesitantly looked at the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple and the Archdukes. However, High Priestess Holm was still unmoved. The Archdukes only stared at the king in a daze. Palfred, who was on the ground, stopped moaning. He struggled to lift his head and looked at his opponent with a face full of despair and numbness. Enough! King Nuvan roared impatiently. I won't suffocate him to death with a wine cup. Motherf *Ker, bring me the wine. In the name of the king. The king's administrator, Lord Merk, sighed and waved his hand, granting the king this privilege. A wooden barrel full of rye wine was quickly carried to the hall. King Nuvan grabbed the metal wine cup that was brought over, opened the lid of the barrel, scooped up the wine, threw his head back and poured it into his mouth. Wine seeped from the corner of his mouth and flowed through the king's short beard that stretched from his chin to his neck. The old king downed the wine in the cup in one gulp, wiped his chin happily, and scooped up another cup. This time, King Nuvan tore off the clothes on his right shoulder, revealing his aged but still firm muscles. The wounds caused by the axe just now were obvious. There was one on his chest and one on his back, but they were all away from the center of his chest and even close to his shoulders. The wounds had already been filled up by the compression of his muscles. Gritting his teeth, King Nuvan raised the wine cup and poured the wine on his wounds. The muscles on his right shoulder trembled and shivered under the strong wine. However, King Nuvan's expression was as cold and indifferent as usual. It was as if the wine that had soaked his wounds was not strong wine. Everyone in the hall watched this scene in silence. No one interrupted him. On the ground beside him, Archduke Pomfret, whose arms were broken, growled in a low voice. Once again, his eyes were filled with indignation and hatred. He used his head to prop up his upper body and tried to get up with the help of his knees. What welcomed him was a heavy, merciless kick from King Nuvan on the Archduke's back, forcing Pomfret back to the ground. Pomfret first let out a painful groan, then his groan turned into an indignant roar. "No, how did you do it?" The young Archduke's face was gloomy. He glared at King Nuvan as if he wanted to dig a piece of flesh out of him. "Did you think you could pierce my chest with the axe so easily?" King Nuvan's expression remained the same. He scooped up another cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. "Brat, I lured you to stab me. My strength is not as good as yours, neither is my endurance. In a battle with a great axe, I would lose sooner or later." King Nuvan stepped on Pomfret's back and spat at him in disdain. But even a supreme-class elite, once he lets down his guard, King Nuvan's eyes shone brightly. "You're useless." Pomfret's eyes widened. He pressed his face against the ground and his lips trembled. Once again, he let out an indecipherable roar. It was filled with desolation and pain. "I'll give you a piece of advice. Before you break your enemy's neck, don't relax." King Nuvan slowly exhaled. Feeling his exhaustion and fatigue, he said in a cold tone, "This is the most valuable experience we've gained in thousands of years of bloody battles with the orcs." King Nuvan raised his head again and drank the third cup of wine in one gulp. Behind Thales, Putre asked faintly, "Is this what the army often talks about, the so-called fighting instinct of a warrior?" "Instinct." Nicholas, the Star Killer, replied with a cold chuckle. "This is a battle tactic." From the beginning to the end, the duel went according to His Majesty's calculations and rhythm. It went according to the pace he planned. Putre revealed a puzzled expression. From the beginning, His Majesty lured Pomfret to stab him with the tip of his axe instead of slashing him with the blade. The Star Killer crossed his arms. There seemed to be a smile in his eyes. His Majesty seemed to be passively defending with his axe, unable to counterattack, and retreating step by step. In fact, with every blow they exchanged, the distance between them unknowingly shortened. When His Majesty fell in the end, the distance between him and Pomfret was so close that they were face to face. It no longer allowed Pomfret to slash him with the blade of his axe. Thales thought of something. He looked at the distance between the two men in the field and the position of the two great axes. Pomfret was led by His Majesty to end the duel with the thrust of the axe. The leader of the White Blade Guards replied faintly. His Majesty, on the other hand, was lying on the ground. He used both hands to control his opponent's axe to stab into the muscle gap between his chest and his shoulder blade. That was an injury His Majesty inflicted himself. It would bring him terrifying pain, but it was definitely not a fatal blow. Thales took a deep breath and looked at King Nuvan in the field. A shrewd and ruthless hunter, huh? The only thing left to do was to wait for his opponent, who had been incited into a frenzy by his words, to think that he had won the duel, Ray added to the Star Killer's answer in a sentimental tone. Then, he would seize the opportunity to take advantage of an opening that could completely restrain Paupert's advantage in endurance and strength, and launch a decisive counterattack. I hope that you will watch this rare duel carefully and benefit from it, Your Highness, the prince's vice diplomat said faintly to his prince. Thales could only shake his head slowly. Paufret claimed that he understood His Majesty's fighting style from his grandfather, but he did not understand anything at all. Nicholas' pale face shone in the firelight. This is the real, fierce counterattack, subduing the enemy with one strike. Deep impression, the Marquis of Camus Union exclaimed by the side. You are not surprised by this, are you? Nicholas nodded slowly. Yes, every step Paufret took was within His Majesty's expectations. There is a saying in Constellation's western front line. Ray sighed. On the battlefield, even a dying veteran is 10,000 times stronger than a rookie with boundless strength. A veteran meets a rookie. The leader of the king's personal guard snorted coldly. The outcome of this duel, from the beginning. Chapter 153. The king had drunk enough. He threw the goblet down and exercised his joints. Brat! He snorted at Paufret, who was on the ground. You have the guts to mention the war 12 years ago. How much do you know about the tragedy and bloodshed 12 years ago? With a disdainful gaze, King Nuvan stared at his prey, who had lost both his arms. You are nothing but a suzerain's heir whom he dotes on. Your grandfather only keeps you in the safest main camp. He doesn't even let you transport the supplies. In Thales' eyes, the young Archduke's eyes were bloodshot as he stared blankly at the front. It was as if he had even forgotten the pain in his arms. But maybe your grandfather was right. If you were sent to transport the supplies, and if you encountered Horus Jadestar, who would sneak around and attack the supplies. At this, King Nuvan's face darkened. F***ck, then there wouldn't be so many F***king problems. A few seconds later, Paufret, who was pinned to the ground, let out an indecipherable laugh. As for the so-called shock you received in the war. Bullshit. King Nuvan suppressed his anger until he could no longer suppress it. Without Dragon Cloud City, without the Walton family, you are nothing. He let go of Paufret's foot and kicked Paufret's stomach. Thales frowned. He remembered his time in abandoned house, the days when he was punched and kicked from time to time. After suffering the kick, Paufret curled up and moaned in pain. And you shouldn't have gone after Mariah. King Nuvan lowered his head and growled with a pained expression. He thought you were his friend. Despicable traitor. Hypocritical coward. The enraged King Nuvan kicked Paufret's chest again. Thud. The dull sound was clear. Paufret curled up again. Under the heavy blow, he could not help but cough. Paufret's cough gradually eased. Then, his curled-up body stretched out again. His two folded arms looked extremely hideous. The Archduke laughed strangely, as if he was crying. Ha ha ha. Paufret suppressed his laughter, but in Thales' ears, it sounded so miserable and tragic. King Nuvan's expression became increasingly hostile. He looked at his enemy and gritted his teeth. His expression was terrifying. The young Archduke abruptly stopped laughing. He raised his head and glared at King Nuvan with eyes brimming with anger. That's right, I did it. Paufret glared fiercely at the old king. Panting, he said, Mariah only told me about his secret mission, to visit Constellation and renew the treaty. What an honor. You admit it. King Nuvan's expression was solemn. His eyes burned with hatred and pain. You only have the guts to be a man when you're facing death, don't you? Yes, I don't have to waste any effort at all. I can use his trust in me to deceive him into going to Constellation. Paufret responded to the king with a mocking smile. including his itinerary, arrangements, plans, and even the members of the diplomat group. King Nuvan kicked Palfred's abdomen again. Palfred rolled away from King Nuvan's side in pain. Just because you feel that you've been treated unfairly. King Nuvan sneered. His voice suddenly rose. You killed my son and betrayed your friend. The so-called status in Beacon Illumination City is just an excuse you're looking for your selfishness and indifference. You can even betray your own father. What else can you do? Palfred groaned in pain from his broken arms. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, but when he heard the king's words, he lifted his head from the ground with difficulty and chuckled. Unfair. Palfred's laughter was strange and maniacal. My God, you really, you don't even blush. You're indeed our born king. Unfair. Ha ha ha. The next moment, Palfred's expression changed. He looked at the four archdukes. Stop pretending. All of you. The young archduke's words were filled with anger. Alcius, Trentide, Rockney, Letko. Do you dare to swear to your ancestors that you're not grateful or happy for what I've done? Do you dare to slap your chest and say that you're not glad or happy about Mariah's death and the Walton family's loss of power and decline? The archdukes chose to respond with silence. Even the craftiest Trentide did not make a sound at this moment. Thales felt that the atmosphere in the hall had become very tense, as if the scope of the duel had expanded beyond the two of them. King Nuvan did not say a word. Step by step, he slowly walked towards Palfred. Panting, Palfred shrugged his shoulders and struggled to crawl on the ground. Thales looked at the struggling archduke on the ground. He did not feel the slightest relief from the truth being revealed or the vengeance being avenged. All that was left was an indescribable sorrow. The 10 archdukes, Palfred gritted his teeth and said as he struggled to crawl, the 10 archdukes, after your death, will fairly and justly choose the king, right? King Nuvan stopped in his tracks. With his back facing King Nuvan, Palfred crawled to the center of the hole. He tried his best to turn over and face King Nuvan. To the south, you promised Reformation Tower a long time ago that you would arbitrate on behalf of Trentide and obtain the disputed territory at the border of Elifir City in exchange for his support. In your hands, you have little Alcius, who fled to Dragon Cloud City after losing the fight for the throne. You have the bargaining chip to interfere with the inheritance of Prestige Orchid region. No matter how dissatisfied Archduke Alcius is, he does not dare to voice his anger. Since your father, you have relied on Dragon Cloud City's position to forcibly re-establish the trade route to the Glacier Sea in the northeast. You have threatened the Cameron family to cut it off unless they choose you as king. Of course, there is also us, the Palfred family that you and your father supported to rise to power, the Beacon Illumination City that you tamed like a hound that will listen to you with a whistle. King Nuvan frowned deeply. The hall was filled with whispers. Thales also had doubts in his heart. Palfred continued to speak with grief, indignation, and pain. To the north, the bald old Letko of Defense City will only remain neutral and choose the family that is bound to win at the most crucial moment. To the north, the Stustel family of Sentinel region has always chosen whoever supports them in resisting the orcs. Palfred rose from his kneeling position. He straightened his upper body and turned his head abruptly to look at the ice-cold King Nuvan. His voice was desolate. In the next King Selection Congress, you and your Walton family have already made arrangements for 4 of the votes. And with these votes, the 2 people in the north are destined to choose you. King Nuvan's face turned green. His clenched fists made cracking sounds. In the future King Selection Congress, we so-called archdukes have no chance at all. Unfair. This is the real unfairness. Palfred roared in a low voice. His words sent a chill down the spines of everyone in the hall. Decades ago, before your grandfather died, he arranged for the king's selection and your father's coronation. Since then, all of you have used all kinds of disgusting methods to manipulate everything in the dark under the pretext of fair competition and open king selection. Pushing the appointed person to the front and suppressing all dissenters and opposers. Our king selection is just a formality to send the appointed person to the throne. King Nuvan strode forward. Thales sighed in his heart. Is this the truth behind the king selection? He remembered what Putre had told him about the history of the establishment of the Extet king selection system. The archdukes who had opposed each other since Rikuru's death. Palfret's face was filled with disgust as he stared at his livid opponent. From then on, the Archduke Walton of Dragon Cloud City disappeared. There was only King Walton of Extet. Bah! He gritted his teeth as if he wanted to bite King Nuvan into pieces. Don't you know why we call you the Born King? It's not because you are a genius or powerful, it's because you were destined to be the common elected king of Extet since you were born. You *** king born king. What disgusts me the most is that you still have the cheek to proudly claim that Extet is governed by a joint king selection system. Palfret's face was dragged across the cold floor tiles. He began to lose control of his emotions. Under the suppression of the Waltons, what difference is there between us and the rotten hereditary royal family of Constellation and the tyrannical system of the Empire? Sooner or later, a madman like Constellation's 82nd will appear and drag his entire country to hell. Hearing this familiar name, Thales' heart sank. That's my grandfather. Drag his entire country to hell. Suddenly, he felt someone pat his shoulder lightly. It was Putre behind him. Thales exhaled through his nose with difficulty and shifted his attention back to the scene. King Nuvan stepped forward with a cold gaze and mercilessly tripped him. Thawed. The young archduke, whose arms were crippled and who could not even maintain his balance, was swept to the ground again. Palfret fell back to the ground, but he continued to shout. Verbally praising the greatness of the joint ruling pledge, hypocritically claiming that we have the freedom and right to choose our king, but secretly monopolizing all power and fixing the throne and interests. In this world, where else would a ruler be so shameless, despicable, hypocritical, sanctimonious, and disgusting? You have long turned Extet into the Walton family's hereditary kingdom. The Walton royal family. How ironic. Rikuru's joint ruling pledge has long been ruined by this shameless family left behind by his nephew. Thales sensed his erratic breathing. Everything that happened before his eyes was like a mirror to him. At that moment, as he listened to Palfret's accusations, he did not think of Extet. Instead, he thought of Constellation. It was Kessel's cold expression and the one-eyed dragon Coaster's solemn gaze. It was the Hall of Stars' 6 great clans and 13 distinguished families, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Thales sighed softly in his heart and unconsciously clenched his fists. That's not all. Palfret used all his strength, swaying as he struggled to get up from the ground. Your father married his daughter to the previous Archduke of Black Sand Region a long time ago, trying to meddle in Black Sand Region's affairs by controlling the Lampard family's bloodline. You maliciously purchased crystal drop ores from Camus Union and transported them to Elifir City in the east at a low price. Nominally, it was to guard against the threat from the Eastern Peninsula, but in reality, it was to cut off the supply at a critical moment and force the Gadro family to submit. God knows what other tricks you prepared for the West, for Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers. I'm guessing it's that Camion whose territory is close to the City of Faraway Prayers, the hypocrite Marquis of Goodflow City, right? What is it this time? A contract that looks gorgeous but is actually full of traps. Hearing this, Thales could not help but turn his head and look behind him. Marquis Shiles of Camus Union felt everyone's gaze. He coughed awkwardly and turned his head away. Palfret's face had long lost all color. He no longer tried to get up, but lay on the ground as if he had accepted his fate. His tone was sorrowful and low. That's not all. You also wanted to learn from Constellation in the south. You wanted to set up tax collectors who reported directly to the king throughout the territory. You wanted to take back the suzerain's jurisdiction in their own territories, and you wanted to send the king's officials throughout the country, starting from Beacon Illumination City. This humiliation, this oppression, this injustice. It's not just me, and it's not just a day or two. Paufret panted, his voice becoming weaker and weaker. How could we not fight back? Fight back. So you caused Mariah's death. To take revenge on the Walton family. King Nuvan's gaze flickered slightly. By betraying a friend. Only a coward like you. Paufret paused for a moment. His gaze became complicated and subtle. Yes, Mariah, Paufret panted, his voice low. We used to be friends. I've also told myself that everything will be fine, but... Li Yundong's eyes widened. Nuvan Walton. The young Archduke's expression changed, as if he had painfully made up his mind about something. He lay on the ground, raised his head, closed his eyes, and let out a desolate laugh. This is all your fault. You forced me to do this. Me? King Nuvan's voice was like the muffled thunder before a storm, deep and terrifying. Paufret's voice rose. He trembled as he raised his head. His gaze was vicious. 5 years ago, after I rejected your appointment as an official in Beacon Illumination City, immediately, someone among my vassals strangely jumped out to question my legitimacy. Trent Ida began to provoke me arrogantly at the borders. The people in my territory began to talk about my abilities. Soon, my vassals began to rebel, the people began to resist taxes, and the territory was in chaos. When I was in a terrible predicament and at a loss for what to do, you sent Mariah with a letter from you to mediate. As I read your hypocritical and pretentious letter of comfort, I raised my head and looked at Mariah, who was standing in front of me. I listened to him mention our past with a silly smile on his face. Only then did I understand that we were never friends. I'm just a dog of Dragon Cloud City. And don't you know what kind of person Mariah is? The veins on Paufret's face bulged. His brown hair stuck to his forehead, making him look ferocious and pathetic. I've had enough of the silly smile on that good-for-nothing's face. In his mind, the whole world is so beautiful. Paufret's eyes were bloodshot. He struggled to get up with all his might and roared madly at everyone in the Hall of Heroes. That's a naive, weak, hesitant, incompetent, short-sighted, and unambitious good-for-nothing. Ha ha ha. Under King Nuvan's gloomy face, Paufret's upper body shook and he laughed wildly. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. Did you know, that fellow, that good-for-nothing Mariah? His biggest dream was actually to become an adventurous mercenary, to travel the world. Ha 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 ha. Mercenary, adventurous. Ha 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 ha, right, he even fell in love with a prostitute. A coquettish slut. And he even said that he wanted to marry her. Thales shook his head. Thales shook his head. He remembered what King Nuvan had said about Prince Mariah when he first met King Nuvan and the Archdukes. Paufret laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. King Nuvan furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Paufret laughed in a morbid manner. He rolled on the ground in pain and agitated emotions. Snot and tears streamed down his face. The Honorable Prince Mariah, the future Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, wants to marry a lowly whore who has been ked by tens of thousands of people. Ha 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 ha, and he's also the appointed king of Extet. Think about it, the great Extet has a prostitute queen. All the subjects have to bow to a whore. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the hall looked at him. Many of them lowered their heads and sighed. King Nuvan did not interrupt him. He only continued to stare at Paufret with that terrifying gaze. This fellow, this piece of trash, this shameful existence without self-awareness or responsibility, is actually the heir of the Walton family. Pomfret had laughed enough. He raised his indignant and hateful eyes. And I still have to swear loyalty to him against my will and worship him as king, not because of his ability, but because of his family name and father. And you still ask me why I chose Lampard? Why the Archduke of Black Sand region, who is as black as the name of his territory? That beast who killed his own family. Archduke Pomfret's eyes were filled with fire. His roar was like thunder. I did not choose Lampard. I chose a future without the Walton family. A future without the appointed king of Extet. I am very happy that I have finally destroyed the last of your bloodline. He glared at King Nuvan with gritted teeth. The next common elected king of Extet will no longer have the surname Walton. Pomfret was answered by a vicious blow from King Nuvan that landed squarely on his face. King Nuvan grabbed Pomfret's collar and said coldly, "Before that, I will destroy you first." The young Archduke laughed miserably. He shook his head, turned around, and looked to the side. At Thales's Jade Star. Thales's heart immediately tightened. What's going on? Hey, you! Constellation's little brat. Pomfret shouted, attracting everyone's attention to Thales. You, the wounded Archduke uttered with difficulty and laughed shrilly. You are very pleased with yourself, aren't you? A prince of Constellation flaunting his prowess in the capital of Extet, fooling a group of archdukes. Thales frowned. He could feel the hostile gazes of the people in the hall. After all, he was in Extet. Your days will not last long. Pomfret said resentfully. Did you think that assassinating you was just an act of self-preservation? Thales could not help but be stunned by the Archduke's next words. You don't know how much they want your life. Enduring the pain in his arm, Pomfret panted. When I hired them, I figured out their motives. It's not just for money. Thales felt his breathing quicken. The young Grand Duke continued, that's right. Even in their dreams, they want to kill the entire Jade Star family and take over Renaissance Palace. They are wanted criminals that everyone in Constellation wants to kill. Of course, they can't do it. But here, in Extet, when they accepted my money, they did not react at all. Pomfret's eyes were like fire. But those killers, when they heard that the target was you, the heir to the Jade Star royal family of Constellation, the expressions on their faces, how excited they were. What? What killers? Thales stared at him in a daze. A few seconds later, he reacted. Who are they? Who else? Pomfret yelled with a delighted expression. Of course, it's those sneaky assassins. Those pitch-black assassins. They were the ones who infiltrated Lampard's army and used his mystic gun unit to assassinate you under the fortress. They are the Jade Star family's greatest enemy. Thales stared at him in disbelief. Jade Star family's greatest enemy. The next moment, Pomfret laughed maniacally and called out a name that made everyone frown. Chapter 154. Thales was stunned for a full 10 seconds. Shadow Shield. He heard Gilbert describe this name before. It appeared together with the Charlton family's name in the tragedy of the Bloody Year. The direct murderer of the Jade Star royal family. He remembered the small stone jars in the Jade Star family tomb in Renaissance Palace. From the king's eldest son, Midier, to Horace, to the twin princes, Bancroft and Herman. And the youngest princess, Constance Jade Star. But Shadow Shield. Thales stared at Pomfret in disbelief. Assassinate me? How could? His thoughts were quickly interrupted. Enough. King Nuvan's voice rang in the hall. As long as I am in Dragon Cloud City, the king threw Pomfret down with a gloomy face, I will not allow such a despicable assassination to happen again. Humph, Pomfret sneered and hissed a word through his teeth, tyrant. King Nuvan narrowed his eyes and looked at his helpless enemy. End it all. Pomfret curled his lips and his expression was cold. I will watch from the bottom of Hell's River how your family is destroyed. End it all. King Nuvan gently clenched his fists and was silent for a few seconds. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Finally, King Nuvan closed his eyes and exhaled through his nostrils. The duel is not over, but I can give you a chance. Under everyone's gaze, the old king opened his eyes and said flatly, admit defeat to me now. Now, admit defeat and admit to your crimes. Confess to the conspiracy between you and Lampard. You can still earn your life back. Pomfret was completely stunned. What? What? But you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Your younger brother will inherit Beacon Illumination City, and Pomfret will still rule that land. Other than you, Beacon Illumination City will not be punished. The old king's gaze was sharp. What do you think? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Pomfret stared blankly at the king. I killed your last son, he said absent-mindedly. Yes. King Nuvan's gaze darkened. You killed my son. Pomfret's gaze gradually changed as he looked at the king. Thales saw struggle and pain in it. The young archduke lowered his head, breathing rapidly. Thales pondered over the king's choice. At that moment, Putre whispered into his ear, if he agrees, if Beacon Illumination City still wants to rule it stably in the future, it must never make an enemy out of the Walton family. Thales nodded in realization. Nicholas snorted coldly by the side. After a few seconds, Pomfret slowly raised his head. A bitter smile appeared on his desolate face. Really? Yes, King Nuvan said flatly. As long as you say that word, you can continue to breathe the air of Northland. The hall was silent for a moment. But not long after, Pomfret, who was lying on the ground, stopped smiling. His face was like ice and his eyes were like steel. His expression seemed to be covered with cold snow that would not melt for 1,000 years. The young duke looked the king in the eye. Pomfret gritted his teeth, but said another word resolutely and decisively, yes. Absolutely not. Thales shook his head. This is Northland, Nicholas said softly behind Thales. Being forgiven by the enemy is also a form of humiliation. King Nuvan sighed. But he immediately raised his head and flashed a gentle smile at Pomfret. Good boy. The old king smiled with a complicated expression. Suddenly, Pomfret kicked the ground with his left leg and struggled to get up from the ground. With a roar, he charged towards King Nuvan. What welcomed him was a gentle kick from the old king that hit his calf bone. Thud. Pomfret lost his balance again and fell to the ground face down. Pomfret let out a final howl of indignation. King Nuvan shook his head slowly. He stood up and knelt down on Pomfret's back. Then, he reached out with both hands and grabbed Pomfret's head tightly, lifting him to a place where the 4 archdukes could see. The 4 archdukes, Alcius, Trentide, Rockne and Letko, all stared at their king with solemn expressions. The next moment, the common elected king of Ekstedt, Nuvan Walton VII, roared loudly in his old but heroic voice. Look! His roar echoed in the hall. King Nuvan's face was filled with anger. He roared loudly. This is the enemy of the Walton family. Pomfret's face was mournful, but he smiled as if he had been released. As many people inhaled, the old king twisted his hands forcefully. Crack. The crisp sound of a neck bone breaking reached Thales' ears. Plop. Pomfret fell to the ground. But this time, his head was facing upwards, staring blankly at the ceiling. King Nuvan sat on the ground and stared expressionlessly at his enemy's corpse. No one spoke. The only sounds in the hall were the howling of the snow outside the window and the crackling of the braziers, along with the uneven breathing of the crowd. The dead silence lasted for a few seconds. Then, a light and moving trill traveled faintly from the other side of the hall. Death, it's just a long-awaited homecoming. High Priestess Holm of Bright Moon Temple said flatly. She crossed her arms again and lowered her body. The eyes on her veil slowly closed. The winner has been decided. The holy duel. The end. As soon as she finished speaking, the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple turned and left. The Red Witch smiled and turned to follow her. In the hall, many people finally exhaled slowly. It's over. With a wave of Lord Merc's hand, the servants and guards hurried to catch up. The doctors and healers who had been on standby rushed to King Nuvan's side and bandaged the wounds on his chest and face. The king's vassals and the 4 archdukes left the spectating area. They left absent-mindedly with different moods. I was wrong. I can't brag about this duel for a year. Marquis Shiles sighed. It's enough for me to brag about for a lifetime. Nicholas glanced at him coldly and walked down the field. He began to instruct the White Blade Guards to deal with the aftermath. It's been a complicated day, my dear Highness. Shiles adjusted his hat and bowed politely to Thales. Forgive me for taking my leave. I have to go back immediately to estimate the possible business losses we might suffer in Beacon Illumination City. I hope it doesn't exceed the returns King Nuvan has given us. Thales shrugged and watched the Camion leave. It's been a fruitful day. Thales turned around and said sarcastically in a low voice, we have to talk, Putre, about Shadow Shield. Not only that, but he also had many other things, including many doubts, that he wanted to ask this experienced and knowledgeable deputy. I agree. Putre nodded cautiously and solemnly. At this moment, the 4 of you. The old king's aged voice came from afar. Do you have any opinions about this duel? King Nuvan raised his head. His gaze pierced through the crowd and fixed on the 4 archdukes. The hall fell silent again. Everyone looked at the 4 archdukes. The archdukes had different expressions, but Thales could feel the solemnity and vigilance on their faces. After all, a colleague had just died here. No. The one who answered the king was the cold Archduke Rockney. He only said softly, this is a holy duel. It is a righteous vengeance. It is fair and just. Pofred also confessed to his crimes. Trent Ida was still smiling. Alcius did not say a word. Letko looked elsewhere, his expression indecipherable. King Nuvan stared at the long-haired Archduke for a few seconds and suddenly sneered. It'd be strange if you didn't. King Nuvan sneered. Your dissatisfaction has been going on for a long time, right? Thales suddenly felt the atmosphere in the hall become tense again. Until King Nuvan's next words. You don't have to worry anymore. King Nuvan sighed slowly. I will send a messenger crow tomorrow. The Archduke of Beacon Illumination City has died gloriously in the duel. Beacon Illumination City will be inherited by this fellow's younger brother. He must have been looking forward to it for a long time. The archdukes were slightly stunned. The Walton family has no hope in the next king's selection, the old king said desolately with his head bowed. We don't have a candidate who has enough prestige and legitimacy. Archduke Alcius frowned. Your Majesty, King Nuvan did not stop talking and interrupted Alcius. But at least, before I die, I can still do one last thing for my family in Dragon Cloud City. He raised his head. His gaze was piercingly cold. The archdukes shuddered. Such as? Archduke Alcius asked softly in his most cautious manner. King Nuvan smiled. War, the old king said softly. It's going to be the new year soon. After next spring, I will enlist Dragon Cloud City's army. Hearing this, Thales felt a chill in his heart. No way. The four archdukes held their breaths. Constellation. Archduke Alcius glanced at Thales with an unfriendly expression, causing him to shudder in fear. Fortunately, King Nuvan's next words made the Prince of Constellation exhale. No. I want to go for a stroll in Black Sand region. King Nuvan, who was sitting in the middle of the hall under the care of a healer, patted his thigh in a relaxed manner. To visit my dear nephew, Chapman Lampard. The archdukes frowned. So did Thales. I miss him. The old king's eyes shone brightly. I miss him to death. Archduke Alcius and Archduke Trentida, whose territories were near Black Sand region, frowned simultaneously. But I don't like being alone. I don't want to go alone. King Nuvan stared at the four archdukes with a sharp gaze. What do you say? The four archdukes did not speak. Until the king's second sentence. After visiting him, shall we discuss the king's selection? The old king said meaningfully. The four archdukes glanced at each other. This time, they quickly made a decision. Defense City will respond with all its troops. We will always stand on the king's side. The bold Archduke Letko was the first to sigh. Archduke Alcius nodded solemnly. Prestige Orchid region has no objections. We will also send reinforcements. This is a legitimate revenge, a warning to those who are plotting in secret. Archduke Rockney's eyes shone. The city of faraway prayers is willing to send reinforcements. Since all of you have said so, if Reformation Tower still doesn't send troops, Trentidas said in annoyance, I won't even be able to walk out of Dragon Cloud City. Hearing this, Thales criticized in his heart, the king will take the lead and help you eliminate a competitor. Why not? King Nuvan looked at them and laughed out loud. At this moment, Archduke Alcius could not help but ask, what about Black Sand region? Are you going to let Chapman's son inherit the Archduke's position? King Nuvan stopped laughing and shook his head gently. I have a candidate in mind. He's definitely a good candidate for the Archduke's position. He stretched his newly bandaged right arm. Castellan Lampard. Chapman's uncle. He used to be the captain of my personal guards. Thales was stunned. He thought of the sturdy old man in Hero Tavern. I heard that he has no interest in power and that he hates his family, Archduke Rockney said flatly. Yes. King Nuvan laughed softly. But it's not up to him. The archdukes were slightly stunned. All right. The old king pushed the doctor aside and stood up boldly. He shouted angrily, everyone, go up. The banquet is still going on. King Nuvan looked around at everyone and laughed. Don't spoil the mood. The four archdukes looked at each other. With different expressions on their faces, they bowed and left. The members of the king's imperial conference also left. Thales noticed that when everyone turned around, the old king's smile disappeared from his face. All of you should leave too. King Nuvan shook his head and said to his white blade guards, just stand guard outside the hall. Nuvan the seventh sighed and grabbed the wine barrel. He walked to the stairs where the battle was held and sat down. His expression was desolate. I'll sit here alone. Nicholas and Merk looked at each other and nodded. Thales and Putre looked at each other. Both of them carefully left with the crowd. Tonight is long enough. And fulfilling enough. At this moment, King Nuvan's voice rang again. Thales. My dear guest. Thales jolted violently. The people in the hall who had yet to leave looked at the Prince of Constellation. Especially the archdukes, such as Archduke Letko, who seemed to be deep in thought. Why don't you stay? King Nuvan patted the stairs beside him. His expression was calm. I still have to thank you properly. Shall we have a drink together? Thales opened his mouth and looked at the king awkwardly. What a joke. After I offended a bunch of archdukes, after you broke an archduke's neck, after you forced the other archdukes to join the war with you, you want me to have a drink with you? What I need to do now is to disappear quickly and keep a low profile. Once the time is up, I'll return to my country immediately. Even if you want to attract hatred, you can't do it this way. He turned around and looked at Putre. The latter shook his head slightly. It's an honor to drink with you, but I'm only 7 years old. Thales turned to look at King Nuvan. He said politely and embarrassedly, and I'm very tired, but... Bulsh *T, 7 years old. King Nuvan interrupted him with a displeased expression and raised his wine glass to the second prince. When my father brought me to drink for the first time, I was only 5 years old. As the future king, how can I not know how to drink? Thales looked dazed. He was ready to find another excuse. Or do you want to reject the King of Eksted's invitation? King Nuvan revealed a contemplative look. Even you, like that fellow lying on the ground, look down on a king who doesn't have much time left. The atmosphere in the hall became strange again. Thales' heart suddenly raced. He could only lower his head and sigh. Then, he turned around and took a step forward. Under Putre's worry, Nicholas' frown, Shile's smile, and the 4 archdukes' peculiar gazes. Chapter 155. Everyone retreated from the meeting hall. Only 2 figures, one big and one small, were left, sitting side by side on a flight of steps at the edge of the hall. Thales felt slightly uneasy. This old man, why did he keep me here? It can't really be for a drink, right? King Nuvan was draped in a thick cotton robe, revealing his wrinkled but well-defined muscles. He looked at the bandages on his body with an unpleasant expression and raised his goblet. I'm old after all. King Nuvan gulped down a mouthful of wine and moved his left arm. A pained expression appeared on his face. In the past, I could have fought a battle of this intensity for a day and a night, but now, the old king snorted coldly and poured the rest of the wine down his throat. Thales did not speak. He was trying his best to calm his slightly nervous breathing. It was not that he did not have the experience of being alone with a king. In fact, his nominal father, King Kessel of Constellation, gave him more pressure. However, when Thales sat next to Nuvan VII, he always felt extremely uneasy, especially when the smell of the mixture of potion and blood wafted into his nostrils. Perhaps it was because King Nuvan had just killed someone with his own hands. Perhaps it was because the old king had lost all his blood relatives and lived alone in the unpredictable world. Perhaps it was because, your plan is very risky. Thales' thoughts were interrupted. King Nuvan scooped up another goblet of wine from the wine barrel and slowly said in his old voice, if the murderer, Pofrit, faced with such a situation, remained calm and did not react at all, what would you do? Thales exhaled. What should I do? There is still a way. The Prince of Constellation tried his best to put on a warm smile. Then, you can announce to the archdukes that you want to bring them along to meet Chapman Lampard openly and sincerely, shake hands, and make peace. I guess the murderer will definitely not be willing to go. He knows that if you and Lampard combine the information you have, it will be enough to force him into a corner. King Nuvan swirled the wine goblet in his hand and listened quietly. Of course, there is no need to take such a risk. We can completely set up the plan slowly and reveal the 2 pieces of information to the archdukes bit by bit. Thales shrugged. But there is no other way. Marquis Shiles Bamra informed me that the 2 archdukes will be leaving in the morning. We only have 1 night left. We can only think of a way during the banquet. At this moment, King Nuvan suddenly snorted. The laughter went on for several seconds. The old king's cryptic smile stunned Thales, and he stopped talking. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Thales' mind. It couldn't be. Wait, don't tell me. Thales looked at King Nuvan with an incredulous expression mixed with surprise and dissatisfaction. You, King Nuvan tilted his head and looked at Thales with a playful expression. Hidden in his green eyes was an emotionless, cold, and scrutinizing gaze. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Thales thought it through. None of the archdukes wanted to leave, right? Thales closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh in indignation. That was false information you deliberately gave us. As Grand Dukes, it's impossible for them to just take a quick look at me before leaving. A bit of appropriate urging. King Nuvan nodded nonchalantly. It seems to be very effective. An appropriate urge. Very effective. Thales recalled how panicked and flustered he was today, and he resisted the urge to ridicule them. He adjusted his emotions. After all, this was heroic Spirit Palace, and the Prince of Constellation was just a weak guest. But I have to say... King Nuvan put down his wine cup and stared at Thales. His gaze was complicated. Well done. Thales was slightly startled. Thank you, but... Thales turned his head and snorted softly. That plan was actually thought of by Putre, my vice diplomat and instructor. He reminded me that I could also use Lampard as a bargaining chip. Thales turned his head around and snorted softly. But you are indeed the one who carried it out, King Nuvan interrupted him, his gaze sharp. You deserve this praise. For someone your age, it's practically a miracle to have such a performance. Thales flashed a fake and ugly smile. He did not want to appear like a monster, it was all forced by this world. Perhaps, the Jade Star royal family really produces such geniuses. King Nuvan let out a long sigh. Thales' gaze shifted. The Jade Star royal family's geniuses. Thales asked keenly. Who else? King Nuvan chuckled. A reminiscent expression appeared on his face. Your father's elder brother, your grandfather's eldest son, Meteor Jade Star, the old king said flatly. He was also a precocious genius. Thales' eyes brightened. Meteor Jade Star. Thales recalled Gilbert and Lady Jine's attitude towards the late king's eldest son, the wise prince who was praised by everyone. But at the same time, he also recalled Arund, the Duke of the Northern Territories' despairing evaluation of Meteor in Renaissance Palace, the gloomy eldest brother of the king. When he was 13, he came to present his credentials. Before the two sides started fighting, he mediated the dispute over the hunting range of Pine Forest between Prestige Orchid Region, Black Sand Region, and Overwatch City. That was a year before I was crowned. It was also in this hall that he faced my father and the two archdukes of Prestige Orchid Region and Black Sand Region. King Nuvan sized up the Hall of Heroes, which was flickering in the firelight, and slowly said, I saw the previous Archduke of Prestige Orchid Region, poor old Alceus, being choked speechless by a child in front of everyone's eyes. I see. Thales nodded awkwardly. No wonder Alceus, that bearded man, always found me an eyesore. It seems that we are indeed enemies. Yes, I guess. King Nuvan smiled. My father passed away a year later, and Meteor also played a part in it. Thales awkwardly did not reply. Do you know, in the past, a strange so-called genius like you would have made me extremely fearful. The old king tightened his robe again. His gaze was subtle. Especially when you are the first, no, the only heir to the throne of Constellation. Thales frowned slightly. King Nuvan's gaze made him a little uncomfortable. Meteor's death was really a pity. I have always been curious about what kind of king a man like him would become. King Nuvan sighed, turned his head and stared straight at Thales. But you still have a chance. And a great chance. I believe that once you are crowned king, Constellation will be reborn. King Nuvan's gaze began to become fierce. Extet will welcome a terrifying opponent. Thales quivered. His nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. No way. What are you talking about? What is this guy trying to do? He could not figure out King Nuvan's intentions. Thales endured King Nuvan's gaze and tried his best to calm his increasingly rapid breathing. King Nuvan suddenly laughed in a strange manner. You don't have to be so nervous, he said flatly. His tone was filled with the unique dignity of a king. I am not a man-eating beast. Thales suppressed his desire to refute and forced an ugly smile. He glanced at the center of the hall from the corner of his eyes. It was where Pomfret's neck was broken. King Nuvan noticed Thales' gaze and could not help but laugh. As the heir of a king, you will have to see blood sooner or later. The king took a sip of wine. His gaze was sharp. This will help you. Thales furrowed his brows. See blood. The look in Quide's eyes before he died appeared before his eyes. He remembered the feeling of the dagger in his hand piercing through flesh. And the young psionic assassin who could make a piercing demonic sound, and his wet, warm, beating heart. Thales forcibly suppressed a wave of discomfort. King Nuvan put down his wine goblet and asked slowly, "What are your thoughts after watching the duel just now?" It left a deep impression, the uneasy Thales answered honestly. Especially when I saw how an old veteran defeated a young and energetic rookie. King Nuvan sneered. And the heroic duel customs of Northland were also an eye-opener for me. Thales carefully chose his words. Of course, there was also your courage as the king of a kingdom to step into the duel arena. When I initiated the duel, I saw your expression. King Nuvan stared at Thales with a profound gaze. You didn't think much of it, did you? Thales was slightly startled. King Nuvan continued to stare at him intently. All right. Thales took a deep breath and said sheepishly, you know, considering your age, after all, this matter concerns such a large kingdom. What if something goes wrong? A few seconds later. Under Thales' nervous gaze, King Nuvan suddenly said something out of the blue. You know, the Walton family and the Jadestar family's relationship and connection started a long time ago. Thales was puzzled. King Nuvan gently extended his right hand and flashed the black ring on his little finger. Do you know what this is? Thales frowned. Then, he shook his head honestly. This is triumph. King Nuvan smiled mysteriously. It is also one of the origins of our two great families. Thales could not help but be stunned. Triumph. He watched as King Nuvan took off the ring, turned it to the inner ring, and showed it to Thales. Thales narrowed his eyes. At the inner ring that King Nuvan pointed at, he saw a pattern engraved on it. It seemed to be a winged horse. This is the coat of arms of the Pegasus. King Nuvan said flatly, it has been the family emblem of the Carlus family since Emperor Camelot established the empire. Thales was slightly startled. Pegasus. Imperial family. Carlus. More than 600 years ago, when Extet and Constellation had just been established, King Nuvan's tone was profound and distant. Because of King Tormund's bloody methods against the existing nobles during his expansion, Extet and Constellation broke out for the first time. Tormund's bloody methods. Thales remembered something. Rykero and Tormund, the king of Dragon Knights and the king of Renaissance, the Northlanders and the Empire, led the elite soldiers from the Battle of Eradication and met each other at the outskirts of Cold Castle. In the end, the two former kings each took a step back and signed the first peace treaty in the history of our two kingdoms. They agreed that the two kingdoms would govern the north and south separately, expand separately, and not interfere with each other. King Nuvan exhaled. That was the earliest contact between Extet and Constellation. Thales narrowed his eyes. He remembered what he saw in the library yesterday afternoon. King Nuvan was probably talking about the peace treaty signed by Tormund and Rykru. If I remember correctly. Calendar of Eradication Year 11, Rykru and Tormund, Extet and Constellation's agreement to deal with the border issue. That's the name, right? What the history books did not record was that the two former kings exchanged an ancestral treasure in private as a keepsake of the treaty. King Nuvan put the ring back on his finger. This ring is the keepsake that King Tormund gave to King Rykru. King Nuvan inhaled and said to Thales, it was passed down from Rykru to his nephew, then to the Walton family. King Nuvan took a deep breath and said to Thales, this ring was the keepsake that King Tormund gave to King Rykru. It has no name, but all the previous archdukes called it Triumph. The king's tone was a little ethereal. His gaze drifted to another place. Triumph. Thales frowned slightly. It's a good name, he said cautiously. It sounds inspiring. Inspiring? King Nuvan could not help but laugh. As I said, it was originally an ancestral treasure of the king of Renaissance, Tormund. It came from the first emperor of the Final Empire, who is also one of your ancestors. King Nuvan stroked Triumph. His gaze was sharp as he said, Kessel Carlos VI. Thales' gaze shifted. Kessel. An emperor with the same name as my father. King Nuvan raised his gaze. This ring once belonged to the famous Emperor Kessel VI. It was passed down to King Tormund, who then gave it to Rykru as a testament to their alliance. This Kessel VI did not have a good reputation. His life was neither long nor short, but it was full of ups and downs. Countless opponents fell under his schemes and schemes. King Nuvan inhaled and said solemnly, and his greatest achievement was to restore the prestige of the Carlus imperial family during the chaos after the collapse of the ancient empire. His greatest achievement was in the chaos that followed the collapse of the ancient empire. He restored the prestige of the Carlus Empire and recaptured the city of Triumph from the hands of the rebel army and the feudal lords. That was how the final empire was established and lasted for 300 years. Thales nodded. The emperor who seized back the city of Triumph, the founder of the final empire. I see. That's why it's called Triumph. Do you know the nickname of that emperor? King Nuvan suddenly raised his head and looked at Thales with a ruminating gaze. Thales was slightly stunned. He then continued to shake his head. King Nuvan's expression as he looked at Thales became more and more subtle. This made the latter extremely uneasy. This small ring has a wide range of uses. King Nuvan sighed and gently flicked the ring of triumph. This time, Thales was truly stunned. A wide range of uses. Thales stared at the ring in a daze. A terrifying thought crept into his mind. As expected, King Nuvan's next words sent a chill down his spine. The ring can hide 3 different types of medicinal foam, 2 different gases, and even a poisonous needle. Hidden. Poisonous needle. As he listened to the old king's narration, Thales almost forgot to breathe. However, King Nuvan continued to speak. For example, when 2 people in a duel are in a stalemate, Thales shuddered violently. With a gentle turn of the mechanism, Triumph can release the prepared sire grass poisonous gas at close range. King Nuvan's gaze was extremely cold at this moment. His tone sounded extremely terrifying. The cost of refining it is very expensive, but it can unknowingly anesthetize the poisoned person's muscles and mind. During intense exercise, this poison will spread through the bloodstream. The poisoned person will feel a decline in strength, numbness in their muscles, and irritation and unease. Decline in strength. Numbness in muscles. Irritation and unease. The second prince was stunned. Thales turned his head and looked at King Nuvan in disbelief. King Nuvan also turned to look at him. In the next second, the old king finally confirmed Thales' terrifying guess with a suspicious smile. What? Nuvan Walton VII, the supreme king of Extet, the most respected ruler of the Northlanders, stared at him with a profound gaze. Do you really think that I, an old man who is almost 70 years old, can do such a thing? To be able to easily defeat a man in his prime whose stamina, reflexes, strength, and speed are at their peak, and who has received Northland combat training all year round. Thales stared at King Nuvan in shock. Nuvan flashed a meaningful smile. Thales' mind was in a mess. He replayed every scene of the duel in his mind, and then he grabbed the fragment that best fit the description in front of him. Pomfret gasped for air. He missed his axe almost every time. There was also the young Archduke's final hysteria. Seriously. Thales did not know what kind of expression he should have at that moment. He did not know what kind of expression he should have. He only stared intently at King Nuvan. Did I forget to tell you? The nickname of the founder of the final empire, Kessel VI. King Nuvan smiled. His expression was mysterious as he softly uttered 3 words. Chapter 156. Thales stared at the black ring with an unpleasant expression on his face. It was the triumphant return of the Emperor of Poison. He did not know what emotions he should use to face this matter. The ups and downs of the duel, the brilliant reversal at the end, the duel that could be said to determine the fate of the 2 kingdoms. Actually, a few seconds later, he said with difficulty, so, in the duel, you triumphantly return like this. King Nuvan smiled softly. His gaze was cunning and pleased. As you said, he returned Thales' words to the second prince, word for word. After all, this matter concerns such a large kingdom. What if something goes wrong? Thales' thoughts were in a mess. The image of Nuvan VII that he had just built up in his heart from that duel was a heroic, old, and heroic image of Nuvan VII. It collapsed with a loud bang. What replaced it was an old, scheming, and cunning king who was twirling the ring behind the long table. Remember, young Thales, King Nuvan said meaningfully, a king should never be hot-headed, replace rationality with impulsiveness, and resort to an uncertain gamble for the sake of pleasure. You are not only yourself, but also the entire kingdom. Thales ignored his words. His brain was spinning rapidly at that moment. After a long while, Thales recovered from the shock and tried his best to grasp a few clues from his chaotic thoughts. Based on his understanding of Northland along the way, once this secret was leaked, King Nuvan would become the target of thousands of curses. This was enough to destroy the reputation of the Walton family, end the rule of Dragon Cloud City, and even endanger the dignity of the entire Extet and all Northlanders. But, Thales turned his head and looked at King Nuvan, who was silent and had a complicated expression on his face. He asked in disbelief, "Why tell me? Shouldn't this be a top secret that will rot in my stomach forever and be brought to my grave? Do you know how serious this secret is?" Thales felt his heart beat faster. He unconsciously clenched his fists. However, King Nuvan only looked at Thales calmly and flashed a happy smile. He did not show the slightest hint of nervousness or seriousness after his secret was exposed. Of course. King Nuvan snorted lightly and said nonchalantly, "This is the greatest stain to the way of Northland. It is even disrespectful to the gods and belittling the archdukes. Even the most lowly Northlanders would despise the king they once loved the most because of this matter. Once the new king ascends to the throne, he can even use this reason to banish the Walton family from the ranks of archdukes forever." After he finished speaking, King Nuvan narrowed his eyes and looked at Thales with a dark expression. "Now, you know the secret, don't you?" the king said playfully. Thales furrowed his brows. He met King Nuvan's gaze. The doubts and uneasiness in his heart grew deeper. Your Majesty Nuven, what exactly do you want to do? At that moment, Thales felt that the old man in front of him was like a dark, bottomless whirlpool. He himself was like a small boat in a whirlpool. A few seconds later. This is a show of sincerity. The old king said lightly. Sincerity? Thales repeated doubtfully. King Nuven scooped up a goblet of wine and calmly took a sip. I gave you a bargaining chip. King Nuven's expression was calm and his tone was calm. And as long as you hold on to this bargaining chip, you can destroy the Walton family at any time. What do you mean? The puzzlement in Thales' heart only increased. At this moment, King Nuven's tone changed again. Previously, you seem to have mentioned this to Nicholas. King Nuven did not care about Thales' expression. He said softly, after you cooperate with me to find the mastermind, you want some benefits from me. Thales' eyebrows twitched and he gritted his teeth slightly. This is your so-called benefit? Thales asked with some difficulty. Of course not. How can this be considered a benefit? King Nuven could not help but laugh. This will only make you uneasy, especially when you are still in Dragon Cloud City, within my jurisdiction. Because of this secret, you will constantly worry about your own safety. Thales took a deep breath. He felt his mouth and tongue dry. At this moment, he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. The Dragon Spear family is never stingy. The old king stopped smiling. His words only made Thales' heart tremble. So, after seeing you yesterday afternoon, are you satisfied with your reward? Thales raised his head abruptly. Yesterday afternoon. Thales frowned. Yes. King Nuven looked at him with a profound expression. Yesterday afternoon. The expression on Thales' face changed. Yesterday afternoon. After he came out of the Hall of Heroes, he got lost in Heroic Spirit Palace, then, under Thales' incredulous gaze, the old king stroked the ring on his finger and said slowly, Why? Do you think a foreign prince who has just arrived here, to be able to wander around my Heroic Spirit Palace freely and unfettered? King Nuven glanced at Thales. His eyes flashed. And coincidentally wandered into Rikuru's library. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He stood rooted to the ground, stupefied. Merc lured you there on purpose, King Nuven said calmly and flatly. So, you have met my granddaughter, Thales. In the next second, Thales sat on the stairs in a daze, listening to the calm King Nuven say softly, your future wife, and the queen. The hall became quiet again. Thales stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. The scene in the library appeared in his mind. The unruly and capricious little princess who beat and scolded her servants at will, Alex Walton. But then, another figure that left an even deeper impression appeared, the unkempt little girl with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, her face covered in dust, lying on the ground reading a book. Little rascal. King Nuven did not speak again. He calmly took another sip of wine. Thales spent a whole minute sorting out the current situation. Why? What's going on? Thales' breathing quickened. He raised his head. What do you mean by this? King Nuven inhaled softly and raised his head to look at the fireplace on the other side of the hall. He looked at the shelf on the fireplace. The ferocious weapon passed down from Rikuru the hero to the Walton family. The Soul Slayer pike. Among the lies you told Alceus and the others, at least one of them was right. King Nuven's eyes burned with an unknown emotion. For the continuation of the Walton family, the old king turned his head. His sharp gaze was fixed on Thales. His expression was firm. I have to bet on a strong man, a future king. Thales' face was pale. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He suddenly figured something out. King Nuven did not speak. He was waiting for Thales' response. "The Walton family is dying," Thales said quietly after a while. "You want to use marriage to force the Jade Star royal family and Constellation to ensure the continuation of the Dragon Spear family. You want me to marry your granddaughter." Thales subconsciously raised his voice. "You want me to let Constellation take over this burden?" King Nuvan held his wine cup and stared at the Soul Slayer pike. He snorted lightly, as if he did not care. "No." The king's old voice rang again. "What I am giving you is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A bargaining chip that you cannot refuse." Thales suddenly shuddered. "Think about what you can get." King Nuvan's eyes were deep and cold. "As blood relatives of the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City by marriage, the supreme royal family of Constellation, from then on, you can intervene in Extet's internal affairs." At that moment, Thales felt a chill in his heart. "One of you and my granddaughter's descendants will inherit the Walton surname and power, and become the future Archduke of Dragon Cloud City." King Nuvan's tone was cold, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "And you, Thales Jade Star, you will do what Midir IV and Chara the Hero could not do with their combined strength. You will become the supreme king of Constellation." King Nuvan's expression did not change. He said something that made Thales' heart flutter. "You will also become the regent of Dragon Cloud City, the first territory in Extet." Thales stared at King Nuvan in a daze. Even if he had memories that were incompatible with the rest of the people in this world, even if his brain was working frantically, he could not immediately react to this news. And before that, the old king's expression was unprecedentedly serious. "If you still want to hold the Walton family as a bargaining chip, still want to use Dragon Cloud City to restrict Extet," Thales exhaled dejectedly and continued King Nuvan's words. "Constellation and I must do our best to ensure the Walton family's rule and status in Dragon Cloud City, and protect the Dragon Spear family from dying out in Extet, right?" King Nuvan revealed a satisfied smile. "If the future king intends to use the reason of no male heir to deprive the Walton family of its power, he will have to think twice," Nuvan VII continued. "The shield of the Western Peninsula's attitude in the south is that he is moving your cheese." King Nuvan revealed a determined gaze. "What you need to do is to show the existence of Constellation and maintain the rule of the Walton family. Even if there is only one little girl left, and no matter how much the other archdukes oppose her, you will be able to obtain the greatest bargaining chip and advantage when you face Extet in the future. This will also strengthen the Jade Star family's weight and status in the country at the same time, and increase the royal family's prestige, given your current situation." Thales suddenly remembered the conversation between them when he first arrived at Mindy's Hall, when Gilbert used a scheme to set up an alliance between him and Serena Corleone. Thales subconsciously repeated Gilbert's words in a low voice, "Using benefits to win over allies, this is the essence of politics. I can still live for another 8 or 9 years. By then, Constellation should have begun to recover its strength." King Nuvan nodded approvingly. "After that, the last direct descendant of the Walton family, my granddaughter, your wife, will be under your protection." Thales did not speak for a long time. Marriage alliance. Constellation and Extet. Jade Star and Walton. What if I say no? He raised his head coldly and looked at King Nuvan. What if I don't want to be dragged into this dangerous quagmire? Those who dance with the dragon often have their lives hanging by a thread. Also, the second prince said flatly, so far, those who want to form an alliance with me have either caused me great harm or were harmed by me. Thales remembered what Zayn Covendier told him on the day he left for the north. If you are in the same boat as a jackal, you will run the risk of your boat capsizing. King Nuvan stared at him. There was a strange and indistinguishable color in his green eyes. Thales stared back at the king without showing any sign of weakness. This has nothing to do with your wishes. Finally, the old king nodded slowly. The messenger crow carrying the king's warrant will fly to Eternal Star City tomorrow. Your father will decide on this matter. Thales could not help but tremble. What if my father also doesn't agree? Thales gritted his teeth and heard his own hoarse voice. Doesn't agree to drag Constellation into this quagmire. Oh, about that, the old king replied nonchalantly. I gave you the secret of triumph, didn't I? Thales' pupils shrank and he stared at him in a daze. Constellation can use this bargaining chip to destroy the Walton family at any time. This is enough to win his trust. King Nuvan slowly enunciated his words in his old but powerful voice. When you discover a treasure, you may be worried that it is a trap and give it up. But when you have the ability to destroy it at the same time, will you still be convinced by your own concerns and choose to give it up? Thales was momentarily speechless. In the face of such a king of Eckstedt, faced with such a situation, even someone as slick as him felt that he could not handle it. His instincts also told him that King Kessel would definitely agree to such an alliance. But the effectiveness of triumph as a bargaining chip will gradually fade with your death. Thales took a deep breath and followed the old king's words. The benefits of using triumph will become smaller and smaller. In comparison, Kessel, my father will definitely be more inclined towards the benefits that can be brought about by a marriage alliance, and will be more inclined to support the Walton family and ensure the Walton family's position, and obtain a nail that has been nailed into the kingdom of the great dragon, reversing Constellation's decline after the bloody year. King Nuvan raised his eyebrows. He scooped up another goblet of wine from the wine barrel and poured it down his throat. I guess the nobles in Eckstedt will not be happy, Thales said dejectedly. Including every archduke. Of course not. Every one of them can't wait to see the Walton family decline. King Nuvan's eyes flashed. He put down the wine goblet and wiped his mouth. But I am the king of Eckstedt, and I will remove the last obstacle for our cooperation, King Nuvan answered him calmly. The men of military age in Dragon Cloud City will not be at peace for the next few years. Getting rid of Lampard is just the beginning. Thales instantly figured it out. From Nicholas probing to the king's so-called test. So, Thales sighed when he said this. You've already planned everything out. Don't lump me together with those shameless, scheming scum. King Nuvan snorted in dissatisfaction. This is not a conspiracy, but, to use a Far Eastern term, an overt plot that you can't refuse. Yes. Thales lowered his head. An indescribable sense of loss rose from the bottom of his heart. All these schemes, conspiracies, and overt plots, or something like that. All of you are very good at this. Just like the first time he met King Kessel in Mindy's Hall, Thales once again felt the helplessness and powerlessness of having one's fate and choices firmly in the hands of others. The powerlessness of going with the flow and drifting with the wind. King Nuvan stared at him quietly. After a while, under the illumination of the firelight, the old king slowly opened his mouth. You are a special child, Thales. King Nuvan sighed. There was an obvious sense of vicissitudes in his voice. I can feel that you have Soria's sharp determination, but also Mosul's impracticality. Sharp determination. Impracticality. Thank you for the compliment, Thales replied tiredly. He even chuckled. I think you probably think that the latter is more of the former. King Nuvan faintly inhaled and slowly exhaled when he talked about his two deceased sons. You are not weak, Thales, even if you are only this young, the old king said earnestly. From my observations of you and the reports from Nicholas and the others, you are a survivor. You have all the qualities to become a powerful warrior. But what you need is time, and you need to hone yourself. King Nuvan clenched his fingers into a fist and knocked on the left side of his heart. And a sufficiently hard, cold, and unwavering heart. A hard, cold, and unwavering heart. Thales frowned. He could not stand it any more and asked, "Don't you feel tired?" The court, the country, the archdukes, conspiracies, tricks, assassinations, all of these. God knows what the hell is waiting for you. Ever since I escaped from Red Street Market, until now. Mystics, Blood Bottle Gang, Blood Clan, Iris Flowers, the Black Prophet, the 6 great clans, Extet, time and time again, I have to face malice, danger, and tiresome conspiracies and schemes. Even though Thales struggled through them time and time again, he still felt that he was reaching his limit. This pace of life made Thales mentally and physically exhausted. Even his life as a child beggar in the abandoned house did not give him this kind of difficult road ahead. Thales hesitated for a moment before blurting out, "I guess if Prince Mariah is really the kind of person Pomfret said he is, he would also feel tired." King Nuvan's expression slowly froze. His eyes were filled with deep emotions. There was a few seconds of silence. "It's normal for you to feel tired. Everyone feels tired," King Nuvan finally spoke slowly. "But for us, when you feel tired and want to stop, or even want to give up, you will feel." He clutched his injured shoulder and panted heavily in pain. Pain. Whether it's the pain of being swept into the tide and losing control of yourself, or the pain your enemies give you when they see that you are weak and easy to bully. King Nuvan pursed his lips, as if he was recalling something. That kind of pain that penetrates deep into your bones pushes you back to the tired battlefield. You will continue to go back and forth between exhaustion and pain until you get used to it. This is what we are born to carry, not just us, the old king continued expressionlessly. Before he became an archduke, Alcaeus was poisoned twice by his half-brother. Trentida married the daughter of a mountain barbarian tribe leader just to open up a wasteland in the Sighing Mountain for his barren Reformation tower. The old bald Letko once reluctantly married off his youngest daughter to Camus Union in order to maintain his finances until she died miserably in a foreign land. On the day Rockne became an archduke, he personally ordered the execution of 6 domineering counts and viscounts in his territory. They were all his father's most trusted people when he was alive, and Lampard was a ruthless existence who stabbed his own brother's heart in front of everyone to seize the Archduke's position. But time and time again, they all returned in pain and exhaustion. You too returned from pain and exhaustion? Thales lowered his gaze. Like your son. King Nuvan did not speak for a whole 10 seconds. After a moment of silence, King Nuvan raised his head and stared at the famous soul slayer Pike. "Do you know Soria? My eldest son, the man most likely to inherit this position. He died 12 years ago." Thales was slightly stunned. "Lady Alex's father?" He hesitated and carefully asked, "I heard from Lord Merk that he died in a hunting accident." "No." This time, King Nuvan quickly interrupted the second prince. His face was ashen. "An accident is just what we say to the outside world." Thales frowned slightly and held his breath again. "During the hunt, he died of an assassination with ulterior motives," the old king said in a normal tone. "To be precise, it was an assassin from Constellation." Chapter 157. The second prince of Constellation stared at the old king in astonishment. "But I am here now." King Nuvan turned to look at him. His tone was flat, but his gaze was complicated. "I am betting the future of my family on a prince of Constellation like you." Thales suppressed the anxiety in his heart and heaved a long sigh. "My 2 sons." King Nuvan's expression was gloomy. "Their fates, or rather, their misfortunes are strikingly similar. But I still want to stand here, manipulate the chips, and win a future for the Waltons." Hearing King Nuvan's words, Thales secretly shook his head. "Nobles and rulers are another kind of creature. They live on power, this is what Putray told me." So you better get used to it. King Nuvan put away his gloomy expression and revealed his tough and cold face again. For your own good. Thales gently closed his eyes. King Nuvan's expression suddenly changed. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Thales mysteriously. Speaking of which, they didn't tell you, did they? The old king clasped his hands together. About the truth of your bloody year. Thales opened his eyes in surprise and looked at King Nuvan. The first thing he recalled was Queen Kia's hysteria, followed by the names of Charlton and Shadow Shield. Lastly, the Jade Star family tomb in Renaissance Palace. The second prince shook his head slowly. They didn't say much. King Nuvan snorted softly. Then maybe I shouldn't say too much. King Nuvan turned his head back. It's best not to interfere with the education of the Jade Star family. You've interfered enough already, Thales secretly criticized. But Extet was a direct participant in the bloody year, these invaders from the north. Thales thought, maybe he knows something. Do you have any special news for me, Your Majesty? Thales carefully used honorifics and shrugged. If you really treat me as your future grandson-in-law. Hearing the way Thales addressed him, King Nuvan revealed a thought-provoking gaze. Then, the old king laughed out loud. See? The old king winked at him. Actually, you will soon get used to it. Thales responded with an ugly smile. You will learn about everything else from your instructor, from Constellation, and from your father. King Nuvan stretched his elbow. His expression was subtle. But I can tell you one thing, as one of the bargaining chips I will give to my allies. Something that even your kingdom's secret intelligence department doesn't know about. Thales' expression changed. Even the secret intelligence department doesn't know. His breathing quickened. Who do you think would kill the Jade Star royal family? King Nuvan smiled mysteriously. The real mastermind. Doubts arose in Thales' heart. The real murderer. That mysterious assassin organization, the Shadow Shield that Pomfret mentioned just now. Gilbert had briefly mentioned it to him before, but he only said that King Kessel V had already taken all the revenge that could be taken. Thales slowly shook his head. The reason is actually very simple, so simple that you won't believe it. King Nuvan fixed his gaze on him. The members of the Jade Star royal family were almost simultaneously attacked by a well-planned assassination, except for one person. I might not be sure about the others, but if the plan went smoothly, it seems that he was the one who benefited from the bloody year. King Nuvan said in a strange tone. The members of the Jade Star royal family, except for one person. Thales' heart skipped a beat, but he immediately reacted. You are not the first person to accuse my father in front of me and try to sow discord between us. Thales snorted softly. King Nuvan continued to stare at him with a strange look in his eyes. He stared at him until he felt goosebumps. A few seconds later, King Nuvan said sarcastically, Use your brain, future guardian of Dragon Cloud City. I am not talking about your father. Thales furrowed his eyebrows and snorted. Who else are you referring to then? 12 years ago, all the Jade Stars were. Suddenly, Thales' body trembled and he froze. Wait a minute. Besides Kessel, there is indeed another Jade Star. He did not die of murder. A Jade Star who did not die from assassination, Thales recalled Gilbert's words. In the tragedy of the bloody year, there was only one prince who didn't die directly from assassination. It can't be. Thales felt his heart begin to beat faster. The pale-faced prince raised his head and looked at King Nuvan in disbelief. 12 years ago, after we breached Broken Dragon Fortress, we captured Rudolph Nanchester, King Nuvan said quietly with his hand on triumph. Rudolph Nanchester. Information related to him immediately appeared in Thales' mind. That is, he was the Duke of Land of Cliffs region at that time. King Nuvan rubbed his ring and said flatly, That man was very strong-willed, but the Northlanders despised him for his cowardly act of refusing to send troops from the fortress and watching Prince Horus be destroyed. Thales recalled the conversation he had with Putray when they were at Raymond Pass to pay their respects to the former second prince, Horus Jadestar. He was one of the commanders of Broken Dragon Fortress and the previous Duke of Land of Cliffs region who witnessed the second prince's destruction. He was also the elder brother of the One-Eyed Dragon, Duke Koster Nanchester. According to Putray, he was captured by Extet and later died in prison. We left him in the dungeon and ignored him. We waited for the start of spring before continuing our journey south to the hinterland of Constellation. As expected, King Nuvan's description was similar to Putray's. Until the king's next sentence. But when the news of the Jadestar royal family being assassinated came, Rudolph, who was barely alive, struggled to see me. King Nuvan's expression became more and more solemn. In the fortress, he shed tears and told me an unexpected secret. Thales clenched his fists and quietly listened to the king's narration. During the days when Rudolph and Horus guarded Broken Dragon Fortress together, your Duke of Land of Cliffs region discovered something that made him restless. King Nuvan's gaze became sharper and sharper. Horus Jadestar, the second prince of Constellation, and the Sword of Reversing Light, which you are so proud of, secretly recruited, organized, and trained a special mercenary team from different countries and regions. Since they were not part of the Royal Guards and Jadestar private army, and Prince Horus had always liked to make friends with all kinds of elites and brave men, no one in Constellation found out about it for many years. It was not until the day Horus officially used that team, King Nuvan said softly, that Rudolph discovered some clues. Thales could not help but feel nervous. Rudolph found out that the small team was given a mission that year. King Nuvan's tone became very cold. He enunciated each and every word clearly: how to lurk, hide, infiltrate, and even invade a fortress with the most airtight layout, the most heavily guarded, the most perfect defense, and the least possibility of being breached. Ha! Thales said in surprise. Fortress. The doubts in his heart deepened. King Nuvan nodded. His eyebrows were as dark as water. When Horus took the risk to attack and harass our supply line, Rudolph Nanchester, who had long been suspicious, found a lot of things in Prince Horus's bedroom, from coded communications to secret ledgers. King Nuvan pulled over his outer robe and took out a thick piece of folded paper from the inside pocket. He said coldly, "There's also this thing." Thales looked at King Nuvan in surprise. "You prepared it a long time ago." King Nuvan did not speak. He only waved the thick paper in his hand. Thales took a deep breath and suppressed his trembling hands. He took the folded piece of thick paper and unfolded it. The paper was made of the best material. It felt smooth and hard to the touch. It seemed to be able to be preserved for a long time. It was more than 2 meters wide, so Thales had to lay it flat on the ground and spread his hands before he could begin to observe it. There was a map drawn on the paper. There was a square building on the map. It was a flat top and side view. Soon, Thales could see that the map was very detailed. It used different colors and labels to clearly mark the wide and thick walls, the ubiquitous sentry towers, the terrifying city-guarding crossbows, a few narrow entrances, as well as the important entrances, passageways, and rooms in the building. Thales' pupils shrank abruptly. This. Could it be? Thales put his face close to the map in shock. He stared at every inch of the map, not missing a single detail. There were also densely packed numbers, patterns, and arrows next to the map, from the front door to the interior of the building. He read the words on the map in disbelief. Guard shifts, number of guards, hiding places, available entrances, patrol times at the front and back doors, evacuation routes. Thales was stunned. No, it can't be. A few minutes later, the second prince of Constellation gently climbed up from the map. The astonishment and shock on his face had yet to dissipate. King Nuvan took in the entirety of his expression. In view of the war with Constellation at that time, I hid this secret and sent Rudolph back to Dragon Cloud City to be detained in secret until he was sent to death row. King Nuvan, who had just revealed the shocking secret, sighed. You can use this information as a bargaining chip when you need it, King Nuvan said softly to Thales. Rudolph Nanchester, the coward who has always been reviled by the people, the Duke of Land of Cliffs region who did not help those in need, has been misunderstood for too long. He is the one who has been truly loyal to 82nd since the beginning. Thales rolled up the map in his hand. His frown deepened. Horus Jadestar. The mercenary team. Rudolph Nanchester. How is this possible? I don't think even your father knows about this. King Nuvan sighed. In a sense, Ekstat has already helped you get rid of the murderer. Perhaps you should go and thank Nicholas. Thales panted irregularly. He recalled the Jadestar family tomb in Renaissance Palace, 82nd's large stone jar, and the few small stone jars beside it. After a while, he snapped out of his daze. I don't think you forged this map, Thales said absent-mindedly. What do you think? King Nuvan said disdainfully. He then downed the wine in his cup. Thales raised his head and murmured, that mercenary team formed by Horus, who exactly are they? I don't know. Rudolph didn't go into detail. King Nuvan stared at his empty cup. He only mentioned that the leader of that mercenary team has strange skills, he also has a strange longsword. Thales sat on the steps in a daze, panting unconsciously. He was so shocked by this secret that he could hardly speak. Why did he do that? The second prince asked subconsciously after a while. I think he had his own reasons. King Nuvan shook his head slightly. His eyes were filled with melancholy. And that reason was very sufficient. What do you mean? His own reasons. Thales raised his head. You will know. Your father will tell you. King Nuvan sneered. But to Thales, this sneer was more sorrowful than mocking. The cause of the bloody year. The Jadestar disaster. Thales frowned and slowly clenched his fists. After a few seconds, he slowly loosened his grip. Thales lowered his head and exhaled sharply. He resentfully returned the paper in his hand to King Nuvan. Keep it. That thing is too ominous. The old king of Ekstat shook his head and pushed Thales' hand away. He said flatly, besides, that is, after all, the map of Renaissance Palace. Dragon Cloud City, 4:30 a.m. In a shop on West Express Avenue in the dark night. Just pretend that the doctor you are looking for is really in Heroic Spirit Palace. God knows how he is going to sneak in. Under the weak illumination of the everlasting lamp, the butcher shop owner from the Far East, Gu, said to the man before him with a gloomy expression, but do you understand the price of saving someone from Heroic Spirit Palace? However, the man in front of him only lowered his head and carefully and seriously wiped the oddly shaped, pitch-black long sword on his thigh one last time, almost as if he was nitpicking every hair on his body. Gu exhaled and used his Northland Red Reflex accent to patiently emphasize to the man before him, you have to climb all the way up the slope, avoid the disciplinary officers and patrols on the street, go up through the nobles' districts that are heavily guarded by private soldiers, and then go over the many towers and sentry posts. Before you are discovered and shot through by arrows and bows, or hacked to death by hundreds of people with swords and axes, you have to reach the sluice gate that separates the city area from Heroic Spirit Palace. The man stood up and threw away the cloth he used to wipe his weapon. He raised the strange black sword in his hand and pointed it at the ceiling. Gu continued, then you have to climb over the 10-meter-tall sluice gate. Tonight is the night of Heroic Spirit Palace's banquet. The man raised his head and narrowed his eyes at his sword, as if he was observing the curve of the sword. His nondescript voice traveled into Gu's ears. That sluice gate will open at dawn. I don't have to climb the wall. My chances are higher than usual. How? Do you want to sneak past the palace guards inside and outside the sluice gate, and even between them, under the illumination of the moonlight and firelight, and under their wide-open eyes that are bigger than fists? Goose suppressed his breathing, but he could not help but raise his voice. Even if you break through the gate, you'll still have to face countless patrolling heroic spirit palace guards. They're all elite selected from the local recruits and personally trained by the instructors of the White Blade Guards. They're fierce, loyal, brave, alert, and have sharp gazes. The man hung the strange sword back on the sword belt at his waist and tightened the cloth-wrapped weapon on his back. But Goo was still trying to stop him. Let's assume that you can avoid alerting them, but what about after you sneak into Heroic Spirit Palace? You will still have to face the White Blade Guards, the Dragon's Imperial Guards. There might only be 200 to 300 people on duty, and they are scattered throughout the palace, but every single one of them is a veteran with rich frontline experience. There are countless super-class elites, and there are even supreme-class elites like the Star Killer who possess the Severing Soul's Blade. The man exercised his joints, turned around, and walked towards the door. Goo followed behind him, and said in a profound tone, "Do you know what a veteran is? It's not as simple as having fought in a war and seen blood. According to Extet standards, once you are entangled by one of them." The man did not listen to Goo. He pressed his hand against the door, and a strange force surged. In an instant, the man understood everything on the street outside the door, from the patrols in the distance to the hounds in the vicinity. Even if it's you, you actually want to sneak into a heavily guarded, impregnable palace without any support, and even fish someone out. After talking for a long time, Goo sighed deeply and stroked his forehead. "You are really crazy." The man did not answer. He stood up, looked at the frowning Goo, and nodded. "Goo," he said flatly, "next time, if you want to lie to me, find some other reason. At least, don't use the sensory mystic." Goo was stunned, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Only Goo himself knew that at that moment, there was already a storm raging in his heart. "What did you say?" The Far Easterner used what he thought was a flawless response and asked with a face full of doubt, "What reason?" The man patted Goo's shoulder. Goo frowned. "I don't understand the sensory mystic." The man revealed a stiff smile. "But I understand you, Goo." Goo was slightly stunned. "You are good at hiding all kinds of emotions, but I can recognize." The man pressed his black sword and shook his head gently. "A person who lives with a mask also lives with pain." Goo silently clenched his fists under his sleeves. "Also." The man turned around, pushed the door open, and left behind one last sentence. "Send my regards to Morat. We haven't seen each other for 12 years, I really miss him." At that moment, Goo's smile froze on his face. Goo stood rooted to the ground as she watched the man disappear into the darkness outside the door. Just like how he was in the past. The next minute, the man's figure appeared on the roof of a low house. Amidst the falling snow, he raised his head and looked at the sky, at the dark moon shrouded in clouds and mist. Then, his gaze swept past the districts of Dragon Cloud City that stretched up the mountainside, past a few gatehouses, all the way to the top, where the majestic palace stood. That was the Walton family, the residents of the Archdukes of Dragon Cloud City for generations. It was also the seat of the current common-elected king of Extet. Heroic Spirit Palace. The man recalled Goo's words just now. Sneak past the heavy guards into a heavily guarded, impeccable palace. He gently patted the strange black sword at his waist, and a smile appeared on his lips. Sigh. "In this regard, I can be considered." The man closed his eyes gently. "You're experienced, aren't you?" Chapter 158. Extet, Dragon Cloud City, Heroic Spirit Palace. Nuvan the Seventh's administrator, Lord Burn Merk, stood quietly in the corridor outside the Hall of Heroes. He stared at the falling snow outside the stone window, deep in thought. The White Blade Guards stood guard around him, their gazes sharp. Merk could not remember how many times he had looked at the snowfall in Northland in his 40 years of life. The king's personal guard captain, the current leader of the White Blade Guards, Star Killer Nicholas walked from behind and stood beside him. Lord Merk did not turn around. This year's day before the bitter cold winter will be unbearably cold. Yes, old friend. Nicholas looked at the snow outside the window, narrowed his eyes, and flashed a strange smile. Do you still remember the days when we first joined the White Blade Guards, when we were trained in the bitter cold winter? Of course. Lord Merk, who had been an administrator for many years, recalled the past and smiled. Caslin was just like you now. Every day, he would pull a long face and train us until we were half dead. We called him Iceberg behind his back. Even when we were sleep-talking at night, we would curse him to die early or not get a wife. Until his wife came to the camp to see him. Nicholas laughed. Monty's eyes almost popped out of his head. God knows how Iceberg's wife could be so beautiful. It's so unfair. Merk's gaze drifted into the distance. Yes. He still remembered when he first joined the White Blade Guards more than 20 years ago. The famous commander of the Earthshaker, Caslin Lampard, used a leather whip to chase the group of recruits outside on the bitter cold winter at 4 o'clock in the morning. Even though those who could join the White Blade Guards were all tough men who had been through the front lines. Do you think it's cold? The north wind and the bitter cold are the master of mountain's most generous gifts to the Northlanders. They make you stronger, harder, and more unstoppable. That was what Caslin had said at that time. Merk still remembered his old superior's huge body, which was comparable to that of a grizzly bear, and his frost-covered but fierce face. Stop dawdling. Take off all your clothes and start running. There's hot water at the finish line. If you can't reach it in half an hour, you'll freeze to death on the road. When he thought of this, Merk's gaze flickered and he asked Nicholas, "Are you guys still going on with the greeting gift? All the new guards have to run around naked in the day before the bitter cold winter." Of course, we were ket up so badly in the past. Nicholas chuckled and said, "If we don't let the newbies experience it, wouldn't it be a pity?" Merk exchanged a smile with him. At that time, among the White Blade Guards, the almost undefeatable legendary Caslin was still in his prime. Bloodhammer Dominic had not sacrificed his life in White Mountain. He always wore his signature hateful smile and helped them count laps. Inextinguishable Flame, Tyrend still carried his silver and black motionless bow on his back. His every move was majestic. At that time, 3 of the future 5 war generals were gathered here. Sorry, Nicholas was an arrogant soldier who disliked everyone. He had not earned his nickname, Meteor, at the fortress, and no one believed that this troublemaker, who was always beaten up, could become Caslin's successor in the future. Isaiah Solian, who was later nicknamed Prickly Wind, was named the Prince of the Guards because he was picky about his meals every day. 7 years later, he would lead the legendary battle where he shone brilliantly in the 38th century ground. Probably no one would believe that the terrifying Raven of Death, Ned Monty, was a country crossbowman who was full of obscenities, had shifty eyes, and liked to nag about the size of girls' buttocks when he had nothing better to do. They were all young and hot-blooded warriors, each more arrogant and impulsive than the other. Merk could still remember how Nicholas was tied to a wooden stake in front of all the new guards because he did not listen to orders. Then, he was whipped by Caslin with a barbed whip until his skin was torn and his flesh was torn. He had to bite a piece of wood and moan in pain. Under Caslan's cruel hands, they were forged into King Nuvan's most reliable daggers and the sturdiest dragon's imperial guards. They fought fiercely in the glacial defense line of the Sentry Ground, in the deep valley battlefield of White Mountain, in the complicated Golden Corridor, and in the tragic Broken Dragon Fortress. They left behind countless corpses of their comrades. They wept and mourned when they failed, sang war songs during fierce battles, and drank to their heart's content when they won. In the end, their names were engraved on the platinum page of the Legend of the White Blade Guards, on the same page as the Northland heroes from the ancient empire. Those days were like a dream. Of course, there was also the young man who hid his identity and trained with them with a hearty smile. He once fought with me for a bowl of meat soup. That bastard. When he thought of this, Merc could not help but smile softly. Then, his eyes dimmed. Merc sighed. And now, even my daughter is 20 years old. At this moment, Nicholas sighed. It's time. Merc withdrew his thoughts from the deepest part of his heart. He turned around and bowed slightly to the two small figures beside him. Please follow me, Lady Alex. It's 4 a.m. Alex Walton, who was wearing a thick robe, looked like a beautiful girl who had just been dragged out of bed. She rubbed her sleepy eyes with one hand and blew hot air in front of her mouth with the other. She said angrily, "Why can't we talk about it tomorrow morning?" Lord Merc looked at Alex and could not help but sigh in his heart. This girl has been spoiled too much. So much so that her temper is like that of a merchant's daughter or a nouveau riche noble. This is not a good thing, especially since she is the last direct descendant of the Walton family, even though she is a girl. I told you, this is His Majesty's order. Lord Merc nodded slightly without any expression. And please believe me when I say that what happens next is crucial to your future, my dear lady. The king's granddaughter tilted her head and snorted coldly, expressing her indignation and anger at the moment. Alex pulled her robe tighter and glanced behind her. Her childish voice was full of dissatisfaction. But why did you bring her here? This lowly maid. Merc frowned slightly. Behind Alex, a thin girl with platinum hair and a pair of thick, black spectacles shivered in the cold night wind. She timidly took a step back. It's still His Majesty's order, Lord Merc replied flatly. We must obey. Alex did not say another word. She glared at little rascal behind her, and the latter hugged her arms tightly, feeling wronged. Merc nodded and walked into the Hall of Heroes with the two little girls. Alex yawned and held her head high. Little rascal, on the other hand, cowered and followed behind her. Occasionally, she would take a small step back in fear when she saw a fierce-looking white blade guard. At that moment, Nicholas, who was behind Merc, suddenly called out to him. Byrne, do you remember when we raised our white blades and made our sacred vow to the legend of the Book of Legends? Nicholas took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with nostalgia for the past. The last few words. Merc felt that Nicholas was a little strange today. He was not usually this nostalgic. Merc stared straight at Nicholas, trying to find something on his old friend's face. Of course. But the training back then had penetrated deep into his instincts. Merc chuckled and then put on a serious expression. He enunciated each word clearly, my blood is my oath, my body is my proof, my blade is my witness, my soul is my sacrifice. Nicholas' eyes flashed and he nodded. With a complicated expression, he said the next sentence together with Merc, resist the powerful enemy, fight 100 battles, until the last drop of blood is shed. The expressions of the white blade guards beside them instantly became serious. They pressed their fists against their chests in unison. Defend life, fearlessly sacrifice, until the extinction of mankind. Alex, who was waiting, rolled her eyes and exhaled impatiently. Little rascal, on the other hand, looked at the solemn faces of the white blade guards. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Protect the future, honor the faith, until the sun and moon dim. This is the new white blade oath, little rascal could not help but mutter. In the year 1386 of the Empire calendar, Celarun found the legend of the White Blade Guards. He rebuilt the famous White Blade Guards, combining the ancient White Blade Oath with the Empire's Knighthood Oath. Shut up, idiot. Alex cut her off fiercely. You're annoying. Little rascal's eyes reddened and she lowered her head. Nicholas and Merc looked at each other and recited the last sentence in unison. Pass on hope, shine with glory, until the eternal sleep of all things. Both of them were silent for a while. They looked at each other and smiled. Merc nodded. He brought the two little girls into the Hall of Heroes. The person he respected the most, Nuven VII, who had just gone through a duel, was sitting on the steps at the edge of the hall. Next to the king was the envoy of Constellation, the subject of much discussion among the vassals, the young and precocious Prince Thales Jadestar. However, both of them were silent. They were not in a good mood, as if they had just had a rather unpleasant conversation. Merc brought the two puzzled girls to the king. Your Majesty. The administrator nodded at the king and stepped aside. Lady Alex. Thales looked up. What's going on? He stared in surprise at the brown-haired, blue-eyed Alex, and little rascal, who did not even dare to breathe loudly behind her. They seemed to be frightened by the situation in front of them. Alex sensed his gaze. The teenage girl glared back at the Prince of Constellation rudely, causing Thales to frown slightly. This is my future wife. Thales, who was still disturbed by the secret just now, could not help but turn his head away and sigh. This action made Alex pout in dissatisfaction. Grandpa, what's wrong? Alex Walton, the only remaining direct female descendant of the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, pouted and said to the indifferent King Nuven, I'm very tired now. Little rascal hid behind Alex. She poked her head out and carefully and curiously looked at Thales, whose eyes were gloomy. That boy. What's wrong with him? Is he unhappy? Nuven VII did not answer his granddaughter. He only scooped up another goblet of wine from the wine barrel beside him and took a sip. Merc, the old king's aged voice rang, my granddaughter will marry this boy. As a former White Blade Guard and my administrator, what would you have done? Merc frowned slightly. Even though he had expected it, when he heard it for real, what? Miss Walton cried out in surprise. Alex's small eyes widened even more than her mouth. She sized up Thales in disbelief. Grandpa, you want me to marry, this, you want him to be my husband. Alex's breathing quickened. She looked at the listless Thales, the boy she met in the library in the afternoon and even lectured her on the spot. She felt a surge of grievance. He's skinny and small, and he's not even as tall as me. Alex turned her head angrily and said to her grandfather in a hurry, let little rascal marry him. Behind her, little rascal's face turned pale and she shivered again. Come on, Miss Alex. Thales, who was in a terrible mood, did not have the energy to maintain his relationship with a teenage girl. Without raising his head, he said flatly, marrying you is not something to be happy about. Alex was stunned, then her anger turned to anger. But at that moment, Merc's voice interrupted Alex, who was about to lose her temper. Although the Honorable Prince Thales is from Constellation, if this is your wish, Lord Merc bowed his head respectfully and reminded Alex without batting an eyelid, I will be loyal to him, just like I am to Miss Alex. King Nuven stared at him for a full 3 seconds. That's right. King Nuven turned his head and said to Thales, I believe you have met him. This is Burn Merc. When he was still a White Blade Guard, he was Soria's most trusted subordinate. Soria. Thales' expression changed. King Nuven's eldest son. He raised his head and looked at Merc. Merc also turned his head and nodded at him respectfully. Alex, who was panting with rage, wanted to say something, but Merc's stern gaze forced her to swallow her words. It seems like this bad-tempered young lady is quite obedient to her father's old subordinate, Thales thought to himself. Then, to thank you for your help, and to prove that there is no longer any enmity or conflict between us, according to Northland's custom, take a sip from my cup. Jadestar and Walton, we are friends from now on. King Nuvan narrowed his eyes, raised his wine cup, and placed it in front of Thales. Thales frowned and looked at the old king with a puzzled expression. What is he trying to do? Reaffirm my identity to Alex and Merc? Or our relationship? Is this necessary? The Prince of Constellation thought for a few seconds and sighed. You know, Lampard of Black Sand region did the same thing. He pushed a cup of wine in front of me and invited me to form an alliance with him, but I refused. A wise choice, King Nuvan said with an amused expression. What about now? Under King Nuvan's threatening gaze, Thales pursed his lips. Shouldn't you wait until tomorrow, release the messenger crow, and wait for my father's reply? Thales asked tentatively. If my father has other opinions, that is between your father and me. King Nuvan's resolute gaze proved that he was serious and serious. But you are you, Thales, not Castle Jadestar's son, or the second Prince of Constellation. This has nothing to do with whether you will marry my granddaughter, or whether Jadestar will form an alliance with the Walton family. I am only asking about your attitude, Thales. The old king raised his wine cup, his gaze burning. Are you willing to dissolve the enmity between me and the Walton family? Just you. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that this was the first time someone had asked Thales such a formal question ever since he became a prince. Not any ancient or important title with the word Thales in it. Thales stared at King Nuvan. In the end, the Prince of Constellation sighed. Of course. Thales quietly took the king's wine cup with both hands and stared at the half-filled rye wine inside. Under Merc's cautious gaze, Alex's angry little face, and little rascal's curious and nervous gaze, the old king smiled. Thales closed his eyes and took a small sip. He thought that he already had an idea of the alcoholic beverages in this world. Jayla's Sunset Pub's kitchen often served different types of alcohol, and Thales did not miss the opportunity to poke around and dig around. However, it was only when the alcohol flowed down his throat and into his stomach that he realized that even in this world, alcohol was not the same as alcohol. At least, the rye wine that was exclusively served to the King of Ekstedt was really, cough, cough, cough. Thales smashed the wine cup on the stairs and began to cough violently. The pungent, mellow smell of alcohol surged up, passing through his throat, mouth, nose, and straight to his brain. In his previous life in the memory fragments, he was the type who would collapse the moment he touched alcohol. Thales did not know if this body in this world would be better, but at least he knew that he was definitely not suited for rye wine. Cough, cough. Thales coughed so hard that his face turned red and tears came out. Ha ha ha. Nuvan looked at him and laughed heartily. Maybe we should start with something lighter. Thales felt his face burn. It's okay. Caslin told me. Thales finally composed himself. He looked at the wine cup with a bitter face, snorted, and shook his head. Children who don't drink won't grow up. Merc's expression changed. Caslin. Hearing the name, King Nuvan's smile suddenly froze. Little rascal seemed to have heard the name before. Her eyes behind her glasses lit up and she stared at Thales in high spirits. The king's expression was subtle. He looked at Thales with a strange gaze. Caslin. The old man who sells wine in Black Sand region? The smell of alcohol slowly left Thales' mouth and nose. He chuckled guiltily. Did I say something wrong? Air. Under King Nuvan's gaze, he stuttered, I heard from Pudray that he used to be the captain of your personal guards and the former commander of the White Blade Guards. King Nuvan's gaze stopped on his face, making the latter feel rather awkward. Until the king's voice rang again. The best in the history of Extet. King Nuvan sighed. Although it's not fair to Nicholas to say that. Lord Merk, who was standing at the side, nodded slightly. At the same time, he gave Alex, who was about to burst into tears and was about to explode, a warning look in his eyes. King Nuvan muttered, Caslin, you met him. Did he mention me to you? Yes. Thales smiled sheepishly and nodded. Caslin said that you used to be a good king. Nuvan VII was slightly stunned, but he immediately slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Used to. King Nuvan quickly grasped the keyword. He laughed without hesitation. That's a good word. Thales was stunned. He shrugged helplessly. The king's laughter echoed in the empty hall. Merk lowered his head slightly. King Nuvan stopped laughing. He exhaled, as if reminiscing about the past. Tell me, that old man. What did he say about me? King Nuvan snorted and asked. Thales carefully observed King Nuvan's expression. He said that you are also human. You will also grow old. There will come a day when you will be bewitched by slander and beauty, and be controlled by desires and impulses. The smile on the king's face disappeared. His eyes flickered a few times, and his expression was uncertain. It caused Thales' mood to fluctuate. Finally, King Nuvan let out a long sigh. I can't say that he was wrong. The hall returned to silence. Now, Thales, why don't you treat our beautiful lady to a drink? King Nuvan suddenly spoke. He raised the goblet and handed it to Thales, then nodded slightly in Alex's direction. In view of your future relationship. Thales, who took the goblet, was slightly stunned. What's going on? Asking the arrogant young lady to drink. Lord Merk, who was watching from the side, was also puzzled. Ha! Alex's expression changed. She looked at Thales in horror, then at the iron goblet. Then, she shook her head firmly. No, Grandpa, I don't want to. King Nuvan looked at her quietly, his eyes cold. Alex seemed to be frightened by the old king's gaze. Her voice slowly weakened. However, the king's granddaughter did not seem to want to give up. She frowned, and suddenly, her eyes brightened. She turned around and pulled little rascal over. Her. Let her drink. After all, she's my maid. The unprepared little rascal was suddenly pulled out by Alex. The bespectacled little girl looked at King Nuvan in horror, then at Thales. She was about to cry. That. No, Thales narrowed his eyes, watching everything unfold in confusion. At this moment, Merk's voice rang out. Lady Alex. The king's administrator looked at Alex sternly. His eyes were filled with undeniable anger. Stop fooling around. Alex's voice suddenly faltered. She seemed to shrink back in fear. That's your grandfather, your king, it's his order. Merk unceremoniously pulled Alex away. Go, listen to his orders, whether it's the wine, or your marriage. Under Merk's stern lecture and King Nuvan's urging gaze, Alex took a step forward, feeling wronged. She reluctantly took Thales' wine goblet. With reddened eyes, she glared at the innocent Thales, then looked at King Nuvan pitifully, but the latter did not say anything. Thales spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless. Left with no other choice, Alex pouted, painfully and angrily gulped down a mouthful of wine. Alex angrily threw the goblet down and glared at Thales. A few seconds later, she coughed from the spiciness. The king chuckled. Merc, this reminds me of Soria's alcohol tolerance. King Nuvan laughed heartily. I once heard from Caslin that when he was training in the White Blade Guards, he knocked out a large group of people. Yes. Merc also laughed and nodded. Prince Soria is very forthright and a great drinker. Yes, I remember. You have a good relationship with him. King Nuvan raised his head and looked at Merc with nostalgia in his eyes. We got to know each other when you asked him to conceal his identity and train in the White Blade Guards. Merc smiled and nodded. He's not just a prince, he's also my comrade and friend. I still remember his hearty laughter. King Nuvan's lips curled up. Thales ignored Alex's dissatisfied gaze. He watched as the king and his vassal reminisced about the past eldest son of the king, Soria Walton. He began to wonder, should I leave? Yes, he's a guy who likes to laugh. He's just like me. King Nuvan sighed. It's a pity that he married a wife who wore a sad face all day long. I still remember that every time they dined in front of me, they did not even look at each other. Madame Adele came from Vine City in the southwest of Camus Union. The climate there is warm and humid. She was also the daughter of a marquis and wasn't used to the harsh life in Northland. Lord Merc glanced at Alex and sighed. Lady Alex obviously inherited many of her mother's traits. Alex pouted for the third time. King Nuvan snorted. Thales. Just as Thales was about to leave, King Nuvan suddenly raised his head and stared at him coldly. I told you before, my eldest son didn't die in an accident. He died in an assassination. Merc's expression changed slightly. Soria. He looked at Thales and then at King Nuvan. He seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. The old king's next words made Merc's face turn pale. Tell him, Merc, King Nuvan said flatly, how did my son, Soria, die? Thales held his breath and looked at Merc. A new doubt emerged in his mind. Something's not right. The king's eldest son. Why did he mention something that happened so many years ago? Also, King Nuvan's change of topic is a little unnatural. Did he purposely bring this up? Alex seemed to know the seriousness of the topic. She quieted down and looked slightly fearful. Your Majesty, Lord Merc objected with an unpleasant expression, with Prince Thales' status, but King Nuvan interrupted him. Tell him. He needs to know. The old king grabbed the wine glass on the floor and said coldly, from the process to the outcome. Merc stared blankly at King Nuvan. The latter's expression had become very serious and scary. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Alex lowered her head and took a step back, bumping into Little Rascal. What's wrong? Thales carefully controlled his tone. Your Majesty, you just said that it was an assassin from Constellation, right? Merc was stunned. He didn't expect Thales to already know. King Nuvan cast a stern glance at Merc. Thales rolled his eyes and observed the situation. He regretted not fleeing earlier. It seemed like the atmosphere wasn't too good. The administrator let out a sigh and finally said, it was at the turn of autumn and winter 12 years ago. A thought struck Thales. 12 years ago. Wouldn't that be? Prince Soria brought Lady Adele and Lady Alex, who is less than a year old, out to Dragon Cloud City to hunt. Since I was originally in charge of Prince Soria's safety, Nicholas assigned me to bring a team of White Blade Guards to protect them. Merc lowered his eyelids. His voice was deep and pained, as though he was recalling that period of his life. But the accident still happened. Thales did not say a word and listened quietly. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Harold Lampard, the eldest son of the previous Archduke of Black Sand region, was a guest in Dragon Cloud City at that time. He actually went to the same place to hunt. When Merc said this, he let out a breath, but his voice began to tremble slightly. That assassin is among Harold's entourage. Thales narrowed his eyes. The assassin snuck under Lady Adele's carriage and waited for Prince Soria to return after his conversation with Harold. Then, Merc clenched his fists and exhaled through gritted teeth. King Nuvan was silent. He sat on the stairs without any expression on his face. His gaze was numb. I shot a signal arrow to ask for help. Thales could tell that the day Merc went through must have been very painful and difficult. The latter closed his eyes and his face twitched. Nicholas intercepted the assassin on the way, but he still managed to escape in the end. Prince Soria was severely injured and lost too much blood. He died on the spot. To protect Lady Alex, Lady Adele also, when he said this, Merc closed his eyes in agony. I couldn't protect them. Alex lowered her head and stared at the ground in a daze. Behind her, little rascal did not even dare to breathe loudly. A few seconds later, Lord Merc finally recovered. He gulped and said mournfully, although there is no evidence, the secret room is very sure after their investigation, that assassin came from Constellation, and was even directly under the orders of the palace. Thales furrowed his brows. No way. The assassination 12 years ago. But wasn't Constellation going through the bloody year at that time? His train of thought was interrupted. King Nuvan raised his head slightly. His tone was heavy and sorrowful. Thales, 12 years ago, there was a reason why we sent troops south to Constellation. Constellation, Eternal Star City, an unknown underground place. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sharp metallic sound of an iron gate being violently pulled echoed clearly in this dark place. 2 torches soaked in eternal oil were lit. 2 men dressed in guard uniforms appeared in a dark corridor. The torches lit up the cells with thick iron bars on their left and right sides. Following the noise and the light, there was a commotion in the cells. Damn it! Don't you have any sense of time? In one of the cells, a well-groomed but shabbily dressed man, suspected to be a nobleman, seemed to have just been woken up. He was lying on his bed and yelled with sleepy eyes, "It's definitely early morning or late at night." If this was in the past, in the Department of Foreign Affairs. The 2 guards holding the torches ignored him, as if they were already used to it. They respectfully moved to the sides and made way for a sturdy figure in the middle. Your Majesty, King Adi. You're finally here. This was an unkempt old man with disheveled hair and a perplexed and fanatical expression. Stimulated by the light, he pounced forward and shook the iron bars with all his might. He roared madly, "Please consider my words. Even if you don't think for yourself, what about Prince Midir? Are you willing to hand him a constellation riddled with holes?" Under the direction of the sturdy figure, the 2 guards looked at each other, walked in front, and began to lead the way. The prisoners on both sides woke up one after another. They behaved differently, but most of them were either acting abnormally or screaming madly. "You're all going to die, ha ha ha." This was an old prisoner lying on the ground. He roared madly, "Even if you're from the royal family, you're all going to die. How dare you, how dare you, haha." The 3 figures ignored him and continued to move forward. "Look who we've welcomed." A rather imposing, middle-aged prisoner leaned against the bars and squinted at the light. He seemed to be very clear-headed. "Isn't this the 5th prince, the disgrace of the royal family? Why aren't you working hard on a woman's belly, working hard for your pitiful bloodline? Why are you here in the cold wind?" "It wasn't me, it really wasn't me." A prisoner hugged his head and wailed, "I didn't even touch Prince Bancroft's wine glass. No. It's all Jenkins' fault, he's the one who poisoned me." "Norfolk, yes, Norfolk." This was a prisoner with his back facing the corridor. He could be seen carving something on the wall as he muttered to himself, I know that he's planning something behind Duke John and Count Caribbean's back. Maybe it's related to the rebel army. I've suspected him for a long time, but that hateful woman, Sonia Cecere, the three of them continued to move forward. Hey! Brat! A prisoner with a scar on his face pounced on the bars when he saw who it was and shouted, "How's the situation at the western front lines now? Did we regain Blade Fang's dune after you conquered the Desert God's altar? What about the orcs? What about the 8 great tribes under the dragon skeleton throne? Tell me. Tell me." The well-built figure turned a deaf ear to the voices on both sides and moved forward. Two guards with calm expressions brought him to the next area. There were no prison cells with transparent bars here. Instead, there were sealed cells sealed off by thick, heavy iron doors. There was only one opening on each iron door, and it was the only connection between the sealed cells and the outside world. The two guards brought the newcomer to the innermost room. One of them knocked on the iron door forcefully. Asterisk bang. Bang! Bang! Asterisk. The other guard looked at the well-built newcomer. The latter nodded slightly. So, the guard grabbed the iron bolt on the iron door that controlled the opening and pulled open a hole that was only the size of half a person's face. The prison cell was dark. There was also a frightening silence. It lasted for a long time. Then, a boorish voice slowly traveled into his ears from the dark prison cell. What a surprise! What brought the great Iron Hand King to a traitorous duke? The two guards bowed slightly. After inserting the torches into the groove on the wall behind them, they left respectfully. Under the illumination of the fire, a haggard face with a scruffy beard appeared at the opening on the iron door. The prisoner in this cell was the current Duke of the Northern Territory, Iron Eagle, Val Arund. He stared sharply at the person outside the door. Outside the door, the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel V, sat down gently on a chair that had been prepared outside the cell. "I want to talk to you about what happened in the past," Kessel said softly with an expressionless face, "during the bloody year, the fall of the Northern Territory." Val's expression changed. He disappeared behind the iron door. Then, his suppressed laughter came from the cell. Under the flickering light of the fire, Kessel was silent and did not speak. "There is nothing to talk about," the Duke of the Northern Territory said coldly after he had had his fill of laughter. "When the war was at its most intense, I was not even in the Northern Territory. My father, brothers, wife, and sister were the ones who faced the war. If you want to talk, go talk to them in Hell's River." Kessel quietly looked at the bottomless darkness behind the opening and exhaled softly. "What I want to tell you is the real cause of the war." Kessel V's voice was as powerful as before, but there was a hint of sorrow and depression in it. Extet's invasion. There was a moment of silence behind the iron door. "What do you mean?" Val's voice traveled slowly. "The rebellion that year was terrible. The entire Blade Edge Hill and half of South Coast Hill, plus the Baron Bone tribe and orcs in Western Desert Hill, 1/3 of Constellation's land was burning in the flames of war," Kessel said calmly, as if he was describing something that could not be more normal. "And after the rebels turned against us, we did not even have a ready-made army. So, your uncle was sent to recruit new soldiers." Val snorted coldly behind the iron door. Starlight Brigade. Kessel nodded, even though he knew that Val could not see him. Extet saw an opportunity. Nuven VII frequently contacted the archdukes. The great dragon of the North's invasion was almost a foregone conclusion. They set a schedule for recruiting troops, and they would head south to Constellation at the beginning of spring next year. For a few seconds, both of them did not speak. But the Duke of the Northern Territory soon noticed that something was wrong. "Wait, did you say the beginning of spring next year?" Val's tone changed. Impossible, Extet clearly invaded that year's winter. This time, the silence lasted for a long time. Kessel heaved a deep sigh. Yes, that was their original plan. The king spoke in the dullest and most indistinct voice from the bottom of his throat. Because of an accident, they brought forward the invasion schedule. Val's face reappeared behind the opening. His face was ice-cold as he stared fixedly at Kessel outside the prison cell. He realized that there was something strange about this place. What accident? The Duke of the Northern Territory asked anxiously. Why did Extet bring forward the invasion schedule? King Kessel stared at the ground and did not move. Answer me. Val gritted his teeth. Answer me, Kai. Kessel inhaled deeply and raised his eyes to look at his former close friend. When we received the intelligence from Northland, the entire court was terrified. The rebel army, the Baron Bone tribe, and Extet, Constellation was powerless to fight on all three fronts, Kessel said slowly. So, our court came up with a plan. To delay Extet's invasion schedule. A chill that he had never felt before struck Val's heart. Delay? The Duke asked subconsciously. Kessel nodded expressionlessly and said, provoke a conflict between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region so that they will be too busy with their own affairs to invade. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Val suddenly pounced and grabbed the two bars of the opening. He gritted his teeth and stared fixedly at Kessel. How? Constellation sent out assassins and mobilized all their manpower to target the two heirs of Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region, Soria Walton and Harold Lampard. Kessel's voice became increasingly hoarse, as though a force was devouring the strength in his strong body. That assassin should have pushed the blame for the death of one of the heirs onto the other party, creating a rift between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region that could never be mended. Hearing this, Val's breathing became heavier. But an accident happened. Because of some reason, that assassin was exposed, Kessel said slowly, and Soria, Nuvan's eldest son, died. Val leaned against the iron door with his back, his expression indiscernible. Even though there was no evidence left, Nuvan knew that we were the ones who did it. Kessel closed his eyes. What's worse is that this also exposed our true strength. It told them that we were powerless to resist the Northern Army. You know what happened next. Kessel slowly opened his eyes. His voice was filled with exhaustion. Extet brought forward the schedule. They chose winter, the most unfavorable time for the transportation of supplies, to send their troops south. Horus brought a small number of troops, met up with Nanchester, and headed towards Broken Dragon Fortress. On the second day after his death, John took down Zodra City, the last stronghold of the rebel army. 10 days later, the fortress fell. At the beginning of spring after the new year, the Extensions used the fortress as their base and flooded the lands of the Northern Territory like a tide. There was another long silence. It was so long that even the light from the fire began to dim. Then, the Duke of the Northern Territory broke the silence. Ha 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 ha. Val let out a sorrowful laugh. The assassination plan that was supposed to delay Extet's attack instead facilitated and brought forward their invasion schedule. Ha 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 ha. Kessel did not speak. He only listened to the Duke's laughter quietly. The Duke finally stopped laughing. Who? A faint voice asked. Who? Val gripped the metal door and gritted his teeth in grief. Who came up with this damned plan? King Kessel looked at Val, at his expression that was a mixture of sorrow, pain, anger, hatred, and shock. The king shook his head. Father had no choice. Starlight Brigade suffered a series of defeats at first. John retreated step by step, from Jade City to the land of Tusks, then all the way out of Walla Passage. The rebel army even penetrated deep into Eternal Star City. No one expected that John would be able to achieve such a great victory in such a short period of time. At that time, the entire palace was shrouded in the shadow of the kingdom's demise. Kessel took a deep breath. That's why that assassination happened. Val's expression slowly froze, but his hand, which was holding the cell door, kept trembling. If there was no such plan, no assassination. The Duke of the Northern Territory subconsciously murmured. Kessel pressed his hands on his knees and lowered his head slightly. Yes. Kessel's face was slightly contorted. He tried his best to control his neck and nodded while trembling slightly. If Ekstad had waited until the beginning of spring to attack, John's Starlight Brigade would have been able to head north in time to support your father and the fortress. Broken Dragon Fortress would not have been breached. And neither would Cold Castle or fall into the enemy's hands. The Northern Territory would not have had such a tragedy. Val slid down behind the metal door dejectedly. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the muffled sound of two knees hitting the ground came from behind the metal door. And the Duke of the Northern Territory suppressed, pained growl. You mean? Val said hoarsely, your father, those bastards at the Imperial Conference, their stupid plan, caused the deaths of thousands of people in the Northern Territory. Ha! We always thought that Nuven seized the right opportunity to invade and took down the fortress. In the end, ha ha ha, Kessel did not answer. He only waited quietly. The flickering firelight illuminated the side of his face. The King of Constellation's eyes were filled with numbness. After a long while, what about that stupid assassin? That guy who failed in his assassination and exposed himself? Val's sorrowful voice, which had slightly changed its tone, came from behind the metal door. There was deep hatred in his words. Didn't you dig out his heart? Kessel V turned his head and stared at the empty space. It was as if someone was standing there. There was silence. For a moment, there was only Val Arun's low and suppressed sobs in the air. Kessel's gaze was filled with complicated and indecipherable emotions. Yes. After an unknown amount of time, the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel V, stared at the empty space and slowly said with an emotion that was difficult for ordinary people to understand, for that failed assassination with grave consequences, that assassin is paying the price. He is forever imprisoned behind a cursed mask, never to see the light of day. The king stared at the empty space. His voice was extremely quiet. In endless loneliness and boundless darkness, he has tasted pain and suffered all kinds of torture. With the rest of his lowly life, for that tragic war, for the countless dead souls he owes. Chapter 159. There was silence in the Hall of Heroes. You know, Thales, when Soria died, Thales adjusted his breathing and heartbeat and looked at King Nuven. Anger, madness, hatred. It made me want to unleash the wrath of the Walton family in Dragon Cloud City at all costs. The old king's eyes were lifeless, as if he was looking at another world through Thales. In comparison, gaining benefits and even conquering Constellation seemed to have become secondary. Thales did not speak. It was inappropriate for him to say anything at that moment. King Nuven slowly raised his eyes and looked at the grief-stricken Merc. Merc, why didn't you protect him in Soria? The king's expression was very unpleasant. You are a White Blade Guard. You should have been by his side to ensure his safety. Merc bowed his head deeply. His expression became even more pained. Alex seemed to be very concerned about this topic. She looked at the grief-stricken King Nuven, then at the grief-stricken Merc. Her breathing quickened, which made little Rascal, who was behind her, less nervous. Merc. The king's granddaughter whispered pitifully, not now, my lady. Merc shut his eyes tightly. His breathing was rapid as he interrupted Alex. Alex's face turned pale. She curled her lips and trembled slightly. She grabbed Little Rascal's hand behind her. The latter had a frightened expression on her face. I cannot absolve myself from the blame for Prince Soria's death. Lord Merk clenched his teeth and looked sad. Your Majesty, you were lenient and did not punish me. Nicholas only grounded me for a few days as a token gesture. But after 12 years, that kind of guilt tortures me day and night, all the time, all the time. King Nuvan stared at him silently and sighed after a long time. Yes. The old king swirled the wine glass in his hand. I have no reason to blame you. Not only that, I trusted you even more and promoted you to be the king's administrator. Because I know. King Nuvan's expression was gloomy and his tone was gloomy. You are Soria's most trusted person. He unreservedly entrusted his life, safety, and family to you. Administrator Merk shuddered. He placed his right fist on his chest, bowed, and said with a trembling voice, I will devote the rest of my life to serve you, Lady Alex, the Walton family, and Dragoncloud City. Thales sighed softly. At that moment, many faces appeared before his eyes, King Kessel, Queen Kia, Duke Arund, King Nuvan, Archduke Pofrit, Gilbert and Merk, Lady Gines, the Kingdom's Wrath, the Fortress Flower, the veteran Genid, the new recruit Willow, and so on. It seemed that what happened 12 years ago had changed the fates of many people. Regardless of whether they were stars or colossal dragons, regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners. King Nuvan sighed softly. Soria, you have been by his side for many years, starting from the White Blade Guards, Merk. Just then, Alex's lips trembled. She tugged at the corner of Merk's shirt. I think, Merk tried his best to calm himself down. He turned around and comforted Alex. Don't worry, Miss Alex. Soon, Alex shuddered again. Thales furrowed his brows. In the next second, Alex's eyes rolled back, and her whole body went limp. Asterisk thawed. Asterisk Little Rascal, who was behind her, was startled and cried out. Merk's expression changed drastically. He knelt beside Alex and helped her up. Lady Alex. Lady Alex, what happened to you? However, Alex only stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Her limbs swayed unconsciously, and her body began to twitch. Thales jumped down from the stairs and stared at Alex's strange condition in shock. What happened? Does this young lady have a disease? Epilepsy or something else? Little Rascal shuddered in fear. Merk's face was pale. He held Alex in his arms and raised his head to look at the king. He said urgently, Your Majesty. Lady Alex, we have to hurry. Yes. But King Nuvan still seemed to be immersed in the past. His gaze drifted as he pretended not to hear. He continued, I remember that you were the closest of friends and brothers, whether it was on the battlefield or at banquets. Seeing Alex's strange condition, Merk was extremely anxious and could not help but shout, Your Majesty. Alex, whose face was pale beyond recognition, opened her eyes and stared at Merk. Her gaze was filled with endless fear. She raised her trembling hands and scratched Merk's clothes in agony, like a drowning person grasping at straws. Thales watched in disbelief. It took him a few seconds to realize what was happening. King Nuvan only stared into the distance with unfocused eyes. Alex's mouth twitched. Her face was drenched in cold sweat, and she looked like she was in extreme pain. Alex opened her mouth wide and inhaled in large mouthfuls of air, but it was as if she was suffocating. The only sound that came out was an unintelligible choking sound. Ah! Little Rascal, who was watching from beside her, covered her mouth with both hands and stepped back in horror. No, no. Merk hugged Alex in a panic. Seeing her look as if she was in extreme pain, his eyes were filled with fear. Lady Alex, the administrator no longer cared about King Nuven's reaction. He picked Alex up and turned around abruptly. He roared at Little Rascal, "Don't just stand there. Go get the doctor." Little Rascal was startled. Still in a state of shock, she turned around instinctively. But Thales reacted faster than her. The Prince of Constellation clenched his teeth and ran out of the hole. As he ran, he yelled, "Is anyone there? Help! I need a doctor." However, a voice that was even colder and more terrifying blocked Thales' words of help from his mouth. "Don't bother. It's a poison refined from blue vine grass. It takes effect violently and quickly. It takes effect within a minute." From the beautiful Archduchess of Anlenzo dukedom 300 years ago to the Crown Prince of Constellation 12 years ago, they all died from this poison. Thales was shocked. He stopped in his tracks and turned around in disbelief. Lord Merk also raised his head in horror and looked up the stairs with the most incredulous gaze. There, King Nuven opened his ice-cold eyes. He stared at Merk and his convulsing granddaughter, as if he was uttering the most vicious curse. "She's already dead." As if to prove the old king's words, in the next second, Alex, who was in Merk's arms, jerked backwards, almost breaking her neck. She stared at Merk with her frightened eyes, as if she did not understand what was happening. Then, Alex Walton, the last direct descendant of the Walton family, slowly closed her eyes. Her body gradually became limp, and she stopped convulsing. Her hands hung in the air, swinging back and forth. Her head was tilted to one side, right at Little Rascal. Little Rascal looked at Alex's expression and screamed in fear. She fell to the ground on her butt. Thales subconsciously took a step back. His breathing quickened. Why? Impossible. How could this be? Thales could not accept the current situation. He widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Alex. After a few seconds, he turned to King Nuven, whose face was ashen and gloomy. Especially, the ring on the little finger of King Nuven's right hand that he was stroking. It belonged to the Emperor of Poison, Kessel Carlus VI, Triumph. And the goblet in King Nuven's hand. "It's you." Thales gasped for air and stared at King Nuven in horror. "You poisoned him." "Humph, of course." King Nuven snorted gloomily. "And don't forget, you're the one who handed her the goblet." Lord Merk's body trembled uncontrollably. He looked at the little girl in his arms. Thales clenched his fists so hard that they almost cracked. "Handed her the goblet." He gritted his teeth and glared at King Nuven. He felt a strange emotion brewing in his chest. "Bastard!" Thales gritted his teeth and glared at King Nuven. But the king only curled his lips nonchalantly and looked at Merk again. A few seconds later, Merk, whose face was stiff as if his mind was blank, finally extended his trembling right hand and placed it under Alex's nose. Then, as if he had touched the hottest flame, Merk flinched and withdrew his right hand. Thud! Merk, who was holding Alex, fell to his knees. The administrator raised his head and looked at King Nuven. His eyes were filled with despair and pleading. "No, no, no." Merk shook his head violently. His face was contorted as he stared at the motionless girl in his arms in disbelief. He looked at His Majesty in panic and fear, then at Lady Alex, who seemed to be asleep in his arms. At that moment, Merk's terrified face was filled with helplessness. Thales stared at the motionless Alex in a daze. Little Rascal, who was sitting by Thales' feet, seemed to be scared out of her wits. She just stared at Alex's body blankly and shuddered from time to time. Merk's face began to contort. "I beg you, Your Majesty." He knelt on the ground and spoke in a different tone. Like an asthmatic, his voice was a mixture of gasps and pauses. Tears rolled down Merc's cheeks and dripped onto Alex's face. What followed was his pleading voice, "Why? Why?" Thales clenched his fists, lowered his head and exhaled. Merc sobbed and screamed at the king, "Why? Why?" King Nuven seemed to have just recovered from his silent contemplation. He stared at Merc, who was trembling and crying, and uttered through gritted teeth, "Burn Merc. Shouldn't you know this?" Merc shuddered violently. "If it wasn't for Mariah's death, I wouldn't have combed through the Walton bloodline." King Nuven closed his eyes and said in pain, "The High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple wouldn't have realized that she wasn't of the Walton bloodline." Merc stared at King Nuven with his eyes wide open and trembling in disbelief. Thales' jaw dropped. He stared blankly at Merc and the little girl in his arms. "Bloodline? Not of the Walton bloodline. Doesn't that mean that the Walton family, which has been passed down for 600 years, and this also reminds me of many things," King Nuven said coldly. "Soria loved to hunt, but he never brought a woman with him, not even his wife." "Speak," the old king said in a low voice. "What happened in the assassination 12 years ago?" Merc listened to the king's words as if he did not hear anything. He subconsciously hugged the little girl in his arms tightly, sobbing, tears falling continuously. King Nuven seemed to have exhausted all his patience. His face was ferocious, and he roared like a terrifying lion, "Speak." Frightened by the roar, the nervous little rascal shrank back with a yelp. Thales tried hard to sort out the situation before him. He exhaled forcefully, walked to Little Rascal, and pulled her up. Little Rascal grabbed Thales' arm tightly as if she had found someone to rely on. She looked at the terrifying scene before her from behind her glasses with a terrified expression. Merc's eyes were filled with despair and desolation as he cried. He looked at the girl in his arms and snorted, as if he was crying but not laughing. 12 years ago. Soria brought Madame Adele out of the city, because, his words were mixed with his panting, like the last words of a dying man. "Because what?" King Nuven stared at him. "Because." Merc stroked Alex's hair painfully. "Because Soria found out what?" The king's voice was bone-chilling. Merc's face was filled with pain, as if he was tormented by the biggest nightmare of his life. "He found out, about us, about me and Adele." Thales stared at the short-haired warrior in shock. Little Rascal pulled Thales' arm and hid behind the Prince of Constellation. She gritted her teeth and watched the scene in disbelief. "Yes." Merc wailed in despair. "Alex. She is, my daughter, clang. King Nuven could not take it anymore. He threw the wine goblet on the ground with a force filled with hatred. The iron goblet clanked on the ground, accompanied by the administrator's sobs. Thales took a deep breath and tried to understand the situation before him. Only Merc's sobs and the old king's heavy breathing could be heard in the hall. "Ha ha ha ha." King Nuven's suppressed laughter came from his throat. There was a hint of sadness in it. "You? Soria's most capable subordinate. Best friend. Most trusted brother. Just like that, you used betrayal and deceit to repay his trust." The king's voice reverberated in the hall. Merc, who was kneeling on the ground, sobbed and raised his head. "No." As if his greatest dignity had been violated, he roared with tears and snot in his eyes. "I did not betray him. I did not betray Soria." Thales watched the scene in front of him with an unpleasant expression. He only felt bitterness in his heart. Merc looked at the girl in his arms and sobbed softly. "Prince Soria, Soria was a good brother, and I was willing to give up my life for him." He growled, "In the White Blade Guards, we trained under Caslin to become the most valiant warriors. When we were in the 38th century ground, he crawled with a broken arm to block a fatal hammer blow for me. When my mother was seriously ill, and my sister came to Dragon Cloud City to look for me, he personally sent a doctor to save my mother's life. When we were surrounded in White Mountain, he and I had our backs against each other. Those sharp-eared arrows pierced through my left shoulder and his right shoulder. We cursed each other's luck and fought back to back as we retreated. We persevered until Caslin came to help us. I still remember the day I went back to my hometown to get married. That bastard, Merc said with a smile through his tears. Soria brought his brothers from the White Blade Guards and came to our village with a tray full of rye wine and roasted meat. He raised the red dragon flag and the cloud dragon spear flag. The local counts and knights all came. The expression on the village chief's face was even more exaggerated than when his son became a tax collector. Mother was very happy. She finally felt that her son had made a name for himself. Soria, I have always treated him as my closest brother, comrade, your highness. Merc roared angrily with tears streaming down his face. I will never betray him. King Nuvan stood up abruptly, his hair and beard bristling with anger. Bullsh *T. Thales felt his hand tighten. Behind him, Little Rascal began to tremble again. He could only try his best to hold Little Rascal's hand and comfort her. You cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to. King Nuvan's eyes were burning with anger. He said loudly, you cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to, with his wife, and even gave birth to your child. You tarnished the Walton family's dignity and bloodline. Do you think this is not a betrayal? You have never treated him as a brother in your guards, a man you should be loyal to with your life and honor. Traitor! Kneeling on the ground, Merc listened to the king's words and looked at Alex, his daughter, in his arms. With tears streaming down his face, he roared in grief and indignation, "Oh! No!" He closed his eyes in agony. Thales gritted his teeth and frowned as he watched the confrontation between the king and his vassal. He felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. It's not like this. Adele, she was so good, so gentle, so... Merc lay on the ground. He clenched his right fist and pounded the ground miserably. She shouldn't have married into Dragon Cloud City. Shouldn't have met Soria. Should have met you. King Nuvan's words were filled with terrifying emotions. Shameless traitor. Adele. Adele. That was a mistake. Merc's teeth trembled as he caressed his daughter's face. His expression changed several times as if he was looking at another person through her. Whether it was me and her, or Soria and her. It was all a mistake. She shouldn't have left Camus Union, Vine City, the flowers, and the blue sky that she cherished. She only belonged there. As for Soria, he's a good brother and a good warrior, but he never cared about women. Prostitutes, women he captured after the war, maids in the castle, and ladies of the nobles. None of them made a difference to him. Merc put his face against Alex's and cried, Soria, Soria, Soria. In Soria's world, there was only wine and battles, politics and victory. The only people he cared about were warriors, friends, and enemies. On the night of their wedding, Soria was dead drunk. I stood guard outside their bedroom. That sound was like a gun exploding. Adele's resistance and sobs. I guess Soria thought that it was a celebration after another battle. The next morning, Soria went hunting. He left me to watch over Adele. Her expression, that was not the expression a newlywed wife should have. Thales listened to Merc's desolate and painful confession with an unpleasant expression. Finally, one day, I saw Adele trying to cut her wrist with a pair of scissors. I told Soria and tried to persuade him to treat his wife better. But Soria thought that she had insulted the Dragon Spear family. Every time, he would angrily pick up his whip and teach her a lesson. Soria said. At that time, I stood at the door, clenching my fists, listening to Soria's roar and Adele's screams. I was angrier than Soria, more in pain than Adele. Merc hugged Alex tightly. His eyes were closed, and tears gushed down his cheeks like a flood. Since then, Adele wanted to commit suicide more than once, and I stopped her more than once. But I hid it from Soria, because I did not want Adele to be hurt by him again. Adele. She's like a flower that has been trampled on and abandoned. Soria's attitude towards women is even more terrifying than the most inflexible Northlanders. When he's in the mood, he'll force her. When he's not in the mood, he'll ignore her and be indifferent to her. Thales closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Adele. She was too lonely, too pitiful. Merc stroked his daughter's hair, his eyes filled with sadness. She traveled a long way to come here, and Soria did not know how to cherish her. He only treated her as a puppet and a chess piece, a bargaining chip to form a marriage alliance with Camus Union. I tried everything. I just tried to make her happy, tried to stop her from committing suicide again. Agitated, Merc muttered incoherently, from magic tricks, to flowers, to finding girls from Camus Union to relieve her boredom, to trying my best to get Soria drunk at night when she did not want to. Adele was very grateful to me and happy that I did these things for her. She stopped trying to commit suicide and started to smile, even though she only smiled at me. My wife passed away in my hometown. When I didn't know how to raise the 5-year-old Croche in front of me, Adele was the one who took care of her. This made Soria's attitude towards her much better. We became more talkative. She teased Croche in the room, and I laughed foolishly outside the room. She asked questions in the room, and I answered her outside the room. King Nuvan's expression was cold, but he did not say a word. Finally, that day, we won the war against the White Elves and the Alliance of Freedom. Merc sobbed softly. We returned to Dragon Cloud City in triumph, and Soria drank with us all night, but that day, all I could think about was her. Adele. Merc pressed his face tightly against his daughter's. His tears did not stop, and his right fist was almost crushed. They were all drunk. I went to Adele's room, wanting to listen to her voice as usual. But my wound burst open at that time, and Adele asked me to go in and bandage it. Thales' gaze darkened. Thales' eyes dimmed. A memory surged up from an unknown place in his mind. Hey! Brother Brainiac, you're actually reading a romance novel. What the hell is a romance novel? This is a bestseller written by an American sociologist, this book title. Strange, why would you read this kind of book? What are you thinking about? Hee hee. This. Don't think too much, it's just a classmate asking, no, could it be? Hey, hee hee, why are you blushing? It's hot, ha ha ha. Why are you touching my face? I lied to you. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. Alright, don't be angry, I'll give you a vitality kiss. Ha ha ha. It's still very funny, what should I do? Hey, don't be stingy, come, explain it to me. Ugh. How do I explain it? Alright, it mentions something interesting. In the Western world, love originates from cheating. What the heck? Cheating. That's so cool. For example, in Celtic mythology, the story of Lancelot and Guinevere is like this. The marriage of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere was only a political function, there was never any love to speak of. True love is the taboo love between a knight and a queen. That is emotional, impulsive, and pure love. Another example is in Don Quixote. One of the main character's dreams is to be a knight and have a true love with the wife of the king he serves, the mistress. This originated from the Middle Ages, especially the Crusades. Alright, you can shut up now. I'm still on the side of the king and Lon as a couple. Coyote, get lost. Queen Lily, get lost. I'm going to see it again. Oh, right, so are we having an affair now? Different social situations can't be compared like this, sister. The memory fragments slowly faded away. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele, Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. When Merc said this, he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day, the assassin, Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time, but Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's purpose. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So, when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.